My contention is that he basically makes it sound like a bunch of peaceful pastors who are just chilling, and these like hardcore like IDF like, because look at all these words he's using. He's saying the official Israeli account would have it be that peaceful commandos armed only with paintball rifles were ambushed and lynched by a phalanx of radical anti-Western, machete-wielding, bloodthirsty jihadists. He's making fun of that. That is actually what it looks like happened, though. I think we have chairs and bars over here. It'll point it out. Soldiers being hit with metal poles and chairs. You can see it over here. You can see another one here.
And didn't it say before this they were hitting with rubber bullets, stun grenades, and smoke grenades? Or gas or something like that?
Yeah, but they were still repelled. Guy gets thrown overboard. Hello.
Hi, baby. How you doing?
Pretty good. What up?
Where do you want to start?
Wait, what are we doing?
Well, so I think I'd like to take the moment to like clarify a few things on my positions, because we didn't really get to do that when we talked the other day with Socrates and Lonerbox.
Gotcha.
So I wrote a few of them down. So you gave a position when I was coming up here. I was listening, and you said if people said this, that would be fine, right? And you were saying if people were acknowledging the circumstances, saying this can lead to these types of things, that'd be a reasonable position, right?
Yeah.
That's what my position has been from the beginning. You can go to my logs chat. You can look at the day during the attack, the day after. I'm making references to 9/11, American foreign policy, the way that these can impact certain groups and situations, that and affirming that I'm a two-stater. So like from the beginning, that's been my position. So it's been really weird to see, the Hamas Lycan jokes coming out.
Okay.
Also, that I haven't read or provided anything. I was providing sources to you during our debate.
Okay.
I have not come to anything. I think the first source I was asked for during our debate was when I said that 44, I think in the video. I said 44% of civilian structures were hit. I was wrong. It's 44% of civilian, what's it called? 44% of housing units, but civilian housing units have been either destroyed or critically damaged. And I didn't have that source for you immediately. I knew I saw it, and I'll link it in chat.
Okay.
And I'll link it to you.
Gotcha.
So the point being is that, and then Forethought does his post, we have our chat, and I think I proved pretty handily that I had read the book. So that, that didn't get retracted.
Okay, wait, which book?
Method and Madness, the one I told him to read.
Okay. What is this?
Book by Finkelstein.
And is this just over like 2008, 2009, or?
That covers Protective Edge, Cast Lead, Brother's Keeper, and Pillar of Defense.
Okay, gotcha.
There were a few things in there. I mean, we don't have to litigate the whole thing, but basically saying that like he cites himself too much. I asked Forethought how much. He says, well, academics say 10%. I went to the numbers. It's 8.89%. He cites himself. And he even says in the preface, this is some other work that I've done, rewritten in certain cases. But everything he cited, there was a citation for. There was one, there was a hang up on. Two, I think it was. One was when he was talking about it's the MO of the IDF to provoke responses to something so they have a justification to go to battle. It took a second to figure out which source was which referring to it, but it was cited. Forethought had a contention with the fact that Finkelstein has 2 sentences in this book, and then he cites 2 pages from his other book, but his other book, where those 2 pages are, he's condensing 2 pages of research and thought into those 2 sentences, cites it, etc.
Okay.
He had an issue with Egypt not being brought up. I made a point that Egypt wasn't pertinent to it, and it wouldn't have changed the narrative at all of the book if they were mentioned. It's just then another checkbox of another state involved in the siege, the blockade.
Gotcha. I'm curious. I just wanted to look up one quick thing. I'm just curious. Where does the "sink into the sea" quote come from?
It was I don't know if it was the defenseman. No, it was during the, I think either the Camp David Accords or the Oslo Accords.
Yeah, the Oslo. I'm just curious where it comes from. I see that like Prime Minister Rabin supposedly said it, if only it would just sink into the sea. I'm just curious what the context for this quote is. Oh my God.
I think you just have to put your email in.
That. Damn, this gets quoted a lot. I'm sorry, I just wanted this one comment. Oh, Norman Finkelstein. Another Finkelstein. Forethought. Wait, what? Hold on. Do not let your... Oh. You're unhinged. Despair. Wait. Okay, I'm so sorry. Hold on. This is the only thing I'm going to fact check live. I'm sorry. When I was listening to Finkelstein read off quotes in this conversation, when I searched for a couple of them, the way that he uses quotes, like if I was a professor, I would immediately expel him from my class because he wildly misinterprets and opposite quotes people sometimes, which is really wild. But I'm not saying he always does it. Just in that conversation, really good. I'm just curious what the source is for this quote. I just want to hear this one quote where it comes from, and then I'm never going to look him up. I'm sorry, I don't want to waste a lot of time on this. Hold on. Method and Madness. He has a footnote for it.
What's the quote? Oh, hold on. I got.
I wish it would just sink into the sea. Or if only it would just sink into the sea.
Yep, give me 1 second.
Can somebody find this for me?
I've got it. Give me a second. Amira Haas, Drinking the Sea at Gaza. Is this a book? 1 second.
It's Greater Gaza? Or what is it called?
It's from a book, Drinking the Sea at Gaza, Days and Nights in the Land Under Siege.
Drinking the Sea at Gaza. Oh. Maps the zones of ordinary Palestinian life. Rabin. Into the sea. Somebody give me this goddamn book.
I'm seeing if I have it on my Kindle Unlimited.
Where the f is this? Oh. Shortly before. Destiny. What are you quoting from? Mike, what the f are you quoting from? Why would you type that much shit in chat and not just link the source? Why would you ever do this? Oh, thank you. Jesus. Yeah, fuck you. I did. Okay. Was this the book? Or is this an excerpt from the book? Here is the book, Drinking the Sea at Gaza. Oh, you're a god. Hold on. What do I click here to download this?
I think you got to click the top, the title. And then get at the top. I don't know about the other links, so it's the only one I know that works. I don't use this shit.
EPUB. Oh, I have a reader for this. I think, right? Okay. Oh my God, we're doing it. Sorry, hold on, guys. We're getting there. Right click. Send to device. No, just open. I just want to open this book. Oh, okay. We did it. A slight turn of one's head and the view changed. It was the sea hugging the horizon. Just before signing the Oslo Accords, the late Yitzhak Rabin said of Gaza, if only it would just sink into the sea. His harsh words reflect a widespread Israeli attitude toward the Gaza Strip and its 1 million inhabitants. Numerous articles by Israeli writers have used even stronger language, calling it a hornet's nest and a dunghill. To Yitzhak Shamir, the former prime minister, Gaza represented the eternal untrustworthiness of Palestinians. The sea is the same sea, the Arabs are the same Arabs, he said. The Israeli point of view is best summed up by the local variant of go to hell, which is quite simply go to Gaza. Interesting. Okay. Just curious. What was the name of that Finkelstein book?
Method and Madness.
Method and Madness. How was I viewing like the first page? Fuck.
It's one of the other tabs. I can screenshot it for you.
Yeah, go for it. Wait, okay, wait, what do you show me?
You said you wanted the first page?
Oh, yeah, just the first page. Wait. Oh. Or no, oh, was that first? It was the opening is where I used that quote.
Hold on.
Sorry. One day, guys, we're going to do like a whole, and we should just do book reviews, and we'll go hunt down like every single footnote and everything. I think it would be
You should.
an interesting endeavor.
That's what you wanted the page with that quote on it, right?
Yeah, okay. Click the title. Get.
There you go.
Okay. I don't think it's that bad of a quote. Just curious. All right, go for it.
Okay.
I won't do that anymore. Okay.
No,
I just
it's
wanted to
fine.
see that one quote.
To be fair to forethought, two other things. There was there's a quote about Israel. I think he says eviscerating prior agreements like the roadmap to peace. And him and I had a disagreement, and I didn't do a good job of articulating myself. I did later after he got off. But to summarize, his view was that they never agreed to it, and so Finkelstein is wrong. My point was that if you guys, I went back and read the Carter citation that he gives, and Carter's whole point is that Israel with it and made it so that it continued to stall, and they agreed to their half the way they did. The U.S. didn't say you get to do that, but they just kind of let it go forward, and the Palestinian Authority agreed to it as they had signed it. But the point of Finkelstein's point there is that Israel is free to these agreements and stall shit while Hamas and the Palestinian Authority are beholden to it and don't really get that kind of treatment from mediators or the Israelis.
Nice. That was the forethought, right?
Yeah. And then the last one is that clip of me stalling and my brain breaking. It did break, absolutely. We were talking about the Palestinian election in 2006, that the U.S. told them, hey, do this, we encourage you to do this. We oversaw it. Jimmy Carter went over there. It was ruled fair and free. And then after Hamas was elected, and again, it's a parliamentary election. They took 75 seats. The Fatah still had 44 seats, but after that, the argument is that the U.S. was involved in trying to help back the Fatah to overthrow the Palestinians, or not Palestinians.
Wait, hold on. Restate all this? I'm sorry. Restate what you just said?
So 2006, the United States encourages an election in Palestine for parliament.
Okay.
In 2005, they had Hamas had opposed the presidential election, but 2006 they decided, okay, we're going to participate. The U.S. is involved. The U.S. is backing the election. The U.S. rules it fair and secure, and Hamas gets 74 seats in the parliament. Fatah gets 44. Okay. Unexpected result. The United States and the quartet basically says, you guys will have to agree to a bunch of different shit in order to get aid money. Now that you're the government. But Finkelstein makes the argument that, Forethought didn't like the phrasing because he thinks it's whitewashing it. But the point is that Hamas consolidates power after doing a coup with the Fatah. But things like the blockade and the involvement of the U.S. trying to get behind the Fatah to do something, he refers to it as a democracy promotion initiative.
Wait. Hold on. I'm really confused about how we just said all of that together.
Yeah.
Okay. Fatah consolidated power.
I can show you
Well, no, wait. Just talk to me. I was like a human, okay? When you say Fatah, or I'm sorry.
They say Hamas, he says Hamas consolidated power after a failed democracy promotion initiative. A failed
is that
US
what Finkelstein says?
Yes.
Oh, yes. Okay. That's consistent. I've never heard Finkelstein reference the Hamas coup in the Gaza Strip. He always says that they won an election, and then for some reason, immediately after that, with the United States blessing, Israel puts up a blockade. Those are the...
Well, the blockade was already there, but they continued to tighten the blockade.
Wait. The blockade was already where?
The blockade started in 2005, but they clamped down the blockade after the election.
Okay.
Now,
hold on, wait. Let me just get the timeline on that. Okay. Blockade. Gaza Strip. A blockade has been imposed by Israel and Egypt on the movement of goods and people in and out of the Gaza Strip since 2005. After Hamas' takeover in 2007, the blockade aimed to isolate Hamas and prevent the smuggling of weapons into Gaza. It has also led to significant humanitarian challenges. What is the blockade in 2005? Is this like just a sea blockade, or is this the same blockade that exists today?
I can't remember if they started to enforce the sea blockade more later, because that's been a bigger issue. I know that the Mavi Marmara that was attacked by commandos from Israel, that was in 2010, I think, late 2009, 2010. So I don't know the history exactly on the sea portion of it.
Well, my understanding is because I remember during the Second Intifada, capturing vessels, submersibles, or maybe submarines. I think it was just submersibles coming in through the Mediterranean. That was a big deal. Like there were lots of ships that they'd caught that I think were primarily funded by Iran. I think with tons of weapons. So I can understand the sea blockade. Yeah. Yeah,
but the Mavi Marmara was not. The documents issued to the troops before the briefing before the attack referred to them.
Wait, before what attack?
The Mavi Marmara.
What is that?
It's a Turkish flotilla that was attacked by commandos.
What about it?
And so they attacked the flotilla, and they knew that the flotilla was just a group of people that were bringing aid to Palestine.
Wait. Can you tell me about this story? Show me specifically what you're talking about.
Yeah, Mavi Marmara.
Mavi Marmara. This thing?
Yep. So
in 2000 when?
2009 or 2010.
Okay, this is after then. We don't care about this.
Yeah.
I'm saying that during the Second Intifada, from the years 2000 to around 2004, 2005, my understanding is there were multiple submersibles that had been caught by the IDF's naval force that was loaded with weapons and cash.
Maybe, but I mean, at the end of the day, like after this blockade, or after the Mavi Marmara, like the United Nations ruled the blockade an illegal form of collective punishment.
Sure, it might be, but I think it's important to get, because if there was some kind of sea blockade from 2005 to 2007, then that's one thing. But the blockade that people complain about isn't the sea blockade. It's the incredibly stringent requirements of what goes in and out of the Gaza Strip via the control of that fence. Right.
Which they clamped down more on 2007 after the coup.
That's what I want to know, because that's an important, the line of those facts, or the timeline is very, very, very important on that.
See what that Mike is saying I'm lying about.
Israel's sea blockade of Gaza is legal, but the attack on Mavi Marmara was excessive. Israel's sea blockade of Gaza is legal, but its attack on a Turkish ship trying to break it last year used excessive force, according to leaks of a UN report.
I'm glad he had that, because I've got a source already, because god damn it, do I read things. 53 and 54.
In evaluating the evidence submitted to the mission, including by OCH OPT, confirming the severe humanitarian situation in Gaza, the destruction of the economy, and the prevention of reconstruction as detailed above, the mission is satisfied that the blockade was inflicting disproportionate damage upon the civilian population in the Gaza Strip, and that as such, the interception could not be justified and therefore has to be considered illegal. Moreover, the mission emphasizes that according to Article 33 of the Fourth Geneva Convention, collective punishment of civilians under occupation is prohibited. No protected person may be punished for an offense he or she has not personally committed. Collective penalties and likewise all measures of intimidation and/or terrorism are prohibited. The mission considers that one of the principal motives behind the imposition of the blockade was a desire to punish the people of the Gaza Strip for having elected Hamas. The combination of this motive and the effect of the restrictions on the Gaza Strip leave no doubt that Israel's actions and policies amount to collective punishment as defined by international law. In this connection, the mission supports the findings of the Special Rapporteur on the Situation of Human Rights in the Palestinian territories occupied since 1967, Richard Falk, the report of the United Nations fact-finding mission on the Gaza conflict, and most recently the ICRC, that the blockade amounts to collective punishment in violation of Israel's obligations under international humanitarian law. So it seems like the blockade would be under international law condemned. But when did this blockade start?
I mean, it's the same blockade. Like, it's just they continue to escalate the blockade. So they started
wait, hold on. When you say it's the same blockade but they escalate it, that's not the same, right? They're like, I'm just curious, like, what the escalating, because that might be really important. It might have been a horrible thing since 2005, or it might have been a thing that escalated into something illegal in 2009. I'm just curious what the
2007 is when they really clamped down on it.
Yeah, but 2007. Destiny, when is this from? My article is literally right after the flotilla was intercepted in 2011.
That was a report released in 2010.
This was in 2010. Why is this saying the sea blockade is legal? What is Mark Weiss? Why do we know this person? Do I know this person? Why do I know this name? Mark Weiss. Am I crazy? Mark Weiss? I don't know this person. I feel like I've heard this last name before. Hold on. What am I looking for? Internet Archive. Barry Weiss. Oh, that's what I'm thinking of. You're right. Ugh, how do I use this website? I suck at using this site. F me. What do I need? Archived websites? This? Okay. Okay. Let's go grab one near. Well, no, because there could have been changes. We'll grab one near 2021. You're getting a GA bullshit resolution as proof. What do you mean a GA? What's wrong with the General Assembly resolution if it's voted on? What do you mean?
It's by the Human Rights Council.
Eliu, I don't know why you say that in YouTube chat. Okay, let me read this article real quick. According to findings of a UN commission headed by Geoffrey Palmer, a former New Zealand prime minister. 9 Turkish activists died in May last year when the Israeli Navy stormed the MV Mavi Marmara, which was leading a flotilla of vessels to Gaza. According to findings of a UN commission headed by Geoffrey Palmer, a former New Zealand prime minister, leaked in Turkey and Israel, the military operation was premature and the deaths unacceptable. However, in what Israel is already hailing as a vindication, Israel is only asked to express regret and not to apologize. Turkey is also criticized for not doing enough to stop the flotilla and for its links with IHH, an Islamist group, which helped to organize it. The report also concludes that the blockade of Gaza is not illegal and that Israel is justified in stopping vessels even outside its territorial waters. When he set up the Commission of Inquiry last year, Ban Ki-moon, the UN Secretary General, expressed the hope that the panel would help to prevent similar incidents in the future and would also contribute to improving the strained relations between Turkey and Israel. Turkey withdrew its ambassador to Israel following the flotilla incident, but there are clear indications that with the region in turmoil, both sides are now keen to get relations back on track. Israel has lost a key ally in the Egyptian president, Hosni Mubarak, while Turkey's attempts to build relationships with Syria and Libya have collapsed. GA resolutions are not legally binding. They're not the same as Security Council resolutions. Okay. I don't know how common it is that you always have a Security Council resolution. Oh, wait. Well, actually, resolution, no.
And we're not making the argument about whether or not it's
Resolution
binding.
242, these are security. Most of what we've read are security. But okay, but that doesn't make Lycan's point incorrect. But okay. Okay.
So-
Turkey. Okay, so hold on. So it seems like you are, not you, I'm sorry. So it seems like there are there points where like the blockade is legal and then the blockade is illegal, or?
I haven't found anything that says it's legal.
Okay, hold on. In 2010, UN General Assembly report? What would I call this? Report from the Human Rights Council declared on line 54, you said?
53 and 54, yeah.
53 and 54. Declared 53 and 54. Blockade in Gaza to be collective punishment or legal under international law. UN report. Okay, what is this this Telegraph article? What is it citing here when it says findings to a UN commission headed by Jeffrey Palmer? So UN Commission Jeffrey Palmer. UN Commission Jeffrey Palmer. Marmara. UN panel of inquiry on the Gaza flotilla incident. Panel of inquiry. Download. Report of the General Secretary's panel of inquiry. What is the General Secretary? I don't know, like the structure of the UN. I wonder if I should learn this at some point. Treatment of past. Okay, how to avoid some instance future introduction situation. Okay. The situation in Gaza. So directly make effort to avoid a reputation for remind its consequences. Shall continue its efforts to ease its restrictions of movement, lifting its closure, to alleviate the unsustainable humanitarian and economic situation of the civilian population. Establishment of Security Council Resolution 1860. 1860. Is this specific to Israel or English? A Security Council resolution. Recall. Oh, in relation to 242 and everything else, just in Gaza, advertising. Grave concern. Full withdrawal of for Gaza, closely made provision distribution through Gaza of humanitarian assistance. Initiatives aimed at to alleviate the humanitarian. Condemns all violence and on member states to intensify efforts to provide arrangements guarantees Gaza or in Gaza in order to sustain durable ceasefire and calm. Encourages access between the Palestinian Authority and Israel. I mean, this conciliation calls for renewed efforts. Huh. Okay. I'm so curious about the status of the legality of the blockade in Gaza. Legal? Illegal? International law? Would they say that in a... The Secretary General established a panel of inquiry on the 31st of May, 2010. In the flotilla incident on the 2nd of August 2010, the panel received and reviewed reports of the detailed national investigations conducted by both Turkey and Israel. Turkey established a national commission of inquiry to examine the facts of the incident and its legal consequences, which provided an interim and final report to the panel along with the annexes and related material. Israel provided the report of the independent public commission that it had established to review whether the action taken by the state of Israel had been compatible with international law. Let's see. The panel finds, okay, the fundamental principle of the freedom of navigation on the high seas is subject to only certain limited exceptions under international law. Israel faces a real threat to its security from militant groups in Gaza. The naval blockade was imposed as a legitimate security measure in order to prevent weapons from entering Gaza by sea, and its implementation complied with the requirements of international law. So this guy's basically saying something different as the other report. What is the date of this? Okay. Sorry, I'm almost done with this. I'm so sorry. Okay. In September 27th it's on September 27th, 2010. And this is a... Oh, cringe. This is on May 23rd? Okay. On May 31st, 2010. No, wait. This is in September. This is also in September. Oh, this is in September of 2011. Sorry, is when this was published. Okay. In September, hold on. Ooh. Boom. No. Okay. In September of 2011, what would you call this? A report of the Secretary General's Panel of Inquiry on the 31st May 2010 flotilla incident claimed that the blockade followed international law. And I'll just link this and then. Whoa. This. This was 20. Okay. Report. Okay. Getting the blockade stuff down for my debate with Finkelstein and really just to know the general is going to be really important. Okay,
so there's something it'll take a bunch of source grabbing for me, but if you're going to argue with them on that, there's some additional stuff around like the way later rulings that came down and I guess the conditions for whether or not something you just read is applicable. But I'll have to find that. So just make a note, Lycan, to provide this.
On special.
Later rulings on the blockade.
Okay. Okay, incident. May of 20. This is 20.
And I'm saying later rulings because I can't remember what it was called.
Gotcha. Okay. Okay.
Okay, so the whole point of that, though, was that the whole point of that is that the election happens, and Forethought and I start talking about regime change, and I say that America sponsoring the election, being involved with it, it's very anti-democratic for us to then say, oh, well, we didn't like the results, so we're going to go ahead and start meddling.
Okay, let's look up that. So this would have been the 2006 elections in Gaza?
Parliamentary election. Yep, that would probably bring it up.
2007. Wait, did you say there was a specific name for this?
No, it was 2006 parliamentary election, Gaza.
Legislative election?
Yep.
Okay. Watch the clip first. What clip? This is the clip. Is it? Do you want me to watch this or should I not? It's up to
No.
you. Okay.
I mean, hold on. You can open it, and then after we talk about it, you can watch it.
Okay, I'll keep it open.
So the context of it is that we're talking about regime change, and I'm saying that because we had an involvement in this democratic process, because we were validating it and all that stuff, we didn't have the right to then come in and be like, oh, well, we don't like this, so we're going to go ahead and try to fucking, foment a takeover from the Fatah.
Oh, okay, good. Let me read this. I'm going to speed read this.
Yep.
Okay. Legislative elections were held in the Palestinian territories on the 25th of January 2006 in order to elect the Second Palestinian Legislative Council, the legislature of the Palestinian National Authority. The result was a victory for Hamas, contesting under the list name of Change and Reform, which received 44.45% of the vote and won 74 of the 132 seats, whilst the ruling Fatah received 41.43% of the vote and won 45 seats. The newly elected PLC met for the first time on the 18th of February 2006. Incumbent Prime Minister Ahmed Khoury tendered his resignation on the 26th of January 2006, but remained interim prime minister at the request of President Mahmoud Abbas. On the 20th of February, Hamas leader Ismail Haniyeh was nominated to form a new government. The new government was Haniyeh as prime minister, was sworn in on the 20th of March. These were the last contested elections to be held before Hamas took over the Gaza Strip in 2007. No elections have been held since. The 2006 elections were the second elections to the PLC. The first elections took place in '96, but the subsequent elections have been postponed for many years due to disagreements between Fatah and Hamas. In March of 2005, 12 Palestinian factions reached an agreement, the Palestinian Cairo Declaration, which called for elections to be held using a mixed voting system rather than the majority electoral system used in 1996. In June, what part of this, is this where you said, did this only happen because you said Bush was making them do it, or?
No, in 2007.
Okay, we're getting okay. In June of 2005, the PLC legislated to give effect to the Cairo Declaration. Hold on. This is a pretty important topic. Okay, elections in Gaza. In the Gaza Strip. Okay. The 2006 elections were the second set. The Palestinian Cairo declaration. This called for elections to be held using a mixed voting system. Okay. In June 2005, the PLC legislated to give effect to the Cairo Declaration, increasing its membership from 88 to 132, with half being elected by proportional representation and half by plurality at large voting in traditional constituencies. Palestinian voters in both the Gaza Strip and in the West Bank, including East Jerusalem, were eligible to participate in the elections. Earlier, the 2005 municipal elections and the 9th of January 2005 presidential elections had taken place. And then these things are for 12 Palestinian factions. This is for all of... we're the second set of elections for the PLC. This is for all of Palestine. This is for all of like the West Bank and the Gaza Strip as well, not just the Gaza Strip elections, right?
That's my understanding. And then after the coup, Hamas only had control of Gaza.
The PLC elections were originally scheduled for the 17th of July, 2005, but on the 9th of August, Abbas announced that they would take place on January of 2006. On the 20th of August, Abbas said election day is the 25th of January. On the 15th of January 2006, Abbas declared that despite unrest in Gaza, he would not change the election date unless Israel prevented Palestinians in East Jerusalem from voting. Israel had already stated that it would not allow campaigning in East Jerusalem by Hamas, which had carried out the majority of terror attacks against Israel in the previous 5 years, and refused to recognize Israel or the Oslo Accords. This was the second intifada, and then the refusal to recognize Israel was part of when Hamas and I think the Islamic jihadists were fighting against the Palestinian Authority, or the PLO, in the Gaza Strip. I remember this when they were trying to figure their shit out. The United States spent $2.3 million in U.S. aid on support for the Palestinian elections, allegedly designed to bolster the image of President Abbas and his Fatah party. U.S. aid's offices used discretionary spending accounts for various projects, including tree planting, schoolroom additions, a soccer tournament, and street cleaning, and computers at community centers. U.S. aid removed its usual branding requirement on its sponsored activities. As a result, the U.S. was accused of trying to influence the outcome of the elections. The European Union supplied election observers to assess the whole election process, including the legal framework, the political environment and campaign, electoral preparations, voting and counting. Okay, we'll say under U.S. aid, the U.S. spent $2.3 million in support for Palestinian elections. Some claim that this was an attempt to influence the results. I'm curious what... Oh, fuck. What the fuck is this bullshit? Boom, boom. Okay, don't care. Okay. Okay, this is the electoral system. I don't think we care about this. We don't need this right now. Campaign, we don't care about this. Or maybe we do. PLC was dominated by the Fatah movement, which held 68 of the 88 seats. However, Fatah had been beset by internal strife with younger and more popular figures like Mohammed Dalan, who took part in the negotiations of the 93 Oslo Accords, and Marwan Barghouti, serving 5 life sentences in an Israeli jail on terrorism charges, leveling allegations of corruption against the Fatah leadership. Fatah organized primary elections to determine its candidate list, but the results were disputed and central lists were imposed in some areas. The younger faction submitted a list dubbed Al-Mustaqbal, the future, headed by Barghouti. However, on the 20th of December 2005, the leaders of the two factions agreed to submit a single list of voters, blah, 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 change and reform. The Islamist Hamas movement, campaign, okay. Trying to read every single thing here right now. Israeli obstruction. In the lead up to the election of the 26th of September 2005, Israel launched a campaign of arrests against PLC members. 450 members of Hamas were detained, mostly those involved in the 2006 PLC elections. The majority of them were kept in administrative detention for different periods. In the election period, 15 PLC members were captured and held as political prisoners. During the elections, the Israeli authorities banned the candidates from holding election campaigns inside Jerusalem. Rallies and public meetings were prohibited. The Jerusalem identity cards of some PLC members were also revoked. The Carter Center, which monitors the elections, criticized the detention persons who are guilty of nothing more than winning a parliamentary seat in an open and honest election. We have okay, atmosphere, exit polls. On Thursday morning, Hamas was expected to win a majority. Boom, boom, boom. I should change this policy. Wait, what polling? What year is this? I don't know. Okay. Oh, post-elections, right. Okay. Independent observer reactions. The National Democratic Institute, in partnership with the Carter Center, reported a professional and impartial performance in election officials. The European Union delegation reported there was nothing which would indicate that the final result was not the outcome chosen by the voters. A CRS report for Congress 2006 elections concluded the election was overseen by 17,200 plus Democratic observers, complemented by 9 credential. Bush administration accepted the outcome. Praised the PA for holding free and fair elections. Congress result so I think it's going to be free and fair. Hamas won a large majority. Boom, boom. New government happened. After the kidnap of Israeli soldier Gilad Shalit and the 25th of June 2006, Israel launched a series of raids into Gaza and the West Bank. Israel destroyed civilian infrastructure and arrested dozens of Hamas supporters, including elected cabinet ministers and members of the PLC. On the 20th of June overnight, the army invaded Gaza and performed airstrikes, bombing infrastructure such as bridges and an electricity station. Most Palestinians were moderate members in the West Bank who had been calling on the Gaza leadership to recognize Israel and make Hamas accused Israel of trying to destroy the Hamas-led Palestinian Authority. The formation of the government. Okay, sanctions. Economic sanctions were imposed by Israel and the Quartet on the Middle East against the Palestinian Authority. Okay, what is this again? Hold on. The fuck is this? Quartet on the Middle East is a foursome of nations and international, supra-international entities involved in meeting the Israel-Palestinian peace process. The UN, the US, the European Union, and Russia. Okay. Okay, boom, boom, boom. Might win enough seats to get a position in government. Was not willing to press for Hamas's exclusion from the election process. Abu Mazen Abbas was confident Fatah would win the elections, as was Bush, given Hamas election. Impediments. Prime Minister and his cabinet resigned even before the final results were officially announced. Fatah refused to join a new Hamas-led coalition. President Abbas would ask Hamas to form the next government. On the 26th of January 2006, Fatah leader Sayyid Erekat said his party did not want to join a Hamas government. The Fatah Central Committee decided that Fatah will not join the next government, but said it would depend on President Abbas. On the 20th of June 2006, declared it would try to form a government of technocrats. If a government with Fatah and all the political groups is not possible. On the 29th of January 2006, PLC deputies from Fatah confirmed after talks with Abbas that their faction would not join Hamas in a coalition government and would prefer to sit in opposition, despite calls by Hamas for a political partnership. The decision was, however, not discussed and ratified by the government. The Fatah Second Party dominated the Palestinian for decades. Okay, Fatah support after months of inner talks. It was post-election impediments. Just for we're almost done. Just for the January 2006 election, witnessing Hamas against some municipal House of Representatives, Palestinian terrorist groups Hamas should not be permitted to participate in Palestinian elections. Such organization recognizes the right to exist in Jewish states. The authority chose to ignore this external decision. The Palestinian Authority, President Mahmoud Abbas has favored an unconditional acceptance of Hamas electoral participation, believing that it could co-opt Hamas within the Palestinian political fold. Oof, yikes. The New York Times reported in February 2006 that the United States and Israel are discussing ways to destabilize the Palestinian government so that newly elected Hamas officials will fail and elections will be called again. The intention is to start with the Palestinian Authority money and international connections to the point where, from the left side, is compelled to call for an election. How much? Okay. Okay. All right. Okay. I'm familiar with this election, roughly.
So I'm not trying to waste you or your chat's time.
Nothing's being wasted. This is good shit. We need to know this.
All right.
Okay. Okay. So then your issue is that after this election, what were the claims that you were making? I should have written this down.
So what I ended up saying is we were talking about regime change, and I said because like the U.S. was involved in this democratic process, we kind of lose the right to do our funky shit and start doing regime change right after.
And you're saying that we did, and the regime change evidence is what?
I will link you a bunch of shit.
Or just link me the one thing, the big thing.
Well, next I gotta get another book out. Hold on.
Okay.
No, that's not me trying to get away from it, Chad.
Lex Friedman, I'm excited that you're doing this debate. Do you want to do it in person on my podcast early next week? Since Shapiro debate is pushed to January, we can do it in Miami. Either way, can't wait to what, the Finkelstein debate, Lex?
Are you trying to get me on your show, buddy? He's been after me for a long time.
Yeah. If you want, you can shoot me a text. I don't know if he travels for debates or what that is, but sure. U.S. plotted to overthrow Hamas after election victory. Okay, assuming this is what Lycan is talking about. The Bush administration caught up by surprise. Hamas embarked on a secret project for the armed overthrow of the Islamist government in Gaza. It emerged yesterday. The Vanity Fair. What is the date of this article? 2008. Vanity Fair reports in its April edition that President George Bush and the Secretary of State Condoleezza Rice signed off on a plan for the Palestinian President to remove the Hamas authorities. The plan called for Washington's allies in the region to funnel arms and salaries to Fatah fighters who would lead a rising against Hamas, but the project was controversial even within the administration. The magazine reports there were several fissures among neoconservatives over this. We were ripping each other to pieces. Wormser resigned his post in the vice president's office in June 2007. Only weeks after Blake clashing out the Hamas for that, led the Islamist organization to control the territory. That was so much a coup by Hamas, but an attempted coup by Fatah that was preempted before it could happen. He said Bush administration planned to sought to undo the results of the election last night, which, to the chagrin of the White House and State Department officials, said Hamas project was approved. The escalation was seen as an affront to the central premise of the Bush administration's policy in the Middle East. The democratic elections would inexorably lead to pro-Western governments. Did this plan actually get implemented?
What is that? Sorry.
Did this plan was this plan ever actually implemented?
I don't know to what degree it went through. I know that people are aware of it. 55 to 57, 123, 127.
Let's see. Overthrow Hamas. Bush administration approved a plan to overthrow Hamas by funneling arms and resources to Fatah in the Gaza Strip. Approved a plan. Please Google Santorini affair and Karine affair. A blockage on Gaza happened because of many weapons smuggling incidents. The PA supported the part of the blockade. The PA had legitimacy back then. Okay. Lycan.
And it's a fucking image, so you can't control F it.
Page.
Or paragraph. But.
Oh. Is this another UN resolution, or what is this?
This is the report that was done.
Secretary General of the United Nations, Special Coordinator for the Middle East Peace Process and Personal Representatives. Okay, 55. Soon after the elections, Hamas expressed its desire to establish a broad-based government. Reactions in Fatah were mixed, but before the idea could advance any further, the U.S. made it known that they wanted Hamas to be left alone to form its government. We were told that the U.S. was against any blurring of the line dividing Hamas from those Palestinian political forces committed to the two-state solution. Abu Mazen soon made clear that Fatah members would not participate in a Hamas-led government. The U.S. reportedly also sent unequivocal signals to independents who had been approached about joining the government that they would be ill-advised to do so. In this event, Hamas formed a government that included some independents largely dominated by Hamas. This naturally facilitated the continued quarantine of the PA government, aka the Hamas government. Before going on, I want to stress that in effect, the National Unity Government with a compromise platform along the lines of Mecca might have been achieved soon after the election. In February or March 2006, had the U.S. not led the quartet to set impossible demands and opposed a NUG in principle at the time, and indeed until the Mecca agreement a year later, the U.S. clearly pushed for a confrontation between Fatah and Hamas, so much so that a week before Mecca, the U.S. envoy declared twice in an envoy's meeting in Washington how much I like this violence, referring to the near civil war being erupted in Gaza, in which civilians were being regularly killed and injured, because it means that the other Palestinians are resisting Hamas. Please remember this next time someone argues that the Mecca agreement, to the extent that it showed progress, proved that a year of pressure worked and we should keep the isolation going. On the contrary, the same result might have been achieved much earlier without the year in between it, in which so much damage was done to Palestinian institutions and so much suffering brought to the people of the occupied territory pursuit of a policy that didn't work, which many of us believed from the outset wouldn't work, and which I have no doubt is at best extremely short-sighted. Okay, we'll throw this in here. This is the De Soto report. May of 2007. Okay. You can cut through this conversation pretty quickly. Do you think that Israel or U.S. are justified in seeking regime change after Hamas won elections? Keeping in mind Hamas was indeed democratically elected, but was already an international organized terror that didn't recognize Israel. I don't even know what like the international rules are relating to like militant or terrorist groups winning elections. Like, I feel like I would lean towards no. I don't think you can intervene in an election because you don't like the outcome.
The right to self-determination is protected under international law.
That's not entirely true. That's like, we're bastardizing that quite a bit, right? The right to self-determination to what, like launch nukes at enemies? Like, I mean...
No, the self-determination, I think as far as it goes to run your own government and to build allegiances and things like that.
Yeah, but there are still restrictions by which that government can operate, right?
Sure.
Like, we would never say, like, South...
Hold on, to be clear, because they're going to take it as I just said something crazy. I'm talking about when it comes to running your government.
Well, yeah, but like clearly the problem isn't like the party that was elected. The problem that the U.S. has is that they feel like a terrorist group has won the election.
You know, Hezbollah has 13 seats, and this is something I should have said before I thought. Hezbollah has 13 seats in the parliament, and I think they have since 2003 in Lebanon. I mean, if they were to get, 20 seats, 60 seats, 70 seats, would that suddenly give us justification to violate their sovereignty?
Well,
with no action being taken,
I have really,
they just win the
again,
election.
my current understanding of Lebanon is shallow at best. But my understanding is, doesn't Hezbollah already violate the autonomy of Lebanon? Don't they basically exist there as like a de facto like autonomous government that like the Lebanese government is too weak to do anything about?
Yeah, sounds about right. But I'm saying like, just because they have that election, like, does that give us the right to take action?
I mean, I think it does it give us the right to take action if they elect a terrorist group? I don't know. Fuck. I would need more historical situations to draw from. I'm not sure.
I'm not saying any of these questions are easy. I just think that
I'm trying to think because like the gut feeling I would have is that it's not right to take action against the government, but it would be right to take action against bad government action. So if they elected like a terrorist group as part of the government, you can't coup the government, but you could attack the country or do sanctions or embargoes if the government did something bad. But I don't know if you can just attack the government directly. I'm not sure. I lean towards no on that. Replace Hamas with Al-Qaeda or ISIS? Same question. Or we could just do the Taliban in Afghanistan, right? Would we have the right to attack the Afghanistan into perpetuity because we don't like the Taliban? Okay, sorry, go ahead.
No, I was just going to say, I mean, comparing ISIS is a little different. ISIS wants a global caliphate. Hamas is a slightly different organization. And I think I'll use this moment to say, would you agree that it's prudent to understand all historic actions when it comes to both Israel and Hamas in the P&A and all that when contextualizing, things that lead up to certain events?
When contextualizing things that lead up to certain events, probably. Yeah, it's helpful.
So it's probably not Hamas sympathizing when you want to point out situations where Hamas did X or didn't do X versus Israel did X versus didn't do X, right? Like
well, I mean, whether or not somebody's a sympathizer, it depends on how the facts are being presented, right?
Sure. But I don't think I've ever presented anything that you've heard, at least, in a way that is sympathetic. I think I heard Lonerbox say, I don't know if he was referring to me, maybe someone else, but it was the day after our conversation. It's talking about people framing Hamas as peaceniks or something like that, and I don't think I ever did that. And I think I continued to say, whether it's discussions about the rockets, whether it's discussions about, embedding in civilian areas, give condemnation to each of those actions. And I think that's a good point to say, when I bring up the human shield thing, and you and I disagree on this, but when I point out that Israel, at least up to 2014, was the only one found to have, by the definitions used by the UN, to have used human shields, the point I'm making isn't that what Hamas does is bad, embedding in civilian areas. It's that Israel... People often say the human shield line to hand wave the high civilian death counts. And the point is that if you're embedding in civilian areas, it's still bad, but the onus is on Israel to not take disproportionate action and to still be mindful of those. So it's frustrating, it sucks, but you still have to do that.
Wait, what was the point of that last statement? Or
is that in combat situations, when you have an enemy embedded in civilian areas or civilian structures with civilians around, you have to evaluate the threat. There has to be a strategic, specific goal to tackling that target, and your the method of attack to neutralize that threat has to take into account the civilians that are there. You can't just disregard them.
Sure.
So I don't think I'm saying anything unfounded there, am I?
No, I don't think so.
Okay. So
if there was like a Hamas, one AK-47 stored underneath the school with 20,000 students, whatever evaluation you're using is probably not going to allow you to bomb the school.
Right.
But also, I'm not sure if the lives of your soldiers, I believe you're allowed to factor that in as well.
Nope.
No?
One of the rulings in the Goldstone report was that it's understandable that you want to minimize, for instance, we will bomb military targets before we go invade, right? We'll bomb anti-air batteries, we'll bomb weapons caches, whatever. But we do that still with consideration for the civilians and whether or not we give evacuation. We have aerial reconnaissance, we have satellites, we have drones, etc. So if people start moving weapons, fuck it, we'll follow it and we'll nail it. But that's part of warfare.
Consider your soldier lives when evaluating civilian targets.
And to be really clear, hold on, so you know I'm not reading anything. What I'm saying is that you factor that in, but you cannot transfer the risk of to your soldiers onto the civilian populace. And if you want to, this is where we can go into the clarification of when I said a ground invasion would be less violent or less casualties.
Okay, I'm not 100% sure on that, but
So look at the counts, the death counts of.
death counts are not factored into any part of any of this
Well,
analysis
no.
in any way, size, shape, or form. But I'm
We're-
curious
we're
if like you
looking
can
at-
figure out like I'm just curious if you can figure out, because by your own admission, the death counts could be fully justified. There could have been enough military targets under everything, right?
No, not necessarily.
Hold on. Wait.
I'm
Hold on.
not-
Wait. No. Wait. You just said not necessarily. I didn't say necessarily. I said it could be. So I don't know why you say not necessarily. I'm not saying necessarily. I'm saying they could be fully justified. So death counts don't tell us anything, right? We need more information, right? It could be the case that Israel, given full access to their military archives, it could be the case that every single death so far has had a good justification, or it could be the case that 100 of the deaths so far have had good justification and over 10,000 of them are unjustified. But without having access to that information, we have no idea. And just pointing at death totals doesn't tell us anything, right?
Yeah, we can go really in depth on this. So where do you want to start? Like, we're over 11,000 dead. Most of those are going to be civilians. You kind of.
Well, wait, I don't even know if we know that so far, do we?
I mean, if you look at the previous operations, even if you go by and here's the thing, even if you go by the Israeli numbers, it still supports my point, which is that when ground forces invade, less people die.
Have they ever done an invasion of this level before, though?
Either cast lead or cast lead. I mean, they might have put more troops in there now, but I mean, cast lead was what, 53 days, something like that?
In Cast Lead or in any of these other invasions, was half the population evacuated prior to the invasion?
No.
Okay,
This
it
is
sounds
the
like they
biggest
haven't.
This
Okay,
is
so
the
that's
biggest displacement of people, 1.4 million, I think it is.
yeah.
displaced
So then
from
this is
Gaza.
clearly the largest one, right?
But I'm saying without displacing those people, the death counts of Israeli soldiers, I think in Cast Lead was 10, Protective Edge was 66. As far as, civilians on the Palestinian side, civilian-wise, always much, much, much higher. So I'm saying that with us being in 30 days at 11,000 people, and I will give you a 70-30 split, and I think that's pretty generous, 70% civilians with the way they're bombing, 4,000 tons of artillery were from air and land were fired by the 12th, so 5 days into Gaza City, into one of the most heavily populated cities. So I'm saying city specifically.
Okay, I understand everything you're saying. It's just everything you're saying.
And then I linked the statistic from the United Nations saying that 44% or 45% of civilian homes
I understand
have been
everything
damaged or destroyed.
Yeah, I understand everything you're saying is inductive at best, right?
I think I'm making a pretty good case.
You can say that, but it's all inductive at best.
When
like
they go inland, that they
you're
don't
continuing
lose
to
that
make
many.
inductive statements, right?
Okay.
I'm saying it could be the case that the civilian death
Do you
toll
think
is really
I'm
high.
okay? Inductive, fine. Do you think I'm saying anything crazy?
Crazy, no. But
you
I'm
think
saying
I'm-
that you're making it sound like you're making deductive statements. Like it must be the case that like the civilian casualty thing is way higher than it ought to be. But we just don't have access to that information. That's what I'm saying is inductive at best. Like we can say like, it looks like there's a lot of civilians dying. It could be really bad. But like both of us, if we're being honest, both of us should have to admit that there are documents that could come out that would make it so like 95% of the civilian deaths are unjustified or like 95% of the civilian deaths are justified. But we don't have that information, right? We can't truly know that. And I think just guessing based on like past death amounts or whatever, I don't even know. Like here's the thing. Like if I were to guess based on the past death amounts, the incursion into southern Israel, right, where I think it's 1,200 Israelis were killed, right? Should I be
About the 7th?
What?
Are you about 10-7?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Should I guess that Israel's lying about the number of civilians and the number of soldier deaths are way higher because traditionally in these conflicts, like soldier deaths are higher than civilian deaths?
Well, no, because we trust the Israeli numbers, and it's like, okay, cool, like 304, something like that.
Sure, but then in that case, that's a case where past death ratios have had no predictive power on the October 7th death ratios. They're totally different.
Because I'm talking
right?
about, so that was a surprise attack, a mixture of years of planning and security failures and all that led to 10-7. So we have that atrocity that happens. But I'm talking about in the history of incursions into Gaza, we have evidence of when it is a ground invasion, primarily a ground invasion, or not, this many days of bombing. Because usually what they do is what normal militaries do, which is bomb some strategic targets, take out weapons caches. I think maybe it was 2012 or 2014, they like levied a significant, like 75% of Hamas rockets. So they had the intel on where they were. They took them out, and then they go in. But the point is that in those 4 operations, the number of civilians on the Palestinian side that died were still high, but they were not 11,000. And some of those battles went on longer than the current, what, we're at.
Yeah,
5,
you keep
6
saying
weeks
the
now?
days have gone on longer, but like, there hasn't been a military operation this extensive so far. My understanding is nothing is even remotely close to how invasive this one is. If you want to find me a map of like cast lead or whatever, or if you want to find me like an incursion map or whatever into this, my understanding is the current invasion is by far the largest one into the Gaza Strip. It probably since
Right, but we were at
67, I guess.
We were at 7,700 dead on the 27th when the first ground troops started to go in.
Okay.
Like, again, it's the bombing campaign.
Yeah, but you don't know if those are justified, right? You have no idea.
The justification is going to depend on, like, again, so it's about threat. It's not just about defeating your enemy. It can't be predicated just on...
Yeah, but again, for threat, you don't know, right? You don't know where munitions are. You don't know if there have been munitions stored in these places, or if Hamas...
We rolled up weapons we blew up weapons caches in military areas. We blew up weapons caches after we evacuated Fallujah. We call in airstrikes on those, but we do what we can to save civilian lives. We give significant
Yeah, but
amount of
Israel's not
time.
allowed to do that here. When Israel tried to save civilian lives, people call it ethnic cleansing.
Because they pushed 1.4 million people out of 5 by 25.
Isn't that consistent with you saying that it's the most densely populated place on the planet? Shouldn't you want to evacuate all those civilians? Or
You should, yeah, absolutely.
so when Israel tries to evacuate the civilians, the civilians
the-
don't evacuate. But I'm just saying that what your prior argument saying, well, we evacuated Fallujah. Well, Israel ostensibly tried to evacuate northern Gaza, but that apparently was an ethnic cleansing.
You have to not just say evacuate and then you set your timetable. It's like, well, oops, they didn't all get out.
But they did. They not only did they set the timetable, wasn't that timetable pushed back weeks because the U.S.
For the
pressured them to
first
do it?
one, for the 24-hour warning, yeah, because the UN came out and said, you can't do this.
Yeah,
Yeah. Would they
Okay.
have done that if the UN hadn't said anything?
I have no idea. My guess is probably not. If it took external pressure to make them do it, but I mean they did, right?
My point is that if we look at the historic ground invasions, not this many civilians die. I think that's a reasonable point. You
Okay.
can say it's inductive. You could say, well, we don't know what those military targets are. But again, the things that factor into whether or not a military target can be targeted with civilians in the area or in the target itself is going to be an immediate strategic necessity towards, I think it might be, so I'll say this part might be bullshit. I think it's towards ending the conflict, but that could be wrong. But I will say still comfortably, you have to take into account the civilians that are there. And so with 45% of civilian living structures being taken out, 100 and something medical facilities, 200 and something schools, yeah, I'd say that's why I say indiscriminate, disproportionate. Because look at the threat before. Look at the number of, the efficacy of rocket attacks before that. Look at the number of IDF that die when they invade in other attacks. Like, again, 10.
Yeah, but again, nothing has been on this level, right?
Sure, but I'm saying that still with Hamas being in Gaza, that being their territory, the only time they ever had an issue is in 2014, I think it was, when they lost 66 people, and that's because of the tunnels. But again, still in comparison, way more Hamas died. And you can't transfer that risk of your soldiers. That's the other thing is IDF deaths are very, very unpopular in Israel. I don't know if the recent 10-7 thing has changed that view, but they're always very, very careful about incurring IDF death for that reason. But again, you can't transfer that risk onto the civilian populace.
Yeah, I'm not necessarily saying that. I'm just saying that without I can't make any. Neither of us can make any strong statements. I don't think past invasions are indicative of like a pretty like unique mass invasion, and I don't think that's enough for me to say, oh,
What's
clearly.
more unique about this other than the size? Again, like the size of the force. IDF always out.
How many bombs have been dropped on like past invasions? Has it been remotely near this number?
No.
Okay, here's a guess I'm just gonna make. Have the number of bombs dropped during this incursion already been greater than all the other incursions combined?
I would say, without looking anything up, absolutely.
So if that's the case, right, then we're already in unique territory, right?
Yeah, but again, like, I don't think it's unreasonable with the amount of damage that has been done to say that it's been disproportionate and indiscriminate, because we're assuming that, again, like you said yourself.
But how are you making this statement without access to any of the military data?
Because it's a civilian area.
it's not a civilian area if they're being used as military.
No, like you said, just because you have an AK in the basement doesn't mean that you can go ahead and bomb it, right?
No.
And that's why
hold on, wait, no, wait, hold on. Okay, let's get our argument straight here, okay? Let's say that there is a hospital, okay? And there are no soldiers, there's no military stuff, okay? There is no calculation that you can do to say, like, we're going to bomb this civilian hospital. You're not allowed to do that. I'm pretty sure it's considered a war crime. However, if that hospital has weapons that are stored inside of it, or ammunition, or soldiers that are actively taking part in combat, if that's the case, well, now that has changed from a civilian target to a military target. Now, for military targets, you still have to do the collateral damage calculations, but it becomes a valid target at that point, and now it's up to you militarily to justify the importance of attacking that target.
And you know how we took care of weapons caches in civilian areas?
Oh.
With a convoy. And you rolled up on it, and you did a raid. I'm sorry, to be clear, I wasn't a grunt, chat, so I don't want to sound like it.
Wait, what does that have to do with anything I just said?
Because you don't just get to bomb it. It has to be proportional. So in civilian areas...
Hold on, so you're telling me right now, if I look up U.S. incursion into Baghdad, into Iraq, into Afghanistan, at no point did we ever bomb munitions caches? We always rolled up a convoy?
And rewind it before chat starts thinking you just got me.
Okay.
I said usually before you go in, you do bomb certain strategic known targets.
Okay.
And those are going to be the ones where they're major weapons caches.
Yeah, but isn't that literally what the IDF is doing right now? They bomb some stuff and now they're going in and they're raiding other things?
The number of bombs and structures destroyed, bombs launched, structures destroyed, civilian death, I feel good making the inductive reasoning that a significant amount of disproportional force has been used, where targets should have been rolled up after a certain point by people on foot.
Okay.
Or strategic airstrikes after people verify, validate, warn. Like, that's the other thing. It's like, yeah, these wars take time to be to enforce humanity, to abide by civilian law or international law. Wars can be protracted. They take time. You don't get to just come in and blast it all now and say, well, we know every one of these targets. Let's do it.
Okay. I mean, I totally disagree, but I don't know. I think we're stuck on this one, or we have to go. All right, what's the next one you're going to bring up?
I mean, so do you want me to just go over a bunch of stuff and you can take notes and research it, and this is shit Finkelstein's going to bring up?
Yeah, if you want to, sure.
All right, so 2008 to 2009, you have the... he'll bring up that, if you go into that in any depth, he'll bring up that on November 4th, I think it was, of 2008, Israel breaks the ceasefire. They do that by raiding I think just airstrike tunnels on the Gaza side. And they say that those tunnels, I believe the phrasing was, could have been used to abduct IDF soldiers.
Okay.
He'll also argue in favor of the tunnels and say they have a right to self-defense, that Israel does not have a right to use violence or use force to maintain the illegal siege or the occupation.
Okay.
But that Gazans do have a right to self-defense.
Okay.
Let's see. Oh, and not just self-defense, but he will also argue like they're allowed to be offensive because you are allowed to resist your occupation. What else? So that ceasefire gets broken. Hamas starts firing rockets, minimal damage. I think maybe one person died, and then Israel invades, and that starts Operation Cast Lead.
Okay.
And then you can look up the death numbers. You can make your case about it. If you want to fight him on trusting the United Nations and the human rights organizations, that's fine. Cast Lead happens. There is a ceasefire and an agreement to lift the blockade or reduce restrictions on the blockade. That happens 3 different times between Cast Lead and Protective Edge. Only on, I think, Protective Edge were there stipulations about the security situation improving, but otherwise the other 2.
You said 3 times blockade conditions lifted?
3 times there were ceasefires that had an agreement to reduce the blockade.
Okay. Okay.
The third one required security stipulations, but at no point, my understanding is at no point were any of those blockade restrictions ever lifted or reduced. He'll argue about if you want to talk about the Mavi Marmara, you can read more about it, but documentation issued to the what are they called? The commandos before they did the boat raid just said, hey, these people are, bringing aid, and they're just a pro-Palestinian group. But in the media, they came out and said these were they alleged these folks were, affiliated with a terrorist organization.
Like, couldn't both those things be true? That they thought that they
Why
were just
would
like...
you not tell your troops the night before? Or
Well, like, what if they
prepping?
found that out afterwards, after raiding the boat?
There was no evidence of it.
Okay, wait. Can you link me what you're sourcing this from?
Yep. You really should just read this book. It's a 5-hour read. And then you can fight them on everything there.
Wait, well, it's not a 5-hour read. It's going to be like a 40 or 50 because I have to...
Well, yeah, if you do that, yeah. Sorry, I can't copy and paste from here. So I had to just send it to you.
Why can you not copy paste?
Because it's a Kindle book.
Oh, the pictures. Let's see.
I know, it sucks. To fucking hand type everything.
Okay, focus on my pastor's belonging. What is this? This is from Finkelstein's book?
Yep.
Okay. Group IHH, which was alleged to be a terrorist organization or accused of being close to terrorist organizations. The intelligence terrorism information that are conspicuous among the pastors organizations were not Turkish. Just before the commando assault, IHH was benignly described as a Turkish pro-Palestinian human rights organization with a strong Muslim orientation, which provides humanitarian relief in all ways. Okay, so we have conspicuous among the passengers and organizations aboard the Mavi Marmara were Turkish and Arab Islamic extremists, IHH. Yes, okay. The objective of this report, is this some fucking, at the Israel, is this like a Israel fucking, their fucking operation names, Christ. Okay, I'm guessing this is like an IDF website or something, that's my guess, or an Israeli government site. Okay, paragraphs 2, 9, okay. The flagship was launched along with two credits by extremist Turkish Islamic called IHH, played a key role in the extended operation. The IHH operated some of whom boarded the ship in Istanbul without ongoing security check. Were those who were the most active assailants in the violent permitted confrontation with the IDF, where the IDF took control of 5 other ships as well as without exceptional incident. 2, 9, and 11 on 9. Employing extreme violence while paying lip service to non-violence. It's often made a point of representing as pro-peace and human rights activists. Good information on the fact that IHS planned to prepare for violent confrontation. IHS is for violent behavior. Apparently, most human rights activists, including those who joined the IHS coalition, were not aware of the high level of violence IHS had employed during the voyage. However, we have proof that an internal FGM document attesting to the fact the organization considered that the only way for Israel to stop is to use force. The organization proposed various scenarios for. Oh, I wonder what this document looked like. Organization proposed various scenarios such as surrounding the ship with iron bars, stringing the decks with sharp obstacles, and having activists barricade themselves in the wheelhouse and engine room. The level of FGM violence was far below that of the organized violence prepared and implemented by IHS, including the use of guns. However, it was contrary. The search action gave its activists, which unequivocally forbid the use of any form of violence. The aggression. It's apparently open wide. Okay. And then you're saying that. In the Israeli information packet distributed just before the command assault, IHS was benignly described as a Turkish pro-Palestinian human rights organization with strong, which provides humanitarian relief in areas of war and conflict. Okay. Military Strategic Information Section. Free Gaza Flotilla. 27th of May, 2010. Military Strategic Information. Is this the pamphlet? For official use only. Is this the packet that was handed out?
I don't know. I don't know what that site is.
Military strategic information, 5 pages for official use only, May 27th, 2010. On April 28th, the Free Gaza movement, is this in fucking Hebrew? Oh, wait, it's not. The Free Gaza movement of the Turkish IHH organization announced that it intended to sail a flotilla to the Gaza Strip on May 24th. The state was later delayed until the end of the stated goal of the flotilla, dubbed the Freedom Flotilla, is to bypass existing humanitarian aid channels to make port in Gaza Strip, despite Israeli maritime restrictions which exist in the region. This is the 4th flotilla launched by this organization. The flotilla consists of 8 or 9 vessels, including 4 cargo ships. 68-meter wide boat, 63. Also, flotilla is the Mavi Marmara, a 93-meter long ship carrying over 1,500 passengers, ship loaded some 500. Number of small other yachts, Austrian flotilla, with the exception of boats that rendezvous south of Cyprus, continued towards the Gaza Strip. In the weeks leading up to the flotilla, political demands were made in order to clarify beyond a shadow of doubt that supplies could be transferred to the Gaza Strip through the existing channels. As per the interim agreement signed by the Palestinian Authority, an agreement supported by the CFR subject to naval control, and Israel is entrusted to maintain security in the area. In accordance with mutually accepted agreement, the entry of foreign vessels into maritime areas off the coast of Gaza is forbidden. As such, Israel. Okay, focal points. The Gaza Strip is controlled by the Hamas, a hostile terrorist regime which refused to recognize Israel. Israel illustration of the 2 ships which attempted to breach have been stopped in accordance with international law, and the goods on board have been transferred to the Gaza Strip via the existing land channels. A similar offer has been proposed. Control F. A Turkish. Okay, Appendix C, participating organizations. The flotilla is comprised of 3 major organizations. Okay, oh, this is at the very, very end, I think. Okay, Free Gaza Movement International, human rights organization which sets its purpose on publicizing the Israeli blockade, as well as organizing flotillas with the intention of providing additional humanitarian aid into the Gaza Strip. IHH, a Turkish pro-Palestinian human rights organization with a strong Muslim orientation. The IHH is a non-governmental organization that provides humanitarian relief in areas of war and conflict, and the European campaign to end the siege on Gaza. Umbrella body. Okay. Israeli vilification focused on Mara passengers belonging to the sponsoring Turkish group IHH, which was alleged to be a terrorist organization accused of having close links to terrorist organizations. See Intelligence Terrorism Information Center. Okay. This was published on, was this after the ordeal?
2010.
2010 in September 26th. This was in May. What is this supposed to prove? It feels like what he's trying to say here is that
the point is that
Israel knew that this was a benign set of ships, and then they did a raid, and then they made up a bunch of shit afterwards?
Yep.
Well, what happened during this raid?
They used fire hoses, which is legal, to defend themselves. I think a couple of commandos ended up dying. I don't know if it was through drowning or what. And then the rest of the commandos, they nursed them, kept them safe, fed them, all that shit. And yeah, it was a huge international incident because one of the people was a Turkish American. I think one of the people that was killed was.
So they claimed they were armed with iron bars and knives. According to flotilla organizer Greta Berlin, the Israeli soldiers did not start firing until an activist seized a gun from one of them. That was a flotilla organizer. During the struggle, 9 activists were killed, including 8 Turkish nationals and 1 Turkish American, and many were wounded. A 10th member of the flotilla died in hospital, being in coma for 4 years. Jesus. 10 of the commandos were also wounded, 1 of them seriously. According to a UN report, all activist deaths were caused by gunshots, and the circumstance of the killing of at least 6 passengers were in a manner consistent with an extra-legal, arbitrary, and summary execution. The 5 other ships of the flotilla employed passive resistance, which was suppressed without major incident. According to the UN report, several of the passengers were injured and one of the legs was fractured. The ships were towed to Israel. Okay, hold on. Just to understand some things leading up to this. So, 1, there was already a blockade, correct?
Mm-hmm.
The blockade, it seems like, was mutually recognized by Israel and the Palestinian Authority, correct?
I don't know if the PA was.
I think that was said in here. As per the interim agreement signed by the Palestinian Authority and Israel, an agreement supported by the international community, the sea of the coast of the Gaza Strip is subject to Israeli naval control, and Israel is entrusted with maintaining security in the area. In accordance with mutually accepted agreement, the entry of foreign vessels into maritime areas off the coast of Gaza is forbidden. So it seems like the PA and Israel agree to that.
Sure, but again, the report that you read earlier at the start of this said that the way they enforced this was not legal. They were not allowed to like what you do is you disable the rudder, you tow the ship, you don't land commandos on it. And
yeah, but it sounds like they only did that because this one ship wasn't cooperating. No?
But I mean, again, you still don't get to use the force. What? The force? You don't get to use force.
Wait, how else would you do it?
Well, I'm not a seaman, so I wouldn't.
Well, but like if there's a ship that's headed in a direction and you tell them to stop and they don't you have to use
known to be an enemy ship, not posing any threat, and you're not allowed to use force to enforce the blockade. So as far as Israel is aware, from evidence we have, they knew this was just a humanitarian aid ship. Yeah,
well, hold on, wait. You're mixing a lot of things up. Number one, it doesn't matter if it's a humanitarian aid ship. They still have an agreement to scan every vessel that comes into port. Number one. Do we agree on that?
Say that again?
We have, or I'm sorry, I keep saying we, fucking Jews. Israel has a right to investigate every single ship before it docks into Gaza. This is an agreement that's supported internationally, and it's supported by the Palestinian Authority. Do we agree with this?
I would say before it docks, sure.
Well, not sure. It's yes. That is the agreement that's set up. There's a specific blockade site, correct?
Mm-hmm. I mean, I don't know the processes. I don't know the procedures, and I don't know at what time in getting close to those waters. My understanding it was international waters where they were intercepted.
I mean, I can check where exactly they're intercepted, but it says in here that Israel has intercepted other things before without issue.
Sure.
And they had moved those supplies. Yeah. Apparently, so they say, they had already suggested other ways to ship these supplies in without having to use ships, but they ignored because they claim they're activist ships. Okay, so we agree that the blockade existed and was legal. We agree that Israel has the right to stop these ships then?
I do not agree with the blockade was legal. They can agree to it all they want, but Israel does not have the right to enforce that blockade.
Okay, so do we need to find out, international community? Would that change your opinion on this at all, or no?
I mean, I'm going off the report that was done in the post-investigation after this incident.
Well, yeah, but to be fair, that report, that wasn't like a whole statement analyzing whether the blockade was legal or illegal. That was point 59 of a thing where they're we feel like this blockade is not legal, right? Mm-hmm. That wasn't a legal entity making a huge investigation.
Again, yeah, they're not legal entities, but they're experts in these laws. They with the authority to make those judgments, the wrong word, because we're not talking about a legal ruling.
Well, so there are several probes into the incident. This is the one we read. A UN HRC report on September 10 into the incident deemed the blockade illegal and stated that Israel's actions were disproportionate and betrayed an unacceptable level of brutality with evidence of willful killing. United Nations Secretary General Ban Ki-moon announced a parallel probe in August of 2010 by a 4-member, who is this fucking person? He's a South Korean politician. Okay. Announced a parallel by a 4-member panel headed by Jeffrey Palmer. The Palmer report was published on the 2nd of September 2011 after being delayed, reportedly to allow Israel and Turkey to continue reconciliation talks. The report found that Israel naval blockade of Gaza was legal and that there were serious questions about the conduct, true nature, and objectives of the flotilla organizers, particularly IHH. The report also found that the degree of force used against the Mavi Marmara was excessive and unreasonable, and that the way Israel treated detained crew members violated international human rights law. So, so it seems like my guess is going to be that if a UN HRC, if this report was saying that the blockade was illegal, there was probably an agreement that it was legal before, right? Otherwise, they wouldn't have that be a question. That's an assumption.
No,
I could be wrong.
I think it's that my understanding of the incident is that it forced them to make an assessment of it because of the.
Well, there must have been some international assessment prior to this, because blocking free travel through maritime waters is a big deal. You can't just do that. So there must have been some international community statement on. Legal assessment of the Gaza flotilla raid. Okay. Any legal assessment were published subsequent to the event. International law experts on it deferred over the legality of the action by Israel, the force necessary to respond to, and whether the force needs. Okay, I'm not necessarily interested in just this event. I really want to know about just the blockade. Approximately 1 year after the event, the UN Investigative Committee for the 20th Flotilla Gaza concluded that this is the second one that we read. Some law experts said that the naval blockade, the boarding international waters, and use of force were in accordance on.
You got a bunch of subs.
Thanks, Montgomery, for the tier 4 sub, buddy. The United Nations High Commissioner for Human Rights, the International Committee of the Red Cross, National Alliance, and Istanbul Bilgi's University Law Department, and others concluded the blockade was itself illegal, or agreed with the University of Dundee International that the boarding of the high seas was illegal. Okay, the UN Charter requires that nations avoid the use of force when settling external conflicts, and that human rights be respected with regards to internal conflicts. Nations which use force in self-defense are required to immediately report these measures to the UN Security Council. Has condemned Israel's blockade of Gaza on numerous occasions, calling it a direct contravention of international human rights. This is the okay. United Nations Fact-Finding on the Gaza conflict. This is the this is the Goldstone report. Do you not have to like register a blockade with the UN or some shit? Do you just do it and then wait for complaints? That's collect punishment. Lawyer. In 2001, and actually breached the agreement, so that a call to the accountability. Shipping interdiction, while the blockade is an organized tool of warfare. A close look at continuing blockade is a flagrant violation. This is in 2010. Jesus Christ. Is there nobody that makes a decision on this? Everybody just disagrees? Or
if you don't go to the ICC, I have no idea. My understanding is that bodies like the UN are experts in international law, and they don't make judgments, they make assessments based on those standards and the evidence provided.
Okay. Jesus.
It was a big incident, so I mean, there's a lot to read about.
Yeah, I was just curious if there's like a clear-cut answer of like, is the blockade legal or illegal? But, wow, super kawaii dope. Thanks for gifting 100 201 subs. Holy
Jesus
shit.
Christ.
White names being slaughtered. Okay. Okay, let's see if we can agree on some facts. So there was an interim agreement signed by the PA and Israel.
Yep.
That allowed them to search ships coming off the coast of the Gaza Strip, right? Israel says that they issued an advisory notice to vessels to remain clear of the design maritime zone. And then it seems like they made announcements to these 5 ships. It sounds like they investigated 4 of them just fine, but one of them decided to put up a resistance. And then at least one of the activists said that one of the flotilla organizer, Greta Berlin, I don't know if we trust her or not, I guess. She's an anti-Zionist activist, so she's literally anti-Zionist. She says that Israeli soldiers do not start firing until an activist seized a gun from one of them. Which part of all of this do you have an issue with?
I mean, my biggest issue is just that the summary executions thing. Like I before I read this Wikipedia article, I read the report where that came from. So I knew about that.
Sure. I think we can all agree that if there were summary executions, these are really bad, or you should never be doing this. Yeah.
The other was that the pretext for boarding it was there's some quotes and shit from I can't remember how to find it before I say anything. But my overall issue is that it was an unnecessary incident and could have been handled, even with them resisting, it could have been handled in a different way.
I don't understand what the other solution would be.
Again, so if it gives any credence to the fact that, when I'm talking about airstrikes and all that, I speak where I feel I have some knowledge to do so. Yeah. As far as maritime, I can't give you an alternative.
Sure, but I feel like if we're going to be heavily critical of what seems to be the action up to, assuming if the summary executions happen, there's no excuse for that, but it seems like up to that point, everything is pretty justified. You're entering waters that are blocked. You're not supposed to be here. We're going to do an investigation because you're not supposed to be here. We try to do an investigation of your ship, and then you fight with us. It seems like up to that point.
You could say up to that point, but then afterwards the UN rules they didn't have a right to do that.
Wait.
It's in that report. I have, hold on, I'll link it to you again.
I have it. You said they didn't even have a right to board the ship?
I think it's 53.
Control F, line 53. In evaluating the evidence submitted to the mission, including by OCHAOPT, confirming the severe humanitarian situation in Gaza.
52, sorry, you got to start.
52. A blockade may not continue to be enforced where it inflicts disproportionate damage on the civilian population. The usual meaning of damage to the civilian population is... Okay, so this is just them disagreeing with the blockade, though, right? It's not really them saying they... Like, assuming they have a blockade that they all agree on. Yeah, I guess I'm not sure what other thing they were supposed to do. Like, you're saying that nobody does this. If I had to guess, I could be wrong.
Nobody does what? Sorry.
What?
Nobody does what? Sorry.
It sounds like you're saying nobody would like board a vessel in this aggressive of a manner. If I if I was trying to sail to the United States on like a speedboat, and I had like a covered boat, and the Coast Guard tried to stop me, and I kept going. My understanding, I could be wrong, my understanding is either 1, they would try to aggressively board my vessel, 2, they would try to destroy it or disable it, or 3, I would get blown the fuck up. I would never make it all the way to the U.S. coast.
Well,
Am I wrong on
If they
that?
don't know what you're doing or anything like that, and it's in the U.S. and all the other laws that are applicable, yeah. But if you know that it's a peaceful flotilla bringing aid supplies, and you're...
Well, but they don't know that. Why would they know that?
Because, again, to their troops, they were saying, this is a fucking group of people bringing aid.
Well, that's what the orgs were that were running the boats, but they don't know who else might be a part of that, right?
Let me find something. Give me a second.
Because these are the 3 major organizations that were on the boat, right? Because it's not like anybody sailing in is going to say like, hello, I'm a terrorist bringing terrorist supplies.
No, of course
right?
not.
Also, keep in mind, people want to block U.S. aid making these same accusations, right? I remember I don't remember the names. In Bolivia, once Morales was kicked out, I think the other leader, Guido, that we were kind of trying to support, I think the United States wanted to send in U.S. aid through Peru or through Chile. And I thought that they blocked it because there's like, if USA trucks come in, you guys could smuggle weapons or whatever. So I don't even think that's outside of the norm where people don't like want to investigate, or where people are trying to like look through like aid trucks and shit.
Sure.
Oh no, sorry, fuck, that was in Venezuela, not Bolivia. You're right.
Like, my issue is innocent until proven guilty, and like the boarding with commandos. Like, again, like what did they have to think they needed to take that action?
They weren't complying.
They weren't complying, but again, when you brief, like when you say, hey, we're dealing with this, like now, unless there's something else missing from what I've seen, they were briefed, it was these folks are a peacenik organization bringing in aid to people in Gaza. I haven't seen anything that says, in addition, and again, I haven't seen the entire packet, so
No, but the briefing, assuming this is the briefing is fine. What's wrong with this briefing?
Does it say anything about potential terrorist threats or anything like that?
Not really, other than like terrorists could import stuff, but what about it?
Yeah, I mean, then at that point, if you're not dealing with a known direct threat or like high suspicion of threat, critical intelligence that's saying there very well might be on this, fighters, weapons, whatever. And again, doesn't the thing say something, either that, the Wikipedia, it says they might have wrenches and some shit like that?
Okay, what about
like
it?
It's like, again, so we're going to put armed commandos, the most elite, I think.
I would bet, honest to God, I would just bet my whole life on this without even knowing anything. Maybe I would just be killing myself. I think if I tried to sail a boat into the United States, the exact same thing would happen to me. You're telling me that like...
To the United States, yes, you were an unknown entity. If they
these
don't
guys
know,
were...
If they
No, even if I was like they had like a thing on the side of my thing that says like Red Cross humanitarian aid boat, and I was like flying or driving into the US in my boat, and I wasn't responding to like any sort of naval calls or anything, and I wasn't identifying myself or anything, and I just wanted to drive this into like a port in like the fucking Manhattan Harbor or something.
I haven't read anything that they weren't replying or anything like that.
Well, of course they were. That was the whole point.
To comply.
Well, that's the same thing, right?
Right, but again, like proportionate force, right? Like you're walking down the street and cops telling you to stop, and you're like, no, but you keep walking. Like he doesn't get to pull out his gun and shoot you.
That's because I'm not violating anything. I'm just walking down the street. But if I cross the border, or if I go into a military base, you better believe they're gonna shoot me, right?
They'll point their guns at you, yeah. Will they fucking blow your head off? No, they're gonna fucking roll you up.
If I, prior to 9/11, before they put up all the crazy barricades at all the military bases, if I would have driven my car through the gate onto a military base, you don't think MPs or whatever?
If you're in Iraq and you just start walking up
in
the
the
gate,
United States?
I'm saying like in Iraq, if you're walking up, I never worked a base security.
Okay. My parents
in
might just like be
America.
talking shit. I could, but like I'd always been told like if you try to like drive into a base, you're not doing.
Before
Like
this gets fucking clipped, I have to fucking clarify it. So again, I've never worked gate security in America, so I don't know what they fucking do if you were just walking. I'm not talking about driving, barreling up to the front gate. I never worked front gate, so I don't know how they treat escalation of force for that. What I know for in Iraq is, yeah, you don't fucking comply, whether you're on foot or whatnot. It doesn't matter how peaceful you are. You ignore that command, you're gonna get fucking shot.
Yeah, but it seems like so this would be the same thing for a boat. If I'm driving a boat into somebody else's waters and I'm especially blockaded waters or embargoed waters, whatever, and I'm getting a request like, hey, we need to investigate your vessel. You're not like registered or you haven't gone through the proper inspection, and I rated you back and I say, suck my dick, bitch. I'm getting raided or exploded, no?
Isn't it, hold on.
I feel like this is so obviously, yes, I'm getting raided or exploded. That'd be my feeling. Yeah, go ahead. Sorry.
We're having good faith conversation. What level of crime is it if you drive into the waters in America?
Drive my car into waters?
No. Like if you were to, using the naval analogy, if you're floating.
I don't know what the crime would be called. I don't know. I have no idea. Okay. What happens if you tried to sail into U.S. harbor without identifying ship or vessel? If you are unregistered, you have no place to go, gives no place to land, no country would allow you into a port of call. If you tried, your ship would be seized and held, with probably the entire crew held in the brig until the ship was claimed and registered in a proper fashion. After they paid the fines, dock charges, and other costs associated with the seizure. This may not apply to vessels that are escaping refugees, but the ship may be held at bay and not allowed to enter.
So I assume that, hold on.
It's a core question.
One thing I know they can do is like disable your rudder and shit like that, right? So I imagine that these commandos were on a boat. If they were just dropped from a helicopter again, then like what good faith effort are they doing to like, seize and tow the boat, right? So,
that might be like, is that like a whole other thing?
You disable the rudder and then you fucking tow the boat. You don't attack them. And even what you just read right there was like, your boat will be seized and you will be, whatever.
Seizure of your boat means that they're boarding you.
Sure, but they don't want to use violence to do it.
Yeah, they are. They're literally invading my property at that point.
No, I'm talking about they don't have to use commandos. If they,
I know, I agree they don't have to use violence, but they didn't use violence. Wait,
they boarded the ship and they just took the boat over and did nothing else to the people. It wouldn't have been an instant.
Yeah, but the problem is once they got on the boat, one of the people reportedly tried to seize one of their guns.
Right, but then we're going to follow that through. That person gives that comment, and again, like you said, anti-Zionist, pro-Palestinian. But then the UN report finds evidence that there were the gun wounds and like 6 of the people were that of summary extrajudicial execution.
Sure, yeah, that's bad, but that's way after. At that point, we can say this is bad if this happened for sure. But that's way after everything else. I feel like the boarding of the ship, the using commandos, like all of this shit, I feel like was 100% legal, like or legal or permissible or 9 dead in Israeli raid on airship. This work contains material that might be disturbing to some viewers. Bro, Mike, you seriously, bro? I don't have the fucking Jewish Shinigami eyes that are supposed to let me fucking decipher all 12 pixels of this video. One minute mark. Okay. Well, timestamp it, you fucker. Well, now I'm watching the whole thing.
יש בן אדם פה, בוא נעשה לראות איפה לוקחים את הבן אדם. פה יש לנו בן אדם אחד. 4 תטפל בחופים, אני מעיר את האונייה ומפריע להם. משהו.
I'm assuming this is IDF soldiers moving across? Are these like people that are... Mike, I hope you actually offer something in a video game. Wait, are these people attacking the IDF, or are they just all IDF? Soldiers being hit with metal poles and chair. Oh, okay. Oh God. Okay, this is my cancer Nebraska brain is taking over. I feel like if I did this to a cop, I feel like I'm trying to die. Like this is like I'm gonna die. This is my feeling, but we're just watching, I guess. I don't know. Throwing soldier overboard. Okay, now this could be faked evidence, to be fair. We don't know if the knives are theirs. Oh, Jesus, okay.
I'm reading something from that UN report.
Sure. Okay, actually, I want to see that UN report now. Can you link me? I'm curious now what the evidence was for summary executions. Wait, who's pyrocynical? Why have I heard this before? Okay, some British YouTuber. Okay, sorry. All right. Oh, Jesus Christ. Okay, reports of the International Fact-Finding Mission to invest. Oh, this is the one?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, Control F. Okay, the report sets out back. Oh God. Okay, hold on. I'm just gonna. It's 8 o'clock. Let's go. Hold on. Okay. 66 pages. We don't have to read all of this. This report was prepared by the fact-finding mission established by the the Human Rights Council, okay, the UNHRC, in Resolution 14.1 of June 2nd, 2010, to investigate violations of international law, including international humanitarian law and human rights law, resulting from the interception by Israeli forces of the humanitarian aid flotilla bound for Gaza on the 31st of May 2010, during which 9 people were killed and many others injured. The report sets out background information regarding the interception flotilla as well as the applicable international law. The fact mission included interviews with more than 100 witnesses in Geneva, London, Istanbul, and Amman. On the basis of this testimony and other information received, the mission is able to reconstruct a picture of the circumstances surrounding the interceptions on the 30th of May 2010 and its aftermath. The report presents a factual description of the events leading up to the interception of each of these 6 ships on the flotilla, as well as the 7th ship subsequently intercepted on the 6th of June 2010. The deaths of 9 passengers, including many others. Attention, the report contains legal analysis during the mission. Fact mission included a series of violations of international law, including international humanitarian human rights law, were committed by the Israeli forces during the interception. Okay, Control F. Summary execution. Okay, let's find this. Other relevant United Nations Rights Code, extra legal, arbitrary, and summary executions. Okay. The circumstances of the killing of at least 6 of the passengers were in a manner consistent with an extra legal, arbitrary, and summary execution. Furkan Doyan, and Ibrahim Biljan were shot at near range while the victims were lying injured on the top deck. Kavdet Kilgar, I can't read these fucking names, were shot on the bridge deck while not participating in activities that represented a threat to any Israeli soldiers. In these instances and possibly other killings on the Mavi Marmara, Israeli forces carried out extra legal, arbitrary, and summary executions prohibited by international human rights law, specifically Article 6. Fuck. Wait, hold on. Does it have more information about this? Number of injured passengers received wounds to critical areas of the body and vital organs. passengers who were clearly not engaged in any activities to resist the boarding by the Israeli forces, including a number of journalists and persons who had been sheltering from the fire, received injuries, including fatal injuries. It is apparent that no effort was made to minimize injuries at certain stages of the operation, that the use of live fire was done in an excessive and arbitrary manner. It is difficult not to conclude that once the order to use live fire had been given, no one was safe. Under the circumstances, it seems a matter of pure chance that there were not more fatalities as a result. That's a really interesting sentence. Principle 5 of the basic principles on the use of firearms for law enforcement participants: whenever a lawful use of firearms is unavoidable, shall exercise restraint as such use, minimize damage. Oh, Jesus. Okay. Okay, wait. I'm asking you in terms of this paper. And maybe there are more.
I sent you a few paragraphs to read. I think one or two might overlap.
Okay, hold on.
That's the paper that you're reading right now.
Oh. Okay, you want me to read 32 to 36?
I'm going to take laundry out while you read those.
From mid-2008, in response to the Free Gaza movement's attempts to enter Gaza by sea, the Israeli government took serious steps aimed at initially at deterring shipping from traveling to the area. A notice to mariners was issued stating that all ships entering the central zone with supervision. Then in August 2000, a second notice was issued to the American extends 20 miles to seaward from the Gaza Strip in accordance with the agreements between Israel. Okay, so there were agreements. Imposition of the naval blockade, use of 32 to 36. In his testimony to the Turkle Committee, Chief of General Staff Gabi Ashkenazi accepted that the phenomena of the flotillas in mid-2006 represented the trigger for the imposition of the maritime disclosure. Although he outlines that it was done for security purposes, Israel Chief Military Advocate General Avicii Mandelblit also stated that the justification for a naval blockade was on security grounds only. However, plans for a full naval blockade were initially not approved at the political level on grounds of legitimacy and the possibility of what Mandelblit described as severe criticism at the international level. Shortly prior to the initiation of Operation Cast Lead at the end of 2008, a recommendation for the initiation of a closure was made by the Military Advocate General to the Defense Minister, who directed the imposition of a... I'm reading to 36. It was established by Israel on the 3rd of January 2009 and announced by the Israeli Navy on the 6th of January. The advisory states that the Gaza maritime area is closed. All maritime traffic is under blockade imposed by the Israeli Navy until further notice. This advisory is publicized inter alia and a further notice to mariners and through other channels. It is also publicized twice daily on the Navtex broadcast system, regularly updating shipping according to location via direct printing service. Chief Military Advocate General Mandelblit stated this blockade was approved at ministry level by the state authority without involving military legal advice. Senior Israeli officials have stated that the base of the blockade was 1, the San Remo Manual, 2, the London Declaration, and 3, customary law and the existence of an armed conflict between Hamas and Israel that had continued after Operation Cast Lead. Military closure order was signed by the commander of the Israeli Navy on the 20th of May 2010, prohibiting persons from entering a specified closed area referred to as Area A, and advising all ships and persons to stay away from the dangerous area referred to as Area B, but according to testimony of the mission, not gazetted. The order announcing the blockade, gazetted, what does that mean? Like there's like a fence set up, or what does this mean? Announce or publish something. Oh, they didn't like publish something, okay. So about the mission, not gazetted. The order announcing the blockade was presented by the representative of the state in a hearing on the extension of detention of 4 Palestinian Arab citizens of Israel with the provision of base which the application was they've been in violation of, okay. And then 48 to 50. Did we already read these or no?
I think there might be some overlap, but I just...
Considering, okay, the law of naval warfare and the question of blockade. Considering the issues, okay. I don't know why this report is even making a ruling on this, or I don't know why they would even entertain this. It seems weird, but vessel is subject to the exclusive jurisdiction of the flag state under the international law. By treaty. Other exceptions would include acts of self-defense. Okay, wait. Flag state. Under the international law of the sea, such exceptions are usually limited to suspicion of certain activities, piracy, the safety of unauthorized high seas broadcasting, ships suspected of lacking nationality, in case where permission to board and inspect have been given either ad hoc or by treaty, e.g. those related to narcotics smuggling. It's been suggested that the United Nations Convention on the law of the sea, by reserving the use of the high seas for peaceful purposes, has effectively outlawed acts of naval warfare on the high seas. First, it should be noted that Israel is not a party to the convention. Second, there was no consensus on this position during the negotiation of the convention, not acceptable. the majority of scholarly opinion would also support the view that the law of naval warfare continues to be potentially applicable on the high seas. One attempt to codify this law was the independent expert study of the San Remo Manual on International Law Applicable to Armed Conflicts at Sea. While not authoritative, its codification effort has had a significant impact on information. Okay. And then 51 to 54, under the all commerce with a defined enemy coastline, a belligerent who established satisfy number is sole purpose of starving the South population, damage to the population. Okay. To 54, a blockade may not continue to be enforced unless portion of the population. In evaluating the evidence submitted to the mission, including by from the severe humanitarian in Gaza, the restriction of the economy, and the prevention of reconstruction, the mission is satisfied. The blockade was just mentioned. Okay, this is just saying that they believe the blockade is okay. And then 56 to, thus, if there's no lawful blockade, the only lawful basis for intercepting the vessel would be a reasonable suspicion that it was making an effort, contribution to the opposing force's war effort, or pose an imminent and overwhelming threat to Israel, and there's no alternative but to use force to prevent it. View of the information that satisfied the interception, not appeal motive concerns the vessel's contribution to war effort, therefore the mission is satisfied. Okay. All right. What do you want me to take from this?
My takeaway is that they had no cause to intercept the way they did. My understanding is that the people on the flotilla have the right to resist. So between those two things, yeah, it's an incident that shouldn't have happened. And there is also the fact that after the Turkle Commission, that Israel apologized, paid the families, and said they were wrong.
Okay, whether or not they apologize and pay the families,
sure, you could say it's pressure and all that other stuff.
Sure. Well, I'm just saying it doesn't. So this, I just
maybe you and I just have different interpretations.
Well, wait. Well, let me give my interpretation. Okay. So first, my first interpretation is I have no idea why they're even making a statement on this particular blockade when the two nations have already agreed to one another that the blockade is fine. The Palestinian Authority and Israel had already agreed.
Because Israel has certain laws on their books that they've said we're not going to, or certain international humanitarian laws that they don't codify in their books, but they're still beholden to internationally. So
yeah, but there is no international law that's clearly being broken. The entirety of this report.
Wait.
What? Well, no. I just read it. I can tell you. The entirety of this report rests on them rejecting the idea that, or rather embracing the idea that the blockade is inflicting collective punishment. That's the entire purpose of that line in that report. And once they've said that, so this is what 56 says. They said, thus, right? So in the preceding points, what they're trying to prove is that the blockade itself is just collective punishment. That's the whole point of enforcing the blockade here is the sole purpose of starving the civilian population. Blockade may not continue when it inflicts disproportionate damage. So they try to make that ruling here. Then they say, thus, if there's no lawful blockade, now the only way they can block that ship is if it's sailing in with a ton of guns, or they had good intelligence as is holy shit, this thing is carrying things. So if you reject the idea that any blockade exists, at that point, I think I probably have to agree with you, because why the fuck would another country be intercepting ships in my waters? That would be the equivalent of, let's say, me driving a boat illegally into Canada, and then the U.S. intercepts my ship when I'm up at fucking Montreal. I don't know if there's a lake there or whatever. That would be crazy. And Canada would rightfully say, well, hold on, you intercepted the ship. What the fuck? That's not even your waters, blah, blah, blah. But this entire document rests on them saying that the blockade was illegal, despite the fact that the Palestinian Authority and the Israeli government had signed an agreement agreeing to the blockade, and it had already been enforced. So if you want to take that position, then that's a position you can take. But absent that position, I'm pretty sure every single thing, save for the summary executions, if they happened, save for that, is probably fully justified. Do we agree with those two things as laid out like that, or no?
No, but give me a second. The ships on the flotilla boarded no, because it was in international waters this took place, and they are bound and protected by the state under which their flag flies, which is Turkey. So in that area, they had no right to intercept them.
Let's see. When this says that they were in international waters, are they saying that international waters are they disagreeing with Israel's assertion that it has a right to board things 20 miles off the coast? Or were these ships further than 20 miles off the coast?
6 ships in the flotilla were boarded in international waters about 80 miles from the Israeli coast.
Gotcha. Okay, so then
that doesn't even, depending on where the map location overlaps with that blockade region, I don't even know if they were even in the blockade region at the time of their interception. But regardless, they were in international waters and under the protections of the Turkish flag and the laws of the international waters, whatever they're called.
Gotcha.
International maritime law.
So then is your whole argument then, would it change if they were in that 20-mile thing? Or is it solely based on the fact that it happened in international waters?
Let me think. So my understanding is that they're allowed to, even without the ruling about the legality of the blockade, is that they are allowed to resist.
Wait. Oh, wait, I'm so sorry. Say what you were going to say. I'm sorry.
I was going to say that they're allowed to resist the boarding. Is that predicated on the ruling?
Well, that would be predicated on, because I'm asking, let's say they were within those 20 miles. Mm-hmm. Would you then change your whole position on this? Is this only predicated on them being in international waters?
Well, that, I guess, me agreeing to you there is if I agree with that, their ruling doesn't mean anything, or their analysis doesn't mean anything as far as whether or not the blockade was legal. Because I don't know. That the blockade is illegal.
Why do you agree with their analysis that the blockade is illegal, but you disagree with the next UN General Secretary investigation that says the blockade?
That's what I said I'd provide you sources on.
Okay.
There are a few tests that have to. I don't want to bastardize it, but there are a few tests that have to be made as far as whether or not that ruling stands.
The Turkle Commission. Okay. You said the Turkle Commission here says something for you?
I mean, that was Israel. I think Israel's internal investigation. Hold on. How do you spell
Public
Turkle?
Commission to examine the maritime incident. Here you go. Jesus. You said go to page 220. In the PDF? In this part of the report, the Commission will examine the following legal questions. Reactions undertaken by Israel on May 31st, 2010 to intercept and board the flotilla vessel outside the blockaded area of the Gaza Strip in conformity with international law. Okay, so even Israel admits it happened outside of the protected area, which seems to be a no-no, I think, maybe. This seems to be a no-no. Mm-hmm. Was Israel's forces supposed to participate during the interception, carried out according to international law? Was the planning and organization of the Israeli military operation carried out in conformity? Okay, conformity between the actions Israel took to enforce the blockade. The law governing the enforcement of blockade. As discussed in Chapter A of this report, Israel established the naval blockade as part of its international armed conflict with the Hamas. The legal regime governing the establishment and enforcement of such a blockade is the laws of naval warfare. The relevant legal rules can be found in customary international humanitarian law, which have largely been outlined in the San Remo Manual. Article 97 of the manual states, a blockade may be enforced and maintained by a combination of legitimate methods and means of warfare, provided this combination does not result in acts inconsistent with the rules set out in this document, emphasis added. An attempt to breach a properly established blockade is a non-neutral act resulting in a loss of the protection and relative freedom of navigation available to neutral shipping under the law of the sea. As a result, a ship that attempts to breach a blockade becomes subject to the rules of international humanitarian law governing the conduct of enforcement in international waters. The Israeli armed forces boarded the Mavi Marmara and the other flotilla vessels 70 to 100 nautical miles from the Gaza coast outside the blockaded area, i.e. in international waters. There's been an ongoing international debate regarding the location in which ships seeking to breach a blockade may be boarded. The key issue in this debate is not whether such boarding may take place in international waters, but rather at what distance outside the blockaded area a party may board a vessel attempting to breach the blockade. According to customary international humanitarian law, an attempt to breach a blockade occurs when a ship is on a course destined for a blockaded port or is anchored or hovering outside a blockaded area so that it can evade the blockading forces. As the U.S. Commander's Naval Handbook notes, knowledge of the existence of the blockade is essential to the offenses of breach of blockade and attempted breach of blockade. Therefore, if it can be established that a ship is purposefully attempting to breach a blockade, that ship is subject to capture wherever it is located. This has to be within reason, I'm sure. Like if I was like coming out of like, again, like a bay in the United States trying to break a blockade in South Africa, I doubt like a South African vessel can capture me. Destiny, they clearly stated their intention to breach the blockade. They explicitly said negative, our destination is Gaza when radioed by the Israeli Navy. Mike, can you link me that? Hence, the flotilla organizers and participants must have been aware of the existence of the Gaza blockade. Okay, the material before the commission demonstrates that the Israeli forces chose to enforce the blockade outside the blockaded area on the basis of two reasons. First, intelligence assessment indicated that the Hamas were organizing small boats to meet the flotilla, and there was concerns that these boats would pose a security risk that the flotilla vessels were intercepted close to the Gaza coastline. Second, as was outlined in the testimony of the Chief of Staff, Lieutenant General Ashkenazi, the intention of the Israeli forces was to capture the vessels with the minimum use of force, and during such an operation, there was a great advantage to operating under the cover of darkness. As a result, the operation was carried out just before dawn, at which point the flotilla vessels were still located outside the blockaded area. These grounds constitute valid and reasonable operational considerations, failing within the customary rules regarding the distance from the coast that a blockade can be enforced. The Commission concludes that the Israeli armed forces were justified in boarding the flotilla vessels in international waters under the rules of international law, given the location and announced destination. Wait, Mike, can you link me that? First contact. Negative. Was that in this report? Hold on. Okay, this is the flotilla raid map. Okay, Cyprus, south of Turkey. We know this. From Istanbul, from Greece. These are different ships. Okay, departure of the flotilla. Okay. First contact with Israeli forces, 30th May. Start of the assault. Okay. Territorial waters, disputed border. 12.5 nautical miles. Israeli Defense Force vessels. IDF vessels. Oh, I see. Okay. Mike gave a link. Okay, hold on. Jesus Christ.
Mavi Marmara, you are approaching an area of hostilities, which is under a naval blockade. The Gaza area, coastal region, and Gaza harbor are closed to all maritime traffic. The Israeli government supports delivery of humanitarian supplies to the civilian population in the Gaza Strip and invites you to enter the Ashdod port. Delivery of the supplies, in accordance with the authorities' regulations, will be through the formal land crossings and under your observation, after which you can return to your home ports aboard the vessels on which you arrived.
Negative. Our destination is Gaza. Our destination.
Okay, so that, okay. Okay, assuming, they said negative, our destination is Gaza. So assuming this part of international law is true, which I'm just making the assumption, but they could be lying. What page was this on? Fuck, I'm not gonna remember it. San Remo, is it San Remo manual? Oh, it was international waters maybe, right? Enforcement, okay. Attempted, okay, so assuming this is true, which I'm just making the assumption that they wouldn't just lie about international, but I guess they could be. Okay, all right. Okay, you ready? My brain is... Yep. Okay, so here's, okay, so it seems to be the case that this is all under the assumption that the blockade has been agreed upon and it's an okay blockade. Mm-hmm. From the fact that it's an okay blockade, if it is the case that it's an okay blockade, these ships were making for Gaza. Israel, if they believe the ships are making for this port in Gaza, have a right to intercept and try to communicate. Once they communicated, the ships stated, we are going to Gaza, so they showed intent to break the blockade. At the point that they showed intent to break the blockade, Israel has every right to intercept the ships. Once they intercepted the ships, it's pretty obvious, I don't know if you're watching this, but like the entire crew is like trying to
They are allowed to do this.
No shot.
All right, hold on, stop.
Okay.
Stop.
Sure.
Don't say another word. Don't poison the audience.
Okay. Well, aren't I poisoning them against me? Because like if I'm wrong...
No, you're poisoning them against me because they're just going to say Lycan got beat the fuck up.
Oh, okay. Jeez. Assuming the blockade was legal is jumping past the most important part. The blockade is illegal under international law. The blockade, apparently that's contested. I don't know if blockades are ruled upon by international law. I'm not entirely sure. However,
It's not the blockade. It's that the
that's
the collective punishment purpose is what makes the blockade illegal.
but the collective punishment purpose is what? Yeah, that's what's being
And that
ruled upon.
report you're reading from right now, the Turkel Commission, is for all the. By the way, this is an Israeli
It is. It's an Israeli.
semi-official, not impartial report, and they exonerate Israel of a lot of the key things.
Wait, what do you mean by not impartial?
No, it's semi-official, and I'm saying not impartial because it's Israeli involved
Sure.
with an Israeli. Like this isn't a watchdog group.
Okay.
But the I want to get back to this. I'm not dodging it.
Sure.
So, Buck, what was the point you just made?
Well, what I was going to say is, what we're probably going to do is, I don't care about this UN General Assembly ruling the blockade illegitimate, because I
It's
believe...
the Human Rights Council
Yes, but this
making
particular...
a human rights judgment.
Yeah, but this document is woefully inaccurate, or I'm sorry, inadequate to make that judgment.
In what way?
The entire point, the presupposition of this UN report is to say that Israel's actions were bad because the blockade is unjustified. And the blockade being unjustified, they say, because there is a severe humanitarian crisis going on in the Gaza Strip. I feel like that's a full-on, like, fleshed out thing that both sides, because obviously Israel disagrees with that, with the UN, and to just throw that in here and then to say now everything they did was wrong and illegal, that seems like...
I feel like it says more than that. Like, it also says that they were protected in international waters.
No.
doesn't it?
Well, hold on. My understanding from what I read earlier, and I didn't read every single part of this, I probably only read like 15% from what you've linked me, is the entire purpose of this report is presupposing that they can make the statement that there is a grave humanitarian crisis in Gaza, the Gaza Strip, and that the blockade amounts to collective punishment. But those are two things that Israel is going to be fighting against. They're going to say it's not collective punishment; it's for security purposes.
Well, they don't actually. That's the point I was going to say. The Turkel report doesn't actually fight them on the security political basis of the blockade. That report does not.
How? There's no way you've read this. How do you know that?
I've not. See, I can.
So
admit,
if I control,
hold on.
Well, no, yeah, no, but I'm saying if I control a blockade, you don't think they're going to provide a justification for the blockade anywhere in here?
If you find it, you get to prove Finkelstein wrong.
Okay, so this says, Section A, the security circumstances in which the naval blockade on the Gaza Strip was imposed and whether the blockade complies with the rules of international law. So it sounds like they are going to make that argument in here, which makes sense because that was the primary motivating part.
Not that they're making the case for the law. It's whether or not they fight the dual security political nature of it, which is the basis for which the ruling from the Security Council was predicated on, or the Human Rights Council. It said for the purpose of those political reasons, though that constitutes collective punishment, and that's what the Turkel report does not refute.
Okay. Oh, Jesus. All right. Let's see. 4A. Purpose of the report.
You know, I'm sorry. Can we address something real quick? Stop. Pause your chat.
Uh-oh. What?
I just can't understand. Go up. Stop.
Uh-huh.
I just can't understand why Lycan is so... No. Why Lycan is so... Where the fuck did it go?
Why Lycan is unable to budge on any of this.
Yeah, that and this. Again, I'll budge when I'm given a good shove to budge. God damn it. And it's not one guy, because I saw a bunch of this, and the subreddit was full of this shit. Like, if he fucking makes a case and I buy into it, yeah, but I'm not digging my... Do you feel like I'm immovable and just being an asshole?
Well, I feel like you've arrived at the conclusion in your post talking to get there.
Fucking
but I could be wrong. I could be wrong, but that was just my feeling because of like the way that all these sources are brought
Let's
up,
talk
right?
about this real quick for a second.
Go ahead.
Like, pro-Israel all my fucking life. I took interest in this before this fucking conflict happened. It started over the summer. The only thing that my mind changed on was like 2019 or some shit like that. Abby Martin goes on Joe Rogan, when I used to listen all the time, and says, some things are happening. I look it up. I'm like, oh yeah, it seems like there's some apartheid conditions and the settlements, but it was like still Israel bad or Israel good fighting the bad guy, and they just need to stop the settlements and everything will be good. Sure. And then the more I learned...
Wait, okay, hold on, wait. I don't care about any of this, okay?
No, because my image is being tainted by this shit.
Okay.
So I'm not coming at this from like, already conclusions, and then I just want this to be the case, and I'm working there.
Okay.
Like with each of these things, I'm reading, I'm learning. Not all this shit came from Finkelstein. I fucking just admitted I haven't read this fucking report. My understanding of this report does come from Finkelstein. Like, I don't know how much more honest I can be about this shit. So no, I'm not like arriving at conclusions and getting there. I'm being, you know, when I'm reading someone else's material, describing these situations, I am being led down a path of explanation, right? It's not just, this is the bad, worst thing ever, but then I go find research to support it because it feels good.
Gotcha. Okay, hold on real quick. Jeez, there's so many things. Okay, somebody keeps linking this in chat. There have been much discussion about the legality of Israel's decision to take action on a flotilla of ships from other states in international waters. The relevant law relating to international waters is governed by the Convention on the High Seas, Geneva 1958, ratified by Israel in 1961, and likely to be customary international law. Article 2 of the Convention states that the high seas being open to all nations and freedom of the high seas comprises freedom of navigation. Article 4 states that every state has the right to sail ships under its flag in the high seas, and Article 6.1 states that when ships sail under the flag of a state, they shall be subject to its exclusive jurisdiction in the high seas. Article 11.3 states that no arrest or detention of the ship, even as a measure of investigation, shall be ordered by any authorities other than those of the flag state. Article 22.1 states that a warship which encounters a foreign merchant ship on the high seas is not justified in boarding her unless there is reasonable ground for suspecting A, that the ship is engaged in piracy, or B, that the ship is engaged in the slave trade, or C, the ship is of the same nationality as the warship. There is no piracy if any action is not committed for private ends. It follows from the above that all interference with a merchant ship under any pretense beyond the 3-mile limit is prima facie illegal. So prima facie meaning like just written as the rules. If you're doing something, it's illegal. I believe that's what prima facie means, right? So if the facts are like I murdered somebody and or I killed somebody with no reason, and the state wants to take me to court, and part of the facts of the case are, one is I killed somebody, you'd say, well, prima facie you have a case. If two, it's like, well, I didn't kill somebody, but I looked at them really mean, and 5 years later they, like fell off a fucking building and drowned, right? Prima facie, I don't have a case. There's no, like, you're not even on the letter law, right? Okay, that's what prima facie means, I think. Okay, but however, I don't know what this website is.
Read the next page, or read the next paragraph.
Yes, the flotilla was reportedly attacked about 70 miles off the coast of Gaza outside an Israeli-declared exclusion zone. However, the Convention on the Territorial Sea does not recognize such exclusion or security zones, and the International Law Commission considered that extreme vagueness of the term security would open the way for abuses. Furthermore, Brownlee notes that the International Law Commission and the majority of states do not accept the legality of security zones, and therefore are unlikely to regard an ambulatory exercise of a right of anticipatory self-defense in any favor. So this legal analysis here rejects the idea that you can ever have not embargoes, blockades. So if you want to roll with that, that's fine. But to say that all interference is prima facie illegal because this particular legal analysis rejects the idea of exclusion zones is a little bit silly, because my guess is going to be nobody else in the world runs their waters that way, number one. And number two, is it the San Remo manual? Is this what oh God, bro, I don't want to know any of this. Okay. Blockade. It sounds like, is it the San Remo manual?
I just want to say, like, there are so many other bigger things I have bigger issues with than this one.
I understand, and I love you, and I appreciate that, but this is like, all of it comes down here, and this is where my mind, I'm admitting to you, like, and my mind is being poisoned, okay, by the Mossad and by the IDF, because every time I'm given these situations and I dig and I dig and I dig, it just seems to like get flimsier and flimsier and flimsier to a very frustrating degree. But maybe I'm wrong. Maybe at the end of all this, like, oh, okay, yeah, it was pretty fucked up. Okay, so I believe that the San Marino manual is what is being cited here. I believe. Yes, that's what Israel is citing, and I believe this has been ratified, or at least is being used by a whole bunch of different people. It sounds like everybody agrees, or a lot of people agree. We can look it up. San Remo manual, Wikipedia, that international waters, San Remo.
And I have not read this.
That's fine. On international law applicable to our Constitution, it was adopted in June 1994 by the International Institute of Humanitarian Law after a series of roundtable discussions held between 88 and 94 by diplomats and naval and legal experts. It is the only comprehensive international instrument that has been drafted on the law of naval warfare since 1913. So this sounds like the manual. It sounds like it. I could be wrong because I don't know anything about this, and I didn't before 2 hours ago, okay? It sounds like, from what I've read, this is the manual. Oh, they've even got a little Gaza flotilla right here. That this is the manual that okay. This is the manual that people use when talking about blockades. So I'm just saying that this website, this link here, is dog shit because it's not taking into account that other group of internationally codified naval laws. Maybe they've got a good reason for it, but this website's not taking that into account, so it's yeah, okay. All right, hold on. Boom, boom, close. Okay. Israel. In this chapter, we shall survey the security situation that led to the imposition of the naval blockade on the Gaza Strip, and we shall also examine whether the naval blockade that was an imposition on the Gaza Strip is consistent with the rules of international law. The legal analysis in the chapter shall be divided into several parts. The first part of this chapter shall present in brief the complex factual background concerning the legal status of the Gaza Strip, the status of Gaza's territorial waters. Okay. Wait, somebody said page 104.101. 100. Oh, claims regarding collective punishment. An issue that has been addressed is whether the blockade and Israel's land crossing policy are a form of collective punishment that is contrary to the rules of international humanitarian law. This is a very serious claim. Under the circumstances, it is important to analyze the concept of collective punishment, understand its basis in law, and potential relevance to the case at hand. The suggested basis in treaty law for this concept is found in Article 33 of the Fourth Geneva Convention. In Article 50 of the Hague Relations of 1907, which prohibit the punishment of a protected person because of acts that they did not commit independently or for which he is not otherwise responsible. This prohibition was also recognized in the first additional protocol and the second additional protocol as a basic guarantee for all civilians and injured, blah, 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 blah. The various commentaries of the International Committee of the Red Cross provide a particularly broad interpretation of the term collective punishment. The commentary to Article 33 of Geneva Convention 4 indicates that collective penalties refers not to sentences pronounced by a court, but rather penalties of any kind inflicted on persons or entire groups for acts these persons have not committed. Actually, here's a quick question, okay? Fuck me! Okay. I'm trying not to get blackpilled on the fucking, on like the UN HRC shit. Here's just a question that I have, and I'm curious what your answer with this would be. Based on how I've heard collective punishment defined by the United Nations Human Rights Council, would it not be the case that every single embargo or every single sanction ever would be a form of collective punishment?
I think it has to do with the impact that you're having and your reasons for doing it. Like, so I think motivation is one.
Wait. That's not what the UN HRC is. I don't want to hear your argument. The HRC's argument. It seems like they're saying anytime civilians are punished as a result of targeting like a terrorist organization or regime, it amounts to like a war crime or a human rights abuse or contravention of international law. I think but wouldn't that every single sanction ever then be violating this?
I don't know.
Okay.
I mean, it's just one of those things that, how much did you preach during COVID times about trusting institutions? Like during COVID, during the Trump investigations.
Yeah, institutions are super important. I don't know where this institution comes from. I'm not sure, but I'm curious. Or where they come from. Okay, sanctions, collective punishment. Because when I'm reading, admittedly, I am being very, 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 very flagrant here. Admittedly, it sounds like what Israel is arguing or is about to argue, based on the little bit I've read here, it sounds like what Israel is going to argue is that when international law speaks about collective punishment, what they're actually talking about is, let's say that me and another, troop, we get into a conflict, and let's say that we capture 53 soldiers, okay? We bring the 53 soldiers back, and my brother got killed by one of the other soldiers here. I'm gonna beat the shit out of every single one of these soldiers. It sounds like that's what they're talking about when they say collective punishment.
I know after Cass led, when the Goldstone report came out, they referred to it as collective punishment, like the war itself was a form of collective punishment. Sure, but also refers to other types of sanctions, harassment, or administration acting to a group in retaliation for an act committed by an individual, such who refers to the group. Such punishments therefore target persons who have no responsibility for having committed the conduct in question. This is other types of sanctions. Historically used as a deterrent tool by occupying powers to prevent attacks and persistent movements, collective punishment are acts committed by individuals during an armed conflict permitted by the IHL against prisoners of war or other protected persons. The following persons are protected by international humanitarian law: wounded, sick, and shipwrecked, prisoner of war, civilian persons who, because of a conflict or occupation, are in the power of a party whose nationality they do not possess. So they consider that, and I think that was the ruling after the 2009 thing, but I think it's been reaffirmed before in 2011, I think, not sure, that like these people are the responsibility of Israel because they are still considered in their control. Well, yeah, everybody agrees with that. I would never argue that. That's for sure, of course, yeah. If there was like somebody that came into the Gaza Strip, like actually, even if a foreign army started to invade the West Bank, I'm pretty sure Israel would have an obligation to defend the West Bank from a foreign invader. I think they would have that obligation. Okay. Medical and religious personnel, civil defense personnel, persons assigned cultural property. Because of a conflict or action and the power of a party whose nationality they do not possess. What?
I'm curious why protected persons, shouldn't they also just include civilians?
You should. I know that those books are long and all that stuff, but I'm totally copying to getting my information on the flotilla primarily from...
No, that's fine. I would just never read a Finkelstein book. I would go to like another primary source or something else.
Right, but like he makes the analysis of all the points you're making and sources it. So check his sources, because again, that's what I did. So like...
Well, yeah, but like, hold on. Wait, can you show me this? You made a very clear statement earlier saying that Finkelstein claimed that the Turkel Commission didn't address this.
There's a whole... That's why I said give me time, because
Sure.
I need to go through and grab it all.
Okay, sure. What was the name of that book again?
Method and Madness.
Okay. What was the name of my e-reader, guys? I'm not gonna remember it. E-reader, fuck.
And I think Dangerous and Reckless Act is the chapter.
Christ. Caliber. Okay. You said Method and Madness, correct?
Can we take a real quick break for a second? Will you play that clip for forethought?
Oh. Oh god, hold on, I got so much shit over.
You're welcome, buddy.
Don't Black Brainy. Don't need this.
It's one of those YouTube links.
Yeah, we're...
Link it, chat.
Jesus. What is this? Okay. Okay, streamable. I want to read this if I can. Okay.
You support regime change.
Of Hamas, absolutely. I don't think Hamas should govern.
But therefore, you
Palestine.
support regime change. In any
Yes.
government where you
Of
do not
Hamas?
believe, in any government where you do not believe that person should be there, you support regime change. Assuming they meet a certain threshold of badness, right?
Yeah, of course.
Okay, that's not how democracy works.
Okay, so you don't think if Hitler was democratically elected, you don't support regime change of Hitler? You're just, so like,
I'm sorry. Again, like
You're
Hitler.
fine with
You just went from Hamas to Hitler. How many people has
Yeah,
Hamas
I think
killed in the
that's-
last
I think
20
that's
years?
So I think I collected myself after I made this point, but my point is that we were talking again what we talked about earlier, democratically elected, our involvement, all that
Wait,
stuff.
why not just, you should just bite the bullet. Yeah, you would oppose the deposition. You should oppose it. But
Well, no,
that's not even a crazy argument.
no,
Hold on.
I said-
Hold on. That's not even a crazy argument. If Hitler was fairly democratically elected, you can't just go in and depose the leader, even if they've made like crazy statements. Yeah, that's obviously true. Wait, was this supposed to
No,
be?
and that's what I say after, is that like once I fucking collect myself, I say, are we talking right after he's elected? Because at that point, it's like, no.
You don't
But
support-
after like all the shit he did, then it's like, okay, well, yeah, we go to
yeah,
war.
what
we
is
fucking-
World War II going to look like if Hitler gets elected? Fuck, was it in 33? When did Hitler first get elected to fucking
3 or
power?
4.
If I got that, oh my god, I'm such a fucking. The Adderall has activated my brain. I'm on the limitless drug. I don't even know how I knew this, and I just fucking knew it. Okay, sorry. Yeah, hold on. No, wait. Hold on. Wait. Hold on. I'm so curious as opposed to my subreddit. Lycan's brain breaks. I didn't actually watch the clip because I was out of town. It's not a big jump. He's arguing to keep Hitler in power. Never concede. Okay, hold on. You guys are unhinged. So every single person in this thread, keep in mind, all of you fucking retards are saying the United States should have invaded fucking Germany in 1933 to depose the leader? The argument is unhinged. Should we have also invaded in whatever year to depose the leaders of fucking Japan and fucking Italy as well? Wait, what? Okay, never mind. LOL, no one is saying that? Well, then what's the point of the hypothetical? The policy of appeasement is known to have been a major failure. Okay, hold on. Fully admitting that my World War II history is pretty bad. I'll admit that, okay? However, when they talk about appeasement, I don't think they're talking about electing their leaders. I'm pretty sure they were talking about small-scale invasions and seizing territory and letting Hitler keep it. Wasn't that appeasement? Wasn't that the whole point of appeasement? Appeasement wasn't, oh, you guys can run your own elections. I thought appeasement was like you're doing things that are solely breaking agreements from the fucking Treaty of Versailles, and you're starting to like fucking conquer shit, and we're just gonna let you like chill or whatever. Wasn't that the point of appeasement? Is there no threshold where a democratically elected leader could be worse than the consequences of regime change? Yeah, there absolutely are points where democratically elected leaders could be worse than the consequences of regime change. But you can't just coup a leader because you think it's worse. Like, how do we even qualify that? That's an insane contravention of any international or moral or ethical standard I can ever think of. With the only exception being, and that's why I had a hard time answering the question earlier, I don't know how I feel if like an actual terrorist group is elected leader. That's a hard one. Say, for instance, in Syria, some wild fucking shit happens and Bashar al-Assad actually did get fucking assassinated. The FSA gets toppled, the Kurds get kicked out, Turkey's pushed back and everything. And all of a sudden, ISIS is now like the leading government in Syria. Do you have a right to topple the regime of ISIS? I don't know. That's a hard one. On that, I think I very slightly lean towards no. Very slightly. But I don't know. That's a hard one. I hope I gave the same answer for Hamas in 2006. Like, did the United States have a right to try to funnel weapons to the Fatah and depose Hamas? I think I very slightly lean towards no. I don't think you should do that. I don't think you can contravene the democratic will of the people there, assuming that ISIS was elected and all that. But, like, it's a really close one. Okay.
Yes, I do think if Hamas could be regime change now, it should happen. Problem is that if you have any understanding of these type of organizations, you're not going to fucking do that so easily.
Sure. Okay. All right. Where were we?
So do you want to read this like yourself off stream? Like, because again, I want you to go through like sources and figure out, again, I am totally movable. You read through some shit and you're like, this is bullshit. These conclusions are bad. But he makes multiple points as to why.
I just want to do the collective punishment thing real quick. And then I won't. Yeah. Okay. On the 31st of May 2010, a humanitarian flotilla en route to Gaza carrying some 10,000 tons of supplies and 700 passengers came under attack. And this is a reading from Finkelstein's book. This is chapter 4, Dangerous and Reckless Act. Okay. Okay. On the 31st of May 2010, a humanitarian flotilla en route to Gaza carrying some 10,000 tons of supplies and 700 passengers came under attack in international waters by Israeli commandos. By the end of the nighttime Israeli assault, 9 passengers aboard the flagship Mavi Marmara had been shot dead. 8 were Turkish citizens. 1 was a dual U.S.-Turkish citizen. The details of this massacre are in an important respect beside the point. The consensus among human rights and humanitarian organizations was and remains that the Israeli blockade of Gaza constitutes a form of collective punishment in flagrant violation of international law. This summary is wild. That is a wild summary here, but okay. Israel accordingly had no right to use force to enforce an illegal blockade. Israel's concomitant claim that its attack on the Mavi Marmara was an act of self-defense also does not pass legal muster. I like how he cites these as just like everybody agrees, but clearly that wasn't the case. There's a lot of back and forth argument over like international.
You got to look at the citations then, right? Like
no, hold on. That's fake news. That's bullshit. Look at the citations. Doesn't actually work here. Unless he's citing something that literally says every legal expert agrees. Even in just the fucking wiki, and then even in this other law site we read, there are like multiple competing like international naval standards. There's tons of legal professors that are making back and forth, and we even have 2 separate commissions. I'm sorry, hold on, 3. We had the first UN one said that it was illegal, the blockade was illegal. The second one disagreed and said it wasn't illegal. And now we have an Israeli, the Turkey Commission, that's also saying it's not illegal. I'm sure there might have been other...
That's one of his main points of contention in this chapter.
Sure, but I'm just saying that if even the UN itself is conflicted on the legality of the blockade, it's incredibly dishonest, bordering on academic fraudulence for him to claim that it is widespread agreement that the blockade is illegal. That is not at all what I saw. And considering the fact that the UN Secretary General themselves had a panel with 4 members where they said the blockade was legal, it's wild for him to cite like Amnesty International or other human rights orgs and say that, the blockade was clearly legal.
Sorry, what's the line? Where does it start?
It's the 3rd paragraph on the 4th chapter.
Consensus among human rights and humanitarian organizations. That's the one you have contention with?
Wait. his framing of the entire raid is ridiculously one-sided. But the details of he tries to hand-wave that by saying the details of the massacre are in an important respect beside the point. That's an insane statement, but whatever. This sentence. The consensus among human rights and humanitarian organizations was and remains that the Israeli blockade of Gaza constitutes a form of collective punishment in flagrant violation of international law. That's not. I don't think you can just say the consensus, right? What?
Well, we'll take a note on that and give them a pushback on that one.
Oh, fuck. Sorry, hold on. Okay. I hate this guy. Lycan, I hate this guy. Okay. In my opinion, my AP English 4, high school student opinion, if I were to write a sentence and I were to say, the consensus among human rights and humanitarian organizations was and remains that the Israeli blockade of Gaza constitutes a form of collective punishment in flagrant violation of international law. Israel accordingly had no right to use force to enforce a legal blockade. If I wrote that sentence in high school, and then my footnote, the footnote that he uses to justify that claim is the singular UN report. Does that singular UN report...
Is that not multiple sources?
This is one source. It says the most authoritative legal analysis is a document prepared by an investigative mission mandated by the UN Human Rights Council, report of the International Fact-Finding Mission to investigate violations of international law, including international humanitarian human rights law, resulting from the Israeli attack on the flotilla of ships carrying humanitarian assistance from the 27th of September 2010.
No, it's one source.
The mission was headed up by a retired judge of the International Criminal Court and included the former chief prosecutor of the United Nations Special Court for Sierra Leone. It concluded that the blockade was inflicting disproportionate damage upon the civilian population in the Gaza Strip, and as such, the interception could not be justified and was considered illegal. One of the principal motives behind the imposition of the blockade was a desire to punish the people of the Gaza Strip for having elected Hamas. The combination of this is one UN report saying this, and there's a UN report that comes out months later that disagrees. Why can he put that one
He talks
footnote?
about that report.
Sure, but why can he put that one footnote and say that there is the consensus among human rights and humanity? Shouldn't you have more footnotes to prove a consensus? This isn't necessarily your fault. I'm just saying that's shoddy writing at best. If I was writing a paper, I can say the UN said in this report, but to say there's a consensus and to have one footnote there, the only reason I'm coming down hard on him too is because I've listened to his talks. This guy jerks off his footnotes a lot. He's like, nobody's ever accused me of having footnotes. This is the second one that I've pretty thoroughly investigated. The other one was in reference to that.
Take that note. That sounds like
Barack
a good
Obama.
question. Take that note for your debate with them. Why do you feel confident saying this is the consensus and you only cite one document?
Oh, Jesus. Okay. Questions for Norm.
Regarding the Mavi Marmara.
Why do you say consensus says blockade illegal, but only cite one footnote? Chapter 4 of Method and Madness. Okay, let me keep reading on this couple paragraphs here to see what he says, okay? Israel's concomitant claim that its attack on the Mavi Marmara was an act of self-defense also does not pass legal muster. A tenet of law establishes that no legal benefit or right can be derived from an illegal act. Okay, and then he cites some Latin here. Consequently, Israel cannot claim a right of self-defense that arises because of an illegal blockade. On the other hand, the passengers aboard a convoy in international waters carrying humanitarian relief to a beleaguered population had every right to use force in self-defense against what was, in effect, a pirate raid. I wonder what he's citing here. He's citing the exact same... Sorry, I shouldn't laugh. I'm sorry. He's citing the same fact-finding report. Still, it bears notice that Israel's explanation for the deaths has been refuted by authoritative accounts of what transpired. The official Israeli account would have it that peaceful commandos armed only with paintball rifles were ambushed and lynched by a phalanx of radical anti-Western machete-wielding bloodthirsty jihadists, and that the Israelis used armed force only as a last resort in self-defense. In fact, Israeli combatants in inflatable boats abutting the Mavi Marmara opened fire with tear gas, smoke, and stun grenades, and perhaps plastic bullets, and helicopters hovering above them opened fire with live ammunition before any commando had rappelled on the deck. This is... What is he sourcing for this? Oh, wait, what? Hold on, I'm sorry. Page 112.
Paragraph 112 of the, it looks like it's talking about the UN one.
Yeah.
That's the globe, yeah.
Okay, he cites this footnote saying that. Hold on, let me just reread his
To be
sentence.
fair, he's not citing a footnote. That's a footnote where you're reading, but he cites the report. 112 to 114.
No. He's saying helicopters hovering above then opened fire with live ammunition before any commandos had rappelled on deck. That's his claim, and he's citing the fact-finding mission number 112 here. Let's see what they say. Initial attempts to board the Mavi Marmara from the sea. Israeli Zodiac boats made a first attempt to board the Mavi Marmara from the sea shortly before 4:30 a.m. Several Zodiac boats approached the ship at the stern from both the port and starboard sides. The approach was accompanied by the firing of non-lethal weaponry onto the ship, including smoke and stun grenades, tear gas, and paintballs. Plastic bullets may also have been used at the stage. However, despite some claims that live ammunition was also fired from the Zodiac boat, the mission is not satisfied that this was the case. The Israeli force attempted to board the ship through the attaching ladders to the hull. Passengers engaged in efforts to repel the attempted boarding using the ship's water hoses and the throwing of various items at the boats, including chairs, sticks, marijuana that were readily to hand. The initial attempt to board the ship proved unsuccessful. It is the view of the mission that the Israeli forces should have reevaluated their plans when it became obvious that putting their soldiers on board the ship may lead to civilian casualties.
And what's the last paragraph? Because he cites that one too.
Landing soldiers from helicopters onto the Mavi Marmara just minutes after soldiers from the Zodiac boats had made initial unsuccessful attempts to board. The first helicopter approached the ship at approximately 4:30 hours, hovering over the top deck. At this point, between 10 and 20 passengers were located in the central area in the top deck. Although this number increased as other passengers learned of events at the top deck, the Israeli forces used smoke and stun grenades in an attempt to clear an area for the landing of soldiers. The first rope that was let down from the helicopter was taken by passengers and tied to a part of the ship of the top deck and thereby rendered ineffective for the purposes of soldiers' descent. A second rope was then let down from the helicopter and the first group of soldiers descended. The mission does not find it plausible that soldiers were holding their weapons and firing as they descended on the rope. However, it is concluded that live ammunition was used from the helicopter onto the top deck prior to the descent of the soldiers. Okay.
Which is his claim.
That's good. Okay, so it's here at the very, very, very bottom.
I'm sorry, is Lex, your chat's spamming, is Lex super chatting you?
This is old. I responded a long time ago. He's got it at the bottom. Okay, good job. Okay, where are we at here? Wait. Somebody said live ammo could be stun and smoke grenades. No. Live ammunition, I've never heard live ammunition referred to as anything besides
bullets.
Bullets. Never in my life heard that before. Okay. Passengers, none of whom were linked with the terrorist organization at the time of the attack, did not even prepare for injuries, and neither possessed firearms nor discharged ones they seized. Captured Israeli commandos were given medical care and then escorted for release. Far from firing with restraint and only in self-defense, the Israeli commandos killed the 9 passengers by shooting all but one of them multiple times. 5 were shot in the head and at least 6 were killed in a manner consistent with the extra-legal, arbitrary, and summary execution. Even if, for argument's sake, one credit... Did you watch this video?
Of the Mavi Marmara? No.
This is kind of wild, okay? I understand that he's got his narrative that he likes to push or whatever.
That is also, according to what we've just read, the narrative of the United Nations.
Well, no, hold on. This part here.
Which part?
The official is... Okay. He basically makes it sound like up to this point, if you read... I can reread it if you don't believe me, but he makes it sound like basically commandos are boarding the ship and the passengers were basically just chilling while commandos were like trying to board the ship. Still, it bears notice that Israel's explanation for the deaths have been refuted by authoritative accounts of what transpired. The official Israeli account would have it that peaceful commandos armed only with paintball rifles were ambushed and lynched by a phalanx of radical anti-Western, machete-wielding, bloodthirsty jihadists, and that the Israelis used armed force only as a last resort in self-defense. In fact, Israeli combatants in inflatable boats abutting the Mavi Marmara opened fire with tear gas, smoke, and stun grenades, and perhaps plastic bullets, and helicopters hovering above then opened fire with live ammunition before any commando had rappelled on deck. The passengers, none of whom were linked to the terrorist organization at the time of attack, did not even prepare for injuries and neither possessed firearms nor discharged once they seized. So that's like, so it sounds like he's just basically saying that the people on the deck were chilling, but like...
It doesn't he explicitly say they resisted?
Wait, hold on. Did it even say they tied the ladder here on this one? I don't know if he says it in his book. I don't think he says that.
I don't think he says that.
I think he says
Hold
they
on.
have the right to resist, but I don't think he ever says that they resisted anywhere here.
Hold on.
Because he tries to hand wave it all by saying the details of the massacre are in an important respect beside the point.
I'm sorry, what's your contention again? That he doesn't reference that?
What?
What's your contention again?
My contention is that he basically makes it sound like a bunch of peaceful pastors were just chilling and these like hardcore like IDF like.
I think the point that he's making is that that they were the method that they used to get onto this boat was illicit and that and violent.
But he's implying that the people in the boat were, it seems to be like they were just largely chilling or peaceful and they were getting for no reason. Because look at all these words he's using. He's saying the official Israeli account would have it be that peaceful commandos armed only with paintball rifles were ambushed and lynched by a phalanx of radical anti-Western, machete-wielding, bloodthirsty jihadists. He's making fun of that. That is actually what it looks like happened, though. Like, even though he's making fun of it. Okay, watch the video. This is pretty wild. So this is the soldiers rappelling onto the deck.
They're tying the ladder, yeah.
Okay, and then these are all the passengers coming to fight them with, I think, with chairs and metal bars. I think the video will point it out later on. This is the second guy rappelling, third guy rappelling. They're throwing shit. I think we have chairs and bars over here. It'll point it out. Soldiers being hit with metal poles and chairs. You can see it over here. You can see another one here.
And didn't it say before this, they were hitting with rubber bullets, stun grenades, and smoke grenades? Or gas or something like that?
Yeah, but they were still repelled. Guy gets thrown overboard.
The question then is, are they allowed to resist like this?
I don't
And again, it
so.
says, like...
Soldiers being hit with metal... I'm just saying that this looks a lot different than what I was just presented with his paragraphs.
Mm-hmm.
The impression here was peaceful people chilling in a boat, and that anybody that would characterize them as radical anti-Western, machete-wielding, bloodthirsty jihadists.
Wait, but again, if you're doing a raid either in an illegal raid at the boat, or you're doing it in a way that's unprovoked, disproportionate violence, and then they start to act violent in response, I think that's what the point he's making.
No, hold on. No, I reject that. If I was writing on this and I knew that it was justified, I would just say that. I would say the Israeli commandos attempted to rappel to the deck. The people on the ship felt that they were properly justified in holding off what they viewed as a pirate takeover of their boat. They fought the commandos as they came down.
Wait, real quick, do you think I'm being bad faith or that I just disagree with you?
I don't think you're being intentionally bad faith. I feel like you're very roped into this narrative. This is not what happened here.
I've also read this chapter 3 fucking times.
Sure, but
so my conclusion doesn't just account for that one page. So God, I will give you $100 if you read the entire chapter and then read the other chapter about it in his other book. You can download it for free. Just read those chapters. Because you're grilling me. I don't have the recall that you do, right? So even though I've read this 3 times, I can't just paint the narrative for you, right? So I have my conclusions about it. I have my feelings based on the understandings I have. I've done my own spot checks of various documents. I can't read fucking everything, just like you've read all those Wikipedia articles and I've read every single book, paper, study, whatever that those are all citing. So again, I've got what I've got, but you can't criticize his narrative until you go through the whole thing, because he says this isn't really important, but he goes deeper into it in the other book that I've read, which is Gaza Inquest into Martyrdom. And it goes much deeper and I think addresses like a lot of the questions you have. And again, I don't have the recall to just spout it out for you.
Yeah, I understand, but I'm just like, even reading his thing, like I'm not reading more. He said, so firstly, here's the first part I'm saying. We don't need to recall anything. This implication here is that they were mostly peaceful people the entire way. If you disagree with that,
implication of
well,
that,
hold on. If you disagree with that, or if anybody else disagrees, then just later on cite me parts of this. Like, oh no, look, he pointed out that there was violent resistance, because I don't think it's in here anywhere. Maybe I'm missing the words, but if they're in here somewhere, show me. I'm curious, because that is an important part of this. Okay, it is an important characterization of this. Okay. if it is the fact that Israel, according to the UNHCR's panel, if it is the fact that they were summarily executing people on the boat, that's really bad. They should never do that. There's no excuse ever to do that. But that's bad enough on its own. Why would I have to invent more fantasy, more narrative, more myth? Because if I was somebody watching my stream and then I saw this characterization, I don't know if I would believe the UNHCR stuff at this point.
So to be clear, I think when he's saying peaceful there, I think he's referring to the mission of the boat, not referring to the people in this incident, in this moment. I think he's referring to the reason they were coming. And then
yeah, but that doesn't matter. Israel doesn't know that.
And then per the UN report, homies roll up on it. They roll up on Zodiacs. They start.
Lycan, they're knowingly going into a blockaded area and they're telling the Israeli Coast Guard to fuck off. How do you not? What's happening at that point, right?
So you know what? I think for me to properly change my opinion, we get some expert in maritime and international law to come on and talk to us.
Where's Dan at? He was in the Coast Guard. No, there's no way in maritime law this would happen. If I was an unidentified vessel...
The question, here's my things that I need, right?
Like U.S. commandos raid, or Coast Guard people raid, like drug ships coming all the time, submersibles. If they see them, they'll just fucking raid them. They're YouTube videos, they're just raiding them. They jump in, they got guns pointed, they're ready. I know, I've seen videos of this happening before.
First of all, take a note, ask Finkelstein about this one. There's another big one. Why do you characterize it this way?
Okay.
Two, I'm going to then think of, what are you allowed to do? I've seen that's a pretty fucking cool clip.
Like, how would Finkelstein describe this? Like, peaceful sailors that were out enjoying the beach were raided by violent, and these guys don't fuck around. Like, they open it, they might even toss a smoke grenade. I don't think they do. Maybe they don't. They pound it, they've got like, these guys are like ready to fucking kill. Like, these guys are not fucking around. There is no disabling the rudder. There is no like blocking the ship with some other vessel. There is none of that. They board the submersible and they're probably ready to fight to kill.
Well, you know what that ship was, right? That's
it was a drug running ship. Yeah.
It's a little different than a boat where the evidence shows they knew they weren't fucking there to do crazy shit.
Well, no. They knew that these were humanitarian ships, but they don't know what's on the ships. That's the whole point, right?
But innocent until proven guilty. You don't get to just roll up and use force.
Wait, no, hold on. Innocent until proven guilty is a legal statute principle that we have in the United States that applies to citizens acting within legality, right? I can't be in international waters violating somebody else's like coastal territories and then say that
it's not a warship, and there's dispute over whether or not they were allowed to have even that zone, right? Whether or not that zone is recognized.
I don't believe there's a real dispute over that. That one UNHCR thing said there was, but the following UN thing said no, and I don't think anybody... And again, this is... Why the fuck would I care the UN thinks? The Palestinian Authority and Israel have already agreed to this.
Again, just because they agree doesn't mean that it can be legally enforced.
Well, they're enforcing it right now.
They are, yeah.
Hold on, and then let me just read this next paragraph, okay? Like, even if, for argument's sake, one credits Israel's right to... Okay, and also, I'm not being more harsh on you. I'm being harsh on Finkelstein because he jerks himself off that he reads all of this material all the time and all of his footnotes are so good and he reads everything. We've spent 2 hours reading and I've already seen incongruencies. And here comes another one, okay? Even if, for argument's sake, one credits Israel's right to block passage of humanitarian flotilla, its accounts still make little sense. The question remains, why, on a supposedly peaceful interception, its commandos chose to board the ship by rappelling from a military helicopter in the dark in international waters? Israel literally answers all 4 of these questions, though. They answer every single one of these questions. We've read it right here. The intention of the Israeli forces was to capture the vessel with the minimum use of force, and during such an operation, there is a great advantage to operating under the cover of darkness. As a result, the operation was carried out just before dawn, at which point the flotilla vessels were still located outside of the blockaded areas. And they also say that the reason why they intercepted them outside of blockaded areas is because they cited the San Remo manual that says that if a ship is showing that they're destined for an area that is blockaded, and they've given an intent to break that blockade, which they did when they reached out to them, then they feel like they have the international...
Yeah. Can you pull up that map again?
Which?
The one that shows the blockade. I don't remember where. You had a tab.
Fuck. This one.
So if is that their stated destination?
Yes, right here.
So that is outside of the blockaded area. That red line.
The red line here was the IDF. I believe it's the IDF naval vessels. That's what this is. The blockaded area is just this area here. This is where they were first contact, and then this is where the assault happened.
Similar shape to a different map. Okay. Yeah. So here are my things, right?
Okay.
One, the way they approach the vessel. Like, are they authorized to approach it the way they did? Where they're using smoke, gas, and stun bullets. Are they allowed to do that? And is that not antagonistic? Because again, I'm not saying they acted peacefully during that. I'm not. I'm saying that they resisted. So I'm saying...
Well, here, before we get in that, can you just admit that he's asking questions here that are answered by the very report that he cites, like the next line? He says, furthermore, a quasi-official Israeli report, I don't know what quasi-official means, but furthermore, a quasi-official Israeli report issued after the commando raid repeatedly emphasized that throughout the planning process, Israeli authorities at all levels anticipated that the participants of the flotilla were all peaceful civilians and seemed to have not believed that the use of force would be necessary. So he's claiming he read the report. Why does he not know the answer to these questions that he cites at the beginning of the paragraph that's literally the answer to the report? Can you agree that that's kind of a weird thing to say that?
Wait a second, I'm reading.
Okay, sorry,
I don't
my
read
bad.
fast.
Okay, my bad.
Okay, so...
Is it the Turkle Commission is the Israeli one, right? Hold on.
All right, I want to go line by line on this.
Okay. Wait, give me 1 second. Hold on. Okay. Hold on. Okay.
We can do this another day.
No, it's okay. I'm
Whatever
getting. Okay. Just really quick. Okay. Okay. He says the Israeli report quoted the commandos themselves testifying that we were expected to encounter activists who would try to hurt us emotionally by creating provocations on the level of curses, spitting, ... but we did not expect a difficult physical confrontation. We were expected to encounter peace activists, and therefore the prospect that we would have to use weapons or other means was ... nearly zero probability.
So that's from their report. That's their testimony.
Sure. Well,
but again, from the UN, they say they rolled up on Zodiac.
Wait. Hold on, just real quick. So his citation here is annoyingly, I don't know why. He cites his own book on page 218, and he cites in his book a quote from the Turkle Commission, okay? Which is weird. I don't know why you wouldn't just recite the same. Why would you cite your own secondary source to your primary source?
That can be annoying and weird, but unless it's an incorrect citation, it's not bad. He cites less than 10%.
That's fine. So that might be that case, okay? But do you remember what I just read, right? Here's what this says here in the actual report, though, okay? See, for example, the testimony of soldier number 2. During the preparation, the message was passed that we were expected to encounter activists who would try to hurt us emotionally by creating provocations on the level of curses, spitting, removing face covering, etc., but we did not expect a difficult physical confrontation. Inquiry expansion of 29 to 10, super no, blah, blah, blah. That one is okay. It sounds like he's saying there was a difficult physical, but okay, whatever. Testimony of soldier number 5. From the outset, we planned for a condition of resistance, but we expected resistance that in the main would attempt to prevent us from boarding the ship. We expected screams, curses, shoving, even a violent clash, but only blows, ... When I observed the incident from the helicopter, as well as during the course of the descent, I still feel that I'm descending to moderate physical resistance rather than to a combat situation. In practice, I find myself in a genuine battle. My life is in danger, and I must defend myself and the rest of the soldiers in the team that I command.
And how do you think those people felt after they rolled up on Zodiacs and started to fire rubber bullets, paintballs, did it say? Tear gas, and was it stun or smoke grenades? Like, how do you think those people are feeling? Do you think that induces panic? Do you think that induces the desire to resist?
Probably, but you've already resisted. If a cop tells me that you're under arrest and I run, yeah, I'm escalating the situation, of course.
But again, that's why I said, okay, cool. Under international law, or maritime procedure, because Finkelstein says in here that there were other things they could have done, such as blocking the path and disabling the rudder and whatnot. So again, they go in saying, like the quotes you just read, they say, let's see, what was it? They said,
okay, let's just see. Well, I'm just curious, okay? Let's see what Israel says about this. The next issue to be determined is whether the means that Israel used to perform the capture of the flotilla vessels were in accordance with the law. The options available to state authorities seeking to stop a vessel at sea are in fact quite limited. The practical challenges are not unique to armed conflict. Operations to stop merchant vessels at sea are carried out on a regular basis, often by state and naval forces engaged in law enforcement, i.e., counter-drug operations, fisheries patrols, customs, immigration, or those acting to prevent the proliferation of weapons of mass destruction in accordance with the Proliferation Security Initiative. In a law enforcement context, the distinction between a capture and an attack is not made, since an attack is not contemplated within that framework. Nonetheless, the tactics applied in the law enforcement context to stop a vessel serve as a relevant comparison to the attempt to capture a vessel while enforcing a blockade during an armed conflict with respect to the issue of the appropriate escalation of force. The obligation under international humanitarian law to attempt to capture a neutral vessel before attacking it when enforcing a blockade is based on the principle of using force only when necessary. This principle is also applicable in a law enforcement context where the necessity for using force must be demonstrated by establishing that less forceful means were attempted and failed, or that such means would have been impossible or futile under these circumstances. Typically, the escalation of the use of force during a law enforcement operation commences with identifying a ship and its intentions, this was done, progresses to the firing of warning shots, which I don't know if you count the rubber bullets or whatever it's at, and then as a last resort, possibly using disabling fire. The required sequence of measures before resorting to the use of force begins with identifying the enforcing vessel and making its intentions clear by giving a visual auditory signal to stop. The U.S. Navy MIO doctrine provides for the use of non-violent signals and maneuvers as a first step before resorting to force. The next step in the appropriate level of force against a non-compliant vessel includes deterrence or warning measures, such as firing warning shots. The objective of warning shots is to provide a clear signal to the decision makers on board the offending ship that there is an intention to exert force if the ship does not stop. A relevant example in this context is the American case, Lewin v. U.S., in which the U.S. Coast Guard had used firearms and unintentionally killed a crew member on the suspect ship. So it sounds like the United States does do this, assuming they are citing the case correctly. A different crew member forcefully resisted the takeover of the ship, and in the subsequent proceedings against him, he claimed that his use of force was justified since no warning shots had been fired. The court ruled that even though no warning shots had been fired, the defendant was well aware of the fact that there was a pursuit of the ship with the intention of stopping it by force, which was sufficient to render the defendant's use of force unjustified. So this is saying, at least insofar as U.S. law goes, if you know your ship is going to be stopped, you actually don't have a right to self-defense, which ironically is the same argument that he actually makes in here when he cites that, when Finkelstein cites here, a tentative law establishes that no legal benefit or right can be derived from an illegal act. And he does this Latin here, ex injuria non orbiter use or whatever, right? What he's saying there is if you're engaged in an illegal action, let's say I go to rob a store and the person attacks me, I can't self-defense and kill that guy and say, well, I was self-defense because I'm already committing an illegal act, right?
And so he's referring to I assume he's referring to the enforcement of the blockade.
That's what or the initial boarding of the ship is what he's saying, right? And they're citing the same essentially type of legal thing.
Right, but the enforcement of the blockade through the boarding of the ship, because he's citing I think in that paragraph, he's citing the UN report again.
Sure, that's fine, but I'm just saying that's the same legal principle is at work here, right? After the use of deterrent measures, the next level includes a show of force, such as disabling fire, which means employing firearms to stop the ship without using force against the passengers themselves. The appropriateness of using disabling fire depends upon the nature of the enforcement action being undertaken. For instance, it has been suggested that disabling fire is lawful in a PSI context because of the importance to counter the proliferation of weapons of mass destruction, and it is certainly contemplated in the context of maritime interdiction operations to, inter alia, enforce UN Security Council resolutions. The use of disabling fire is indeed an option when enforcing a blockade during an armed conflict, particularly in light of the fact that resistance to capture renders a vessel a military objective. The use of disabling fire in this context would constitute an attack under international humanitarian law. At the same time, however, its use would have been both lawful and a reasonable escalation in force prior to considering an attack that could sink the vessel. So it sounds like, if I'm to understand this correctly, it sounds to me like what Israel is saying is that if you were to actually fire on the ship, that's like a different type of attack against a vessel than like boarding a ship and taking it over, if I'm understanding what they're saying. So something like disabling a rudder seems like it might be considered, maybe if I'm understanding, that shooting to disable a boat might be a greater threat to violation of international humanitarian law than boarding a vessel and taking it over, possibly, if I'm understanding this correctly. The evidence brought before the commission demonstrates that throughout the planning process, it was clear to those planning the operation that violence would not be used against the flotilla vessels, i.e. the actual ships themselves. From the evidence, it appears that among the factors that weighed heavily on those who planned the operation against the use of force was the presence of over 500 civilians on board the Mavi Marmara and a significant number of civilians on the remaining ships. Potential collateral casualties and damage had to be factored into the consideration. That's the factoring that you initially said that Israel never does, but they are doing here. Okay. Furthermore, the use of disabling fire would not necessarily have been effective under the circumstances because the typical merchant ship is often able to survive even prolonged disabling fire by the weapons and ammunition allowed by the use of force doctrines. While the Israeli authorities used less force than would have been permissible under international law, another issue which has been the subject of considerable debate in the media and elsewhere is whether they should have used intermediate levels of force. One question is whether they should have chosen to use water cannons or similar devices to either cause the vessels to heave to or to create a sterile environment on the top decks of the Mavi Marmara, which would have permitted the Israeli Navy commandos to board or land on the ships without being threatened by any of its passengers. While these suggestions are attractive in theory, the reality is that the technical ability to compel a fleeing vessel to stop is exceedingly limited. As noted in one study on the use of force in maritime environment, a variety of low-level force tactics have been tried over the years, including low-level passes by aircraft, physically blocking or even shouldering the fleeing vessel, directing fire hose steams into the vessel's fleeing exhaust stack to flood the engine, deploying blah, blah, blah. Oh, so they cite some study here, 783. It's already somewhere else, right? These tactics have enjoyed only limited success and often pose considerable danger to the ship, the crew, and any passengers on board. Here's a question. Do you think it's plausible that Israel might have worried that if they would have shot and disabled the ship, that if that ship starts sinking, they've actually created a humanitarian crisis?
Absolutely.
Okay.
But hold on.
Go ahead.
So, again, from furthermore, a quasi-official Israeli report, and this is everything we just read, but I want to reiterate it again so I can make my point. Furthermore, a quasi-official Israeli report issued after the command raid repeatedly emphasized that, quote, throughout the planning process, end quote, Israeli authorities at all levels anticipated that, quote, the participants in the flotilla were all peaceful civilians, end quote, and, quote, seemed not to have believed that the use of force would be necessary, end quote. They had, quote, expected, end quote, the commandos to meet, quote, at most verbal resistance, pushing or punching, etc., etc. All that, like, maybe we'll just get some mean words or they'll shove us or whatever.
Yep.
So what I'm saying is, you know, unless there's something different in this account.
Can I ask you a quick thing on that, though? Just real quick. If that is what they were expecting, shooting the rudder would have been crazy, right?
Sure. So I'm saying, okay, cool.
That's fine. Okay. Gotcha.
Fine with all that?
Yep.
So then it's, they're saying this is what we expect. Why did they roll up on Zodiacs with the rubber bullets and all that after they just said, nah, go fuck yourself? Like, is that an appropriate escalation of force?
Wait, yeah. What else were they supposed to do?
They can board. They can just rappel down and board. But then they did escalatory actions with the smoke grenades, with the rubber bullets, attempting to board from the sides.
Wait. Because all of that is less dangerous than having commandos board.
So here's something. What are proper boarding procedures? Because, again, they roll up on Zodiacs trying to board, right?
Yeah, but they can't because aren't they using water cannons to repel them?
Which they are allowed to do.
No. But even if they are, hold on, wait. I'm just saying that, like, shooting, like, flash grenades and smoke grenades, that is less potentially deadly than rappelling from a helicopter, no?
For the people on board?
Yes.
Then rappelling on the helicopter isn't going to do anything to the people on board.
Hold on. Wait. Okay. If they're on the boats here, and they're just shooting, like, flash grenades and shit up onto the deck, none of the soldiers out here are in any lethal danger.
I wasn't talking about the soldiers.
No. But that's what matters, right? Because if the soldiers out here in the water aren't in lethal danger, they have absolutely no right to be shooting at people on the deck. But once you start dropping down commandos, if somebody grabs a gun, tries to stab you, now you're in a scenario where, like, we have to kill people.
Didn't the UN report say that there's evidence bullets were fired before people descended?
Yes, but I don't know if they said they were fired at people and, like, killing people or shooting at people.
Because warning shots are, it's a shot across the bow. It's a bop, bop, bop. It's not. The report made it sound like there were bullets used.
Sure, but it didn't say they were being shot at, like, shooting people. It said shot at the top deck is what the report said. The UN report said that. I have a feeling, I could be wrong, but I have a feeling that if they were actually shooting at people, that they would say so. That'd be my guess. Unless it was part here that I missed. No, because Finkelstein probably would have...
It was 13 and 14, I think.
Yeah. It concluded that live ammunition was used from the helicopter onto the top deck prior to the descent of the soldiers. My guess is going to be if they actually shot people before descending, that would have been referenced here. That'd be my guess.
So here's my.
But also, warning shots seem to be allowed, if I'm to understand.
No, my understanding is too. Yeah.
Okay.
I have no issue with that. My issue is that with the order of operations, with them rolling up on the Zodiacs and what they're doing, whether or not that is antagonistic, inciting panic.
Wait,
and
why do
whether
you
or
keep
not
saying antagonistic? If a cop,
escalatory.
Why do you keep saying escalatory?
Because-
If a cop comes up to me and he says, "You're under arrest," I'm like, "Suck my dick, bitch," and I run away. I'm escalating, right? The cop is going to run and tackle me at that point, right?
But there's still restrictions on what that cop is allowed to do to you.
For sure.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
But
So
they're following the restrictions.
I'm saying, were they allowed to lob smoke grenades and shoot them with paintballs or rubber bullets or whatever the fuck it was?
Not only are they allowed to, the Israeli argument is they were allowed to do far more than that.
Where do you see that?
While the Israeli authorities used less force than would have been permissible under international law, they claim that they would have had right to do even more if they wanted to. The big, again, I'm only taking there because I don't know maritime international fucking waters law. They're making it sound like here that an accepted maritime thing is that shooting at ships is a really big deal. Like shooting weapons at like.
Let me borrow one of your tactics.
Yeah, go for it. Yeah.
What would you need to hear to feel that the Israelis acted inappropriately?
One thing that here's the question. This would persuade me in a different direction. What is one action that they could have taken differently to stop the vessel?
Okay, well, I'm gonna take notes. Give me
Yeah,
a second.
sure.
What is one action that what?
Just like, what is one different action that they could have taken to stop the vessels? A preferred action.
And what if the type of force they were using was not authorized? The smoke grenades and all that stuff.
I mean, it would have been, it's probably bad.
And what if they were allowed to resist?
I mean, you can be allowed to resist and like, it's, I don't know if that factors much into my decision making, I guess.
Okay.
Like for instance, so like, let's say for instance, you're serving let's say you have perfectly valid reason to serve a no-knock warrant on an address. And let's say that like a friend is staying over. Let's say that you're like chilling in an apartment and then cops break down the door. No knock, they come in screaming, right? And you pull a gun. I actually think a guy it was a black guy, maybe in Texas, I think did this, where cops no knock broke into his house and the guy shot them in self-defense. The cops might have shot back. And I think a cop died. I could be wrong. But that's a situation where arguably both sides are justified. If the cops truly had reason to believe it was a dangerous area and they had a warrant signed off on by a judge, they could do a no-knock. The cops could be fully justified in breaking in. The guy out here could be fully justified in firing back, right? I think you can, it's weird, but you can probably wind up in situations where self-defense on both sides can morally and even legally be justified, I think. Yeah.
Okay. So here is my assessment of this, is that I do agree with the UN report. Again, so some of this I cannot easily quickly defend.
Sure.
I beg you to please read these two chapters. This chapter and then the one in Gaza, An Inquest into Martyrdom.
Sure.
He has two chapters specifically dedicated to the event, to the UN report. Like this is like between this and the other chapter, the UN report that comes out, the Turkle Commission report, and then the follow-on report. And he does an analysis. You can agree or disagree with the analysis. All I'm asking for you to is read it and to check the sources and see what you disagree with. And again, I'm open to having my mind changed. But my understanding of this right now is that they escalated. The people were allowed to defend themselves. The commandos caused the panic, and that it was illegal for them to do this in the first place. So if it wasn't legal, if it was legal for them to do this, then a significant amount of my contention breaks down. A lot of this is predicated on that.
Okay, hold on.
But then also from like military and all that shit, it's like, okay, you guys had, if none of your briefing was saying you really expected anything bad from these people and that there wasn't like a significant terrorist threat or militant threat or anything like that, it's like, okay, cool. Then what maritime laws were broken, or why were they engaged the way they were? Like, what was the order of operations? Did anything happen before those Zodiacs rolled up, or was the Zodiac arriving suddenly like the fucking first thing that happened?
Wait, what?
So if we want to table this one until you read these two chapters, and then you can tell me what your thoughts are. But for people in chat, as well as yourself, wondering, if I've already read this, why don't I just make the argument? Again, I am not a fucking encyclopedia, and I can read this chapter multiple times, and still it is loaded with a bunch of different facts about these cases. There's some more interesting Hamas shit that you might want to question Finkelstein on.
Sure, hold on one second. Oh god, this guy triggers the fuck out of me, Lycan. He I feel like when I'm reading other stuff, like I'm getting statements from people that are justifying.
Again, a lot.
Yeah, here's like a thing. I just want to point this out, and I could be totally wrong, okay? But like, this is what I feel like is the difference, okay? And I could be totally wrong, okay? This is what I feel like is the difference, okay? Here's what I feel like happens, okay? So, the Zionist hero, okay, Benjamin Juju says, I want to take over all of Palestine, okay? And then Benjamin Juju's son comes over and he fights and he kills Palestinians and he takes over Palestine. And then Benjamin Juju's son sets up the government. They make statements saying, we want to continue to blow all these guys up. And then they blow all of them up and they do it, right? This is like a good sequence of events. I've got quotes from people who are important military political leaders. I've got actions directed by them and actions performed by the states and impacts on civilizations of people, okay? This is a good telling of events. I like this. It makes sense, okay? And again, I've read shockingly little of Finkelstein. I admit that. But it feels like what Finkelstein does is Ben Juju in a children's painting when he's 6 years old says, "Mom, I hate Palestinians." 782 years later, a guy with the same name, Ben Juju, buys a piece of land in Palestinian. The reason why he does this harkens back to this with no fucking evidence whatsoever. And then in the future, a new legislative body is created, and then all of the Palestinians try to engage in cyborg warfare, and they beat them all, and then they take the land, and it was all because of this guy. This is what when I'm reading his stuff, that's the narrativizing is so hard on such a weak collection of facts. Let me just read like this thing, okay? That is like, it's annoying to me, okay? Among the vessels comprised in the humanitarian flotilla, the resort to violence force was most egregious in the assault on the Mavi Marmara. Some 2/3 of the 600 passengers on this vessel were Turkish citizens, while the core contingent was alleged to be a front for a radical Islamist organization, probably with links to the ruling party in Turkey, making the Mavi Marmara a yet more tempting target. Okay, when we say tempting target, by who? Like, where is my political, and I've read up to this point, where are like the political leaders, or what is like the rationalization? Like, what's happening in Israel right now? What's going on that's like saying that like this is tempting, right? And I'm continuing to read. Recall that Turkish Prime Minister Recep Tayyip Erdogan has become increasingly outspoken in his criticism of Israel and in his determination to carve out an independent foreign policy. Okay, the flotilla represented for Israel a unique opportunity to cut the Turkish upstart down to size. A sleek, if bloody, commando raid would remind Ankara who was in charge. That's a really big statement. Like, are there leaked either emails between like a foreign ambassador, between any of the prime ministers, between any of the military leaders? Right? Sorry, yeah. I'm just saying that like the narrativizing in this.
So let's look at the two sources. At 17 was that citation, right? I'm going to get the links and send them to you. Let's look these over.
Okay.
And for integrity's sake, I have not read these links.
Or like here, like that is just in the next paragraph, and then we'll look at these. The use of violent force was also Israel's response of last resort to stem the increasing number of vessels destined for Gaza. It initially allowed shipborne humanitarian supplies to pass through, no doubt hoping that the spirits of the organizers would eventually peter out as public interest flagged. When that didn't happen, the Israeli Navy rammed and intercepted vessels en route to Gaza, but the ships kept coming. Is it so surprising that Israel would then turn to violent force? After Israel prevented a humanitarian ship from reaching Gaza in early 2009, a British-led delegation worried out loud to U.S. embassy officials in Beirut that the Israeli government would not be as lenient in the future should similar incidents occur. like the loading of all of this is really intense. Like the narrativizing is really intense. Now, that's not to say that he's wrong. He could be right, but man, I would really love to see more statements here that are affirming like he's loading what the Israeli people believe hardcore. For instance, when I talk about Nasser and his motivations leading up to and beyond the Suez Crisis or into the 6-Day War, I've got a plethora of statements that he's made. I've got communications between him and other leaders. I've got speeches that he's given to the Arab trade unionists. I've got leaked conversations between him and military commanders. Like, I know what Nasser is thinking. It's consistent with all of his foreign and domestic policy. It's consistent with his communications with people in other countries, especially Jordan. It's consistent with him fighting against people in the Baghdad Pact and fighting for leadership in this region. Like, all of these things kind of planned. It's like, okay, this makes sense. He wants to do this, and I fully understand why. Rather than just, if I would have like read in that Wikipedia, if it would have said Nasser was forming an allegiance with Jordan because he hated Israel and he really wanted to blow them up, and that was it, I'd be like, the fuck? Well, how do I know that? Am I just supposed to believe that? Did he really hate Israel? Right? That's what I'm. Yeah, I guess that's my issue when I read some of this stuff. Is it? But okay, I'm gonna read the article that you linked now. Okay.
All right, there are gonna be two. So give me a second.
Mm-hmm. Are you suggesting his standard is less than your own? Yes. Nasser is a perfect example of your narrativizing to revision the consensus of history. I don't know if I'm fighting any historical consensus. I'm not saying, hold on, let me be clear what I'm saying. I'm not saying I never or nobody ever narrativizes. You have to have some kind of narrative, right? We have to tell a story with history. And we all narrativize, but I'm saying that like you need to support your narratives, I think. It's important to have like supporting material to support the narrative, right? And I just don't feel like Finkelstein has given me that. Maybe it was in earlier chapters. If I'm being super,
I think for I think for this book, like he says in the beginning, like this is he's trying to highlight some key issues with like the 4 massacres, like what led up to it. And I think the big part of this is he's making the argument that that this is illegal, and through the events of this, from the initial from the incident to the UN report to the Turkel report to the follow-on report, and then his dissection of all of that information, he makes the argument that it is an illegal.
Sure, I understand
blockade.
that. Right now, I'm only talking about.
So I'm just saying that for this, like, and I made this argument to Forethought, like when he argued about Egypt not being mentioned, is like, you could be upset that like this is narrativizing it in a way that's whitewashing it, that's not showing certain critical information, but to his greater point is this incident and the role it played in like rulings on the blockade.
Yeah, sure, we can get that. I'm just saying that like the narrativizing is crazy. If the assault on the flotilla couldn't have shocked those in the loop, it also didn't shock seasoned observers of the Israeli scene. Oh, okay, so we're going to get good quotes now. And the quote is, the violent interception of civilian vessels carrying humanitarian aid, Israeli novelist Amos Oz reflected, was the rank product of the Israeli mantra that what can't be done by force can be done with even greater force. No offense to this guy, why the fuck do I care what an Israeli novelist is saying? Like, where are my quotes from, like, the Prime Minister of Defense, from the Prime...
There are tons of these in here.
Okay, maybe they're in here, but damn, it would have been nice to have any of these in this part. Why would I care about
what citation is that?
Under citation 20. I'm hoping his citation is correct. I'm not even challenging if the citation is right or wrong. I'm just saying, why the fuck do I care what an author thinks? Is he like a preeminent, like, Israeli historian or something as well? I've never heard of this.
It was a New York Times, I think, op-ed that he was citing.
Okay, yeah, I don't know why. I don't know. I don't know. Okay, that's okay. Okay, I'm reading this article. Once viewed only as a political nuisance by Israel's government, the group behind the NASA aid flotilla has grown since its inception 4 years ago into a broad international movement that now includes Islamist organizations that Israeli intelligence agencies say pose a security threat to the Jewish state. The Free Gaza movement's evolution is among Israel's chief reasons for conducting Monday morning's raid on a ship carrying medicine, construction materials, school paper, and parts for Gaza's defunct water treatment plant. The movement once drew its support almost entirely from activists and donors in Australia, Britain, and the United States, but the ship that Israeli forces stormed Monday morning was operated by a Turkish charity that Israeli intelligence agencies and others contend as connections to radical Islamist groups. The raid left 9 activists dead and at least 8 U.S. citizens in Israeli custody. The movement's leadership rejects Israeli claims of an Islamist takeover. That's absolutely ridiculous, says Ramzi Kisia, who sits on the board of the U.S. arm of the Free Gaza movement. There's always been an expectation that Israel would try to set an example with one of these flotillas, but the fact that they did so in this way is absolutely insane. The Israeli government is out of control. Itamar Rabinovic, Rabinovic, a former Israeli ambassador to Washington, said that there was a qualitative change to this Gaza aid mission compared with earlier ones that Israel's Navy had let pass. He said that the group on the Mavi Marmara vessel was a front for a radical Islamist organization, probably with links to the ruling party in Turkey, which less hawkish Israeli governments than the current one have pointed to as a model of appropriate Islamist rule. He called the aid mission a provocation. And we walked right into that trap. Israel's government has long divided Palestinian advocacy groups, many of them, and then I don't know what the rest is. One of the goals is to bring in actual material, said Adam Shapiro, a Free Gaza Movement board member whose wife, Huwaidi Araf, was aboard one of the boats seized before dawn Monday. There's a political component, like a form of collective punishment. Nearly everyone talks about how it shouldn't be in place, but never does anything about it. We're showing you that you must act. Okay, what?
The other one was the second citation.
What was the footnote for this?
That was 7. That was 17, and there were 2 articles. I linked both.
Okay. He cites this article for some 2/3 of the 600 passengers of this vessel were Turkish citizens, while the core contingent was alleged to be a front for a radical Islamist organization, probably with links to the ruling party in Turkey, making the Mavi Marmara a yet more tempting target. Okay. Why wouldn't he name the ambassador? This ambassador is, haven't we read about this guy quite a bit? I feel like it's a relatively, the United States in the 90s and former chief negotiator of Syria between 93 and 96. Was this guy involved in the Oslo Accords? Is that why we know about this guy? Maybe not. I feel like I've read this name before. Or maybe it's Jackanabitch or whatever. Fuck, I don't know. Oh, Jesus. Okay. Okay.
And then there was the other link that was part of that citation.
Flotilla was preventable. There were political courses of action available. Major General Giora Eland said it was possible to prevent the May 31st flotilla to Gaza by political means, speaking in an interview with Reshett Bet Friday. 3 months before the flotilla, there were many courses of action which could have prevented it, said Eland had a military commission charged with conducting an internal investigation of the Gaza-bound flotilla, which was... Hold on. Is this the Turkle Commission? Is that what this... Hold on. Major General... is that Glora or Giora? Not this, but this. Government resolution on determined that the guard is...
So it's that, maybe the Island Committee report?
Final report of the military investigation that were carried out by a committee chaired by hereafter the Eland Committee report. Okay. Which footnote is this for?
17.
Oh. Okay, interesting. It's interesting that he trusts her decision making here. First of all, wait, is this Major General? Is this a military position?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Okay. It's interesting that he trusts a single military leader's decision-making here. A single is Israeli military, but he rejects the entire Turkle Commission that even cites her statement. That's a little bit weird. Do you think that's kind of weird?
Hold on, what exactly does he say from her statement?
Well, at least it looks like he's sourcing her statement to say that...
Is it a dude? I think it's a dude.
Oh, whatever, fuck.
Debate 1.
Oh, wait, I don't know why the fuck he...
Well, that's what I'm reading.
Why the fuck does he source this at all? Hold on. It's about the changing political winds in Turkey and tightening ties with the IHH. He thought that this only strengthened Israel's resolve to continue with the predicted course of events, which led to the boarding of the Mavi Marmara, flagships of the flotilla. The Island Commission's report concluded that a series of operational and intelligence mistakes led to the raid in late May aboard the Mavi Marmara. The 100-page report listed a number of mistakes that had been made in the planning stages of the operation. Eland, a former head of the IDF's Planning Division and the National Security Council, said that he did not find any negligence in the planning and implementation of the operation. He also made it clear that there was a difference. Wait, it's a number of mistakes. Is this Eland's commission? Why does Eland disagree with what the Eland Commission says? Did not find any negligence in the planning and implementation of the operation. He also made it clear that there was significant operational failures and operational mistakes and that he had only found mistakes, not failures. Oh, okay. Jesus.
Slammed the Navy for not preparing a plan B and instead chose to board the flotilla despite heavy presence of activists on board. The Israel Navy went on high alert Thursday in preparation for another flotilla amid forecasts that 2 vessels from Lebanon were preparing to depart for the Gaza Strip in an effort to break the blockade by the end of the week. 2 ships are expected to depart Tripoli on either Friday, blah, 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 blah.
Jesus. Okay. Oh, jeez. Okay. Damn. Okay. My brain. Let's relax. Okay. Where are we at on from all of this?
I mean, so I think, you know,
Nice.
I think you should read those 2 chapters. I'll go back and read them again.
And what am I supposed to get from reading these
I mean,
chapters?
I came away thinking the incident is illegal. That he offers evidence that.
Well, but it sounds like he's not going to make that argument. He's just going to source the UN report.
No, he will make that argument. So read these 2 chapters. We'll make you something special for dinner, as a reward, a little treat. I've already said what it would take to change my mind. That the enforcement of the blockade was legal. That the method in which they approached was, the best possible method, and that the people on board had no right to resist. I think those are the 3. And it's even that one's the less like fuck it. If the commandos did their best possible course of action and they were within their right to do so, then what issue would I have? Except for the other piece, which is that every evidence that I've seen so far shows that they knew these people weren't like heavily armed motherfuckers that they needed to go hard on.
Yeah, but they weren't heavily armed. They were
No, they weren't. Yeah.
Yeah.
But they still seem to go pretty hard in the beginning. So
but they didn't go hard in the beginning, Lycan.
The Zodiacs, the smoke and
The
stun.
Zodiacs are an example of not going hard.
When you're trying to board with smoke, stun, and
that's
rubber
you're
bullets,
using non-lethal means to get on the ship.
just because that's non-lethal doesn't mean that is an appropriate.
Okay, hold on,
step.
wait. I'm having a psychosis moment.
Why'd you pick up a knife?
Oh, I play with shit on my desk. Sorry. Hold on. Okay, hold on. I'm sorry. I'm having a psychotic break. Can you give me one alternative? You're saying that was escalatory. What was one alternative that wouldn't have been to get on board a ship?
They said, I think one of the things he says is blocking their path.
That's the study that they cited here. We can fight with the study or not. It says that apparently trying to block ships is just highly ineffective. Number 1, and number 2, can we agree that?
So here's what.
Wait. Mm-hmm. Can we agree if a ship would have crashed into another ship blocking the path, you've created a way bigger humanitarian crisis, right?
So what I think, this is my opinion, is that they monitor the ship. They let the ship know we are following you. We're going to follow you to port. And again, with all their information, this isn't.
Hold on, but
can I finish?
No, because you're already off. They said that they can't follow them to port because they said that the ships probably weren't going to port because it looked like historically ships had come out from Gaza to meet the ships in the bay or whatever. They weren't ever going to port. That was one of the worries.
Can they prevent the meeting of the ships? Can they stop that in a safe way?
I understand what you're saying, but do you understand that you're not only are you making everything significantly more complicated, you're also increasing the risk of human casualties like 20-fold. If I were to tell you, if there's any way to disconnect our brain from this particular circumstance, if I were to tell you there's 5 ships coming in, they're trying to illegally dock in a place that is ran by a terrorist government. The terrorist government's probably going to send out ships to meet these guys, okay?
Wait, hold on. I'm sorry, I just had a brain blast.
Okay.
When the Coast Guard boards your ship, you're in a little pleasure vessel, right? You're a few miles off the coast of Florida or something like that.
Okay.
The Coast Guard's it's the middle of the day. They're going to announce to you, we are coming up to you. And then you're going to say, they'll talk to you, and they'll say, All right. Obviously there's legality there, but they'll say, can we come aboard? I don't know unless I don't know the fucking rules, but either way, they're there, they're communicating with you. They say, we're going to do this.
Okay.
Is there a way that the commandos could have approached this boat in daylight, made their presence very clear and known, versus showing up in a no-knock warrant style where sounds like there were radio calls, but I would like to see transcripts of the radio calls. Could they have
wait. Just real quick. We don't need to see transcripts of the radio calls. We literally have it right here. We have a video of them saying it. And they literally say, this is the transcript. We can hear him say it. There's a video of it. Mavi Marmara, you're approaching an area of hostilities which is under a naval blockade. The Gaza coastal area and the Gaza harbor are closed to all maritime traffic. The Israeli government supports delivery of humanitarian supplies to the civilian population of the Gaza Strip and invites you to enter Ashdod port. Delivery of supplies will be in accordance with the authorities' regulations and through the formal land crossings to Gaza and under your observation, after which you can return to your home ports aboard the vessels on which you arrived. Their reply was, negative, our destination is Gaza.
And so from there, at that point, so that's fine. But doing this during the day and saying, we are going to board you. If you do not stop, we are going to board you. And then it's middle of the day. It's not the intensity of night. And do they approach first with the Zodiacs? Because that is an escalatory act the way they approached. With the smoke grenades, like was there any like bullhorns from the bottom when they're up there against it, like saying, hey, we're coming aboard?
Well,
do you agree with that?
No.
That if they just made the call,
I don't know if I can ever. I don't know if I can
Zodiacs?
ever make the argument to you, but like, I feel like if this would have went the other way, you would be making the exact opposite argument. Like, if they would have rolled up in the daylight, if people on board would have been aiming water cannons, they would have been fighting and throwing shit, and shots eventually get traded, or they shoot, or some crazy shit happens. I feel like you would be here right now, and you'd be going, why wouldn't they? These are highly trained special operative commandos. They have fucking night vision. Why would they do this in the day when they could try to just force a landing at night when most of the people are asleep or out of commission, go onto the ship, commandeer it, arrest or detain whoever they need to, and then do the operation that way? That like obviously makes the most sense. But because retrospectively it happened this way, we're saying things like, why couldn't they have like blocked the ship with another ship?
I already conceded that, but it sounds like it would have been a more dangerous.
Sure, or like, why couldn't they have approached in broad daylight? They already said why they didn't want to approach in broad daylight, because it increases the risk far greater of shit getting fucked.
Wait, so hold on. The risk to the commandos, but does it...
The risk to everybody of civilian loss of life.
What was the justification for that again?
Let me see. Did they say cover of night? Oh, fuck, hold on. Fuck. I feel like there was a, I feel like there's a better quote from this. What was it say? Nightfall? Darkness? Maybe darkness is what I'm thinking of. Oh, okay. The material before the commission demonstrates that the Israeli forces chose to enforce the blockade outside the blockaded area on the basis of two reasons. First, the intelligence assessment indicated that the Hamas were organizing small boats to meet the flotilla, and there was concern that those boats would pose a security risk if the flotilla vessels were intercepted close to the Gaza coastline. Second, as was outlined in the testimony of Chief of Staff Lieutenant General Ashkenazi, the intention of the Israeli forces was to capture the vessel with the minimum use of force, and during such an operation, there is a great advantage to operating under the cover of darkness. This links to more testimony of that. Does that sound legitimate, or does that just sound like super bullshit?
We rolled up people in the cover of night because it was safer for us, yeah, and it takes people by surprise.
Yeah, and they're like sleeping and shit, right? Wouldn't you want to do that if you think that they're civilians and aren't going to pose much of a threat anyway? Why like risk starting huge fights and doing it in daylight?
Hey, you know what? With no further information, I'll concede that point.
Okay. I think, okay, the one thing I need, the big thing is, I just want like, what is like one thing they could have done differently from all of this? Assuming the blockade is legal, I guess. If you want to argue against the blockade, that's fine, but there are conflicting reports on that. But assuming the blockade is legal, like what is everything? Like, or what is a single thing they could have done differently, I guess? That's what I would want to know.
Me too. because I don't like what they did. So yeah.
But when you say you don't like what they did, there's not a single thing you can point to that you don't like. Right?
The rolling up the way they did. So if there was something else they could have done between the call and that moment, and again, maybe there was something. So
who was the primary fault for this incident occurring?
I mean, if you're going to say that the flotilla was for entering the space.
Yeah. They were given warning saying, don't enter the space, don't do it. And they said, fuck you, we're doing it anyway. Mm-hmm. So they're the ones that are initially...
You know those dipshits online that you watch that do the First Amendment checks and all that stuff? Or, test the limits of the cops, the Fifth Amendment and all that stuff?
Yep.
Like, they're dumb because they put themselves in stupid positions where, with the way things are often enforced, they risk themselves, right? But that doesn't make them wrong, does it?
In the United States, absolutely not.
Right. So
however,
that's why I'm saying
no, hold on, no, wait.
Because they even said in that report you read, that one article, that's like, we know these blockades are illegal and we want someone to do something about it.
Wait. Israel said that?
No, in one of the articles, the people from the flotilla said that.
Oh, yeah, but everybody says the blockade is illegal. That's just like a thing that people say. But we don't actually, there's no ruling on that. It doesn't seem to be a ruling on that. It seems it's contested even with UN bodies, right? Remember, what we read was a UNHCR or HRC report. It wasn't a Security Council resolution or something, right? It was just it was like 3 lines in a report saying like, oh, well, obviously it's a humanitarian crisis, so it's unjustified. That's not like a good analysis of whether it's okay or not okay, especially when both parties involved have already signed a treaty to it. But also, I was just going to say for the cop thing, right? If a cop walks up to me and the cop's like, bro, I want to search your bag, right? I can tell the cop, suck my dick, motherfucker. Do you have evidence that I'm committing a crime? Do you have reasonable suspicion? No, then fuck you. If I'm in an airport and a TSA agent comes up to me and says, I want to search your bag, and I go, fuck you, bitch, I'm pretty sure he can arrest me. I don't think I think that my rights are significantly different once I'm in an airport, and I've already conceded those rights as soon as I enter, right, this airport, that I'm always subject to additional screening, I think without any probable cause. I think they can do it at random. So in international waters, those laws also might be significantly different than in the United States as a citizen, or like in an airport or whatever, right? Like,
so a couple things. So one is regarding okay, so if it is right, like that, people can read the laws, like these, we don't have to wait for a UN ruling to come out or assessment to come out before we can say something is or isn't illegal. Like, there are these documents out there. People can read them and make assessments. There are people who are going to be experienced in international law. You don't have to be a member of the UN. People teach this at colleges. There are lawyers that specialize in it, whatever, right? So we don't need the UN report to come out for someone to make the assessment. So their assessment, though it's just them saying it, could be founded and based in some reality, right?
It could be, but I just want to say that that's a careful, like, for instance...
I'm not saying that to give any crazy deference.
Let's say that I feel like you've scammed somebody, right? And you go around, like, and I say, like, oh, Lycan, he's a fucking scammer, right? That's a lot different than me saying, like, Lycan, he's a felon. Like, he's a felon for what? He's a felon for scamming. Because then you would rightfully say, the fuck? I have never been charged with scamming as a fucking felon. I've never been convicted as a felon. When you say Israel is committing war crimes, Israel is acting in contravention to international law, right? These don't seem to be offered or proffered as opinions. These seem to be stated as declarative facts with no room for debate. And even these UN things are largely offering them as an opinion, or at least the one thing that we did. I bet there's a larger report arguing why the blockade would be considered illegal. I would hope so. The HRC, I'm sure there's probably HRC reports that are, the whole thing is dedicated to collective punishment. I bet there are if we look for it. UN, HRC, collective punishment, blockade Gaza. And they might probably make a far better argument for it. But my issue is just that, like, people don't just say, like, oh, I think that Israel does really horrible shit. Or, like, it feels like Israel is, like, breaking the law internationally. They go, no, Israel's committing war crimes.
And I assume that these bodies are, like, equipped with people, resources to make these assessments. Like, that these aren't just put out willy-nilly. It's not like an op-ed.
Well, some of it feels that way.
It feels that way, but it...
Like, for instance, when it said, something that it brought up here was the... It brought up here the summary executions. I'm curious, or maybe we could read in the methodology. I'm curious what the facts were for this.
Well, it does have a citation.
I think the citation is just citing the principles of summary executions. The circumstances of the killing of at least 6 of the passengers were in a manner consistent with an extra-legal, arbitrary, and summary execution. And then it lists the names. They were shot at near range while the victims were lying injured on the top deck. And then these guys were shot on the bridge deck while not participating in activities that represented a threat to any Israeli soldier. In these instances, and possibly other killings on the Mavi Marmara, Israeli forces carried out extra-legal, arbitrary, and summary executions prohibited by international human rights law, specifically Article 6 of the International Covenant on Civil and Political Rights.
And so I'd assume that when we're looking at the video and we're trying to make assessments about it, I assume that these bodies are taking not just that video, they're probably using that for evidence, but then they're taking a bunch of other things like where they were on the deck, that they're doing forensics, they're doing interviews, and corroborating testimony with other evidence to come to those conclusions.
And I would hope that's the case. However, the fact that the Goldstone report is making claims about the mens rea of Israeli targeting of civilians without any input from the Israeli military side.
So the argument I made to Forethought about that was that, like, in a court of law, like, you don't need to give your input for them to have enough evidence. So that would be through interviews that they've done. That would be through evidence gathered. Again, to some expansion of like understanding of these reports, like where they show evidence beyond just the testimony. Like, do they show, like, are there deeper documents you can dive into? But again, with like that level of work, that's where it's like, to what degree do we trust this body to actually,
Yeah, but I'm saying that, like, but unless I missed it, and again, I probably only read 10% maybe of that report, maybe 10 or maybe 20 pages, if that, right? I didn't see them listing anything from the Israeli side proving the mens rea necessary.
I think it's saying through the information they know about the circumstances.
Yeah, but the information is just that this house got bombed and we can't see a good reason why.
Well, I mean, that's the information for the Al-Samuni family that we read about. But it's like...
But that was for every other one, too. There wasn't anything there ever that said they had confirmed with Israeli soldiers or with the Israeli military, because it was explicitly not with any participation.
Like, my understanding is these are summaries of evidence they found. Like, they'll say, we found this, we found this, we found this.
Sure, but that summary is fine. And if they say that the evidence that we have is consistent with a party that is targeting or killing civilians or whatever, that's fine.
Kind of what they're saying. They say
they make way stronger, but they're making stronger statements that Israel, with no military justification, is targeting like places where civilians are at.
Right, and
that's a strong statement without having any of the military input.
Yeah. So something I said to Forethought was because CP Livni had to cancel a flight to England because an arrest warrant had been submitted for her. And I think that there were like humanitarian groups or something in England that submitted for that. And like, if anything's going to happen to her, though, it's not going to be based just on that UN report. That UN report might be enough to put the warrant out, right? And then to go to trial and investigate. But I mean, otherwise, like, for any kind of legal ruling, yeah, there's going to be more evidence that has to be provided.
Sure, but for any crime, where's Pisco? Am I crazy here? I'm pretty sure for every single crime, you have to have a mens rea for a criminal charge. You have to have the criminal intent behind the mind to be convicted.
I'd be very interested with what Forethought has to say about that.
But
I assume it's saying that the results and the methodologies, based on the results and the methodologies that were employed by Israel during Operation Cast Lead, that the resulting like civilian infrastructure damage and the circumstances of the attacks that led to those deaths, they believe it is inarguable that this was not either intentional targeting or indiscriminate bombing or things like that.
And they're relying on the words of the Palestinians,
which we would have to just go ahead
Hamas,
and imply is complete bullshit.
Well, I'm not saying it's complete bullshit. I won't go that far.
But
I'm just saying
every record they can.
I'm just saying that Finkelstein, I'll bet my life on it. I will bet everything I own, okay? I won't. I'll donate $10,000, okay, to a pro-Palestinian organization if Finkelstein in any of his books cites the Goldstein report as a quasi-report. Even though that was
a quasi-report. What do you mean?
How is the Israeli one a quasi-report?
He said quasi-official.
When he says quasi-official, he's doing it to undermine. He's doing a shit on it, right?
I assume that means...
But he's probably doing it because it's just one side. It's just Israel's word.
I would say quasi-official. No, because I wouldn't take that interpretation. I would say quasi-official probably means what the body was that performed the report. Like, so it might not be like a State Department report, right? That would be an official report. So who's the organization that did it? And I'd be very curious. And in fact, take that question down. Why do you say it's quasi-official? Why do you say the Turkel report is quasi-official?
I mean, it looks like any commission that's ever.
Yeah, no, I'll be honest. I take his word on that. So,
what was the name of the commission? Fuck. What was the name of this? Wasn't there? Oh, the Kahan Commission. Do you think he would call this a semi? He wouldn't, because it's accusing Israel of war crimes. Like, but I don't know. Well, okay. What do they say about these? I was curious about these executions. Does anybody know in this Turkle Commission, does it address the UN claiming that they had did summary executions on anybody?
You're asking if this one does?
Huh?
My understanding is that that's one of the major claims against them. So that yes, it does address that. I searched for summary executions and I didn't see any here, so I'm just curious. They probably use a different word.
Yeah.
Death.
Well, but that's a big accusation, because summary execution means that the people, I believe that for it to be summary execution, they're basically restrained, they represent no more threat to you, they essentially should be treated as a prisoner of war.
My understanding is like close bullet, like fucking like execution style.
Okay, I super disagree, but I could be wrong. My understanding is summary execution means like restrained and prisoner, not just close quarters killing. Like you like the
yeah. That's what I'm sorry. I'm thinking of like fucking Boondock Saints and shit.
Okay.
But no, I mean, see, like look for death or something like that.
Well, death is probably gonna be a ton here, but they quote this. Wait, does anybody know in any part of this? Case of the interception of a vessel in the high seas by a French warship and a counter-drug law enforcement operation did engage human rights jurisdiction after full exclusive control over the ship had been established. However, the judgment does not clarify exactly when the French armed forces were considered to have obtained full and exclusive control of the ship, especially since the litigation did not center on the boarding and overtaking the ship, but rather on the arrest and confinement of the crew to their cabins for a period of 13 days during the transit to France. In the case at hand, it is difficult to see how Israel could be considered to have had full and exclusive control prior to taking control of the bridge of the flotilla vessel, and subsequent cessation of resistance from further considered to have had control, taking control of the bridge, would still be governed by the. Oh wait, hold on. Does the argument rest on this? Hold on.
Where's this fucking report?
Control F. Control. Exclusive control? Full control?
That's the Turkle report?
That I have, yeah. Oh, control. Extrajudicial? Well, no, this, okay.
Oh, wait, that's the UN report.
This is, yes.
Okay.
This is something that I don't understand. So I hope this isn't the case, but I've only read this part. I hope it's not the case of this. The circumstances of the killing of at least 6 of the passengers were in a manner consistent with an extra-legal, arbitrary, and summary execution. And then it lists some names, were shot at near range, while the victims were lying injured on the top deck. Sevdet, blah, 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 were shot on the bridge deck while not participating in activities that represented a threat to any Israeli soldier. In these instances and possibly other killings on the Mavi Marmara, Israeli forces carried out extra-legal, arbitrary, and summary executions prohibited by international rights law. When they say this, I hope that they have like real evidence for this, and this isn't just resting on the idea that, well, they had full control of the ship, so they should have had full control of the passengers.
I would assume that extreme language wouldn't be used without evidence.
So would I, but remember when we read the UN report, or the Goldstein report, right? They didn't just say that about the Al-Suhumi family or whatever. They had a whole list of fucking things, whether I agree or disagree, for why they felt that way. To have... This is, in my opinion, this is easily, even if I agreed with you about the blockade stuff, this is the worst part of the entire report. If they've got a vessel that they've taken over, they have full control of the vessel, and they're just executing fucking they're just executing prisoners on board the ship. That's insane. That's wild. That's easily the worst part of all this.
Yeah.
But I'm curious, what is their justification
cool.
for that?
Search CENGIZ.
Okay. CENGIE?
IZ.
IZ.
And go to the next one. Nope, next one.
Hold on.
There.
Okay. I'm kind of going to try to read these. Okay, this guy and this guy, both Turkish citizens, were injured on the bridge deck in close succession by live fire from above. They had been sheltering and were shot as they attempted to move inside the door leading to the stairwell. Cengiz Akyüz received a shot to the head, and it is probable that he died instantly. The pathology report shows 4 wounds to the neck, face, chest, and thigh. Cengiz Soghur received a single bullet to the upper central thorax below the neck, shot from a high angle, which lodged in the right thoracic cavity, injuring the heart and aorta. Unsuccessful efforts were made by doctors inside the ship to assess him through heart massage.
If you scroll up, that's all of them.
Wait, this is the summary executions?
No, hold on.
Or wait, no, I know, I'm sorry. I'm just seeing if this was one of the ones listed.
That's why I said scroll up. I don't know which is which.
Okay. Okay. Deaths occurring. Okay, so these are the, I think the illegitimate deaths, maybe? Yes, we're going to go this one. Okay, a 19-year-old with dual Turkish and United States citizenship was on the central area of the top deck filming with a small video camera when he was first hit with live fire. It appears that he had been lying on the deck in a conscious or semi-conscious state for some time. In total, Furkan received 5 bullet wounds to the face, head, back, thorax, left leg, and foot. All of the entry wounds were on the back of his body, except for the face wound, which entered on the right of his nose. According to forensic analysis, tattooing around the wound in his face indicates that he was shot that the shot was delivered at point-blank range. Furthermore, the trajectory of the wound from bottom to top, together with a vital abrasion to the left shoulder that would be consistent with the bullet exit point, is compatible with the shot being received while he was lying on the ground on his back. The other wounds were not the result of firing in contact, near contact, or close range, but it is not otherwise possible to determine the exact firing range. The wounds to his leg and foot were most likely received in a standing position. Top deck with a fur. He received a bullet wound to the chest, the trajectory of which was from above and not at close range. He had a further 2 bullet wounds to the right side of his back and buttocks. These wounds would not have caused instant death, but he would have bled to death within a short time without medical attention. Forensic evidence shows that he was shot in the side of the head with a soft baton round at such close proximity that an entire beanbag and its wadding penetrated the skull and lodged in the brain. He had a further bruise on the right flank consistent with another beanbag wound. The wounds were consistent with the deceased initially being shot from the soldiers on board the helicopter above and receiving a further wound to the head while lying on the ground, already wounded. A 42-year-old received 5 bullet wounds, 1 to the chest, 1 to the leg. Dude, here's a question. I'm curious. Do any of these IDF fuckers have like body cams or anything? Or do we have any other, like, we have camera footage of this shit. Do any of them have, or is Israel made?
I mean, in 2010, I don't think so.
2010, bro, that's not that long ago.
It is, but I don't know, which special forces are using body cameras all the time.
Okay. According to the ICC report dated September 27, 2010, with respect to 4 of the 9 who died, their family members stated that they had expressed their desire to die as shaheeds, including the young man with the dual citizenship mentioned above. Regarding 2 of those who died, it was reported that they had left a letter or will prior to boarding the Mavi Marmara. In a video which was recorded before the violent confrontation on the Mavi Marmara, another one of those who died is heard saying, "I pray to Allah that Allah grants us the same good end as those shaheed." What is a shaheed? Denotes a martyr in Islam and Sikhism.
And a martyr.
746.
Common misconception. It doesn't just mean terrorists. It means anyone defending the homeland.
Following the details regarding identity and organization. Okay. Okay, I think this just goes into who these people are.
Oh yes, forethought. Me understanding the meaning of martyr and not just going with some stupid assumption about it. Yes, that makes me a Hamas supporter. Good one.
Read the ICC one? Oh, okay. Jesus, fuck. Why does it do this shit in my chat sometimes where it like auto shortens links? I don't know why it does this. It's so fucking annoying. Is this a chat feature that we have, Cake? Why are links like auto ... I can't copy paste the right click copy link address. Does that work? Oh, okay. The Office of the Prosecutor of the International Criminal Court is responsible for determining whether a situation makes it legal. Is this for the same? This is for what we're talking about now, right? I really understand. The prosecutor announced that her office had opened a preliminary investigation on the basis of the referral. Report presents a finding on it. The prosecutors concluded the information available provides a reasonable basis to believe that war crimes were committed on board the Comorian registered vessel, the Mavi Marmara, during the interception of However, the information does not provide a reasonable basis to proceed with an investigation on the situation on the registered vessels of Comoros, Greece, Cambodia that was related to Conclusion is based on a thorough legal and factual analysis of the information available and pursuant to the requirement of Article 1, the statute. Okay. Performance based report is based on open and reliable sources, which the office is subject to a fully independent, impartial thorough analysis. Should be recalled that the office does not enjoy investigative powers of the preliminary examination stage. I'm going to click on this. See the referral. Prosecutor announced their opening prelim. Israel imposed a naval blockade. Who is okay? This is the ICC. Who heads this one? International Criminal Court. Okay, I don't even know who fucking does have this.
I don't know. So
okay.
Here's an area of ignorance for me. Is I know that Israel either rescinded their signature or refused to sign the Rome statute, I think it is, and I don't know to what degree that prevents them from culpability with the International Community Court. But I know that their lack of signature was pretty significant.
Oh fuck! Do they not? Fuck. I don't have the individual names on this one. Whew, okay. Wait, I don't understand this. The prosecutors concluded that the information available does not provide a reasonable basis to proceed with an investigation of the referred situation. The referring state, the Comoros, may, however, request the pretrial chamber. I thought it said up here that it seemed like they thought that they had reason to believe there were war crimes. Why would that not be a reasonable basis by which to begin an investigation?
No idea.
Christ. The prosecutors concluded that the information available provides a reasonable basis to believe that war crimes were committed on board the Comorian registered vessel.
You're having fun.
Sure, I guess, yeah. War crimes were committed on board them during the interception in the context of international armed conflict, naming one willful killing pursuant, willfully causes serious injury to the body, held pursuant to article, committing outrages upon personal dignity pursuant to article in the statute. In addition, a vicious blockade against one's unlawful, there is consequently also a reasonable basis to believe the IDF committed intentionally directing attack against two civilian objects. Oh wait, hold on. Boy, they're doing this in the context of an international armed conflict, naming one willful killing pursuant to article A2 or A2A. Okay, hold on. What is this concerning? Oh my god. A destruction of a war crime, extension appropriation of person will be. Is it this? 82A1. 82A4. Wait, can I just please just work? Okay, such person or persons were protected under one of the Geneva Conventions at 1949. Article 82A1. Perpetrator was aware of the factual circumstances of status, conduct took place, the conduct of international armed conflict. The perpetrator was established an armed conflict. The perpetrator killed one or more persons. The perpetrator meant to engage in. Oh wait, so is this just saying that the information available indicates that there is a reasonable basis to believe that war crimes were committed during the interception flotilla on the 30th of May 2010 in the context of an international armed conflict? So this is just saying that like they didn't believe that they had the it's not making an argument on like the summary execution thing, or at least in this part it's not, but let's check. Okay, war crimes. The application of article in the statute requires the existence of an armed conflict. Armed conflict exists whenever there is a resort to armed force between states or protected armed violence between governmental authorities and organized armed groups. To say that international access case armed states. Oh my god. Frankly, it's not acting on behalf of the government. Okay. Hostilities between Israel and Hamas at the relevant time do not appear to meet the threshold of an international armed conflict in terms of a conflict taking place between two or more states. However, as recalled by Trial Chamber 2 in the Katanga case, footnote 34 of the ICC Elements of Crimes clarifies that the applicability of the law of international armed conflict also extends to situations of military occupation. In light of the footnote of 34 in the Elements of Crimes with respect to military occupation, see a reply upon Article 42 of the Hague Regulations, holding that territory is considered to be occupied when it is actually placed under the authority of the hostile argument. The occupation extends only to the territory with such authorities under international law. The general system of occupation is that of effective control, whereby a state will be regarded as occupying power. In its advisory opinion 2004, the ICJ concluded that Israel continued the status of occupying power. Therefore, Israel completed its unilateral withdrawal from however, dismantling its settlements. However, Israel reserved its right to re-enter the Gaza Strip. Israel maintains the following 2005 no longer occupying power. Prevalent view of the international community. It's not showing protective versions. Also expressly reserve the right to do so. Overall, there's a reason which conclude Israel continues to be occupied by despite the 2005 disengagement. The office is therefore proceeded on the basis that the situation of Gaza can be viewed within the framework of an international armed conflict in view of the continuing military occupation by Israel. Okay. Okay. In the context of an international armed conflict. Okay. Jeez. More crimes focused on the relevant provisions in Articles 8.2a and 8.2b. 8.2a and 8.2b. War crime of willful killing. Bruv. Just show me what I want to see. It doesn't exist. Fuck you. 8.2b. Okay, whatever. Results of the inclusion of connected would also be generally relevant, applicable if it was conducted alternatively, the law applicable in the presence of the line. Inclusive view and classification of the conflict. Okay. The perpetrator killed one or more persons. Such person was protected under one of the 1949 Geneva Conventions. And 3, the perpetrators were aware of the factual circumstances of established protected status. As a result of gunshot wounds, a 10th passenger died later. Okay. It is uncontested that the 10 passengers were killed by IDF soldiers as a result of the interception operation. However, the precise circumstances in which these killings were committed remain subject to some uncertainty as a result of the conflicting accounts of the events that took place during the boarding and takeover of the vessel and overall lack of sufficient information regarding each individual killing. A little before 4:30 a.m., Israel forces made an attempt to board from speedboats. The information available indicates the IDF forces' initial efforts met with resistance from some passengers aboard the vessel, who shot water at the soldiers from a hose, shone bright lights down towards the marina speedboats, repelled the IDF's attempt to board, and threw objects familiar with the soldiers. Filters spoilers and appears the information available that these hunters median calendar provided assistance from a large group of passengers who had assembled on the roof of the vessel and attacked the IDF soldiers with inter alia, their fists, wooden clubs, iron rods, chains, slingshots used with metal and glass balls, and knives. During these initial events, it appears that 3 soldiers were attacked and overpowered by a group of passengers and taken to the hold of the ship. The available information indicates that overall 9 IDF soldiers were seriously wounded by passengers. A little more than 5 minutes later, at 4:36 a.m., 12 more IDF soldiers descended on the roof from the second helicopter, and at 4:46 a.m., 14 IDF soldiers landed from a third helicopter. The information available indicates that these IDF soldiers, as well as other soldiers attempting to board the vessel from marina speedboats during this period, continued to encounter some violent resistance from the passengers. Shortly thereafter, the IDF forces secured the roof and lower decks, as well as the bridge of the vessel, restrained and handcuffed passengers, completed the takeover at approximately 5:17 a.m. It is generally uncontested that in response to the resistance from some of the passengers during this entire period, the IDF soldiers used various types of force against the passengers of the Mavi Marmara, including hand-to-hand combat and the use of less lethal, such as flashbang, grenades, tasers, shooting of paintballs and beanbags, and lethal means live ammunition. It's noted that by some accounts of the passengers, live ammunition was fired from both the marina speedboats and helicopters, including possibly prior to the boarding, resulting in the killing and injuring of some individuals. By contrast, the Turkle Commission concluded that no firing from helicopters took place and that the only force used by soldiers from the helicopters was flashbang grenades that were deployed from the first helicopter in the initial stages of the fast roping in an attempt to stop the passengers on the deck below from interfering with the ropes. The Turkle Commission also concluded that during the operation, the IDF soldiers alternated between non-lethal and lethal force as needed to protect themselves and other soldiers, depending on the threat posed. Overall, the information available makes it difficult to establish the exact chain of events in light of the significantly conflicting accounts of when live ammunition was first used and from where it emanated. Ultimately, during the course of the operation to secure control of the top and lower decks of the vessel, the IDF soldiers' use of lethal and non-lethal weapons against passengers of the Mavi Marmara resulted in serious injuries to many passengers and the deaths of ultimately 10 passengers. As noted above, these 10 passengers died as a result of gunshot wounds sustained during the incident. Based on the available information, there is a reasonable basis to believe that the conduct of IDF soldiers was the cause of death of 10 victims. It's noted that in this regard, the reports of the UN HRC fact-finding mission, Palmer, Uraib panel, and the Turkish Commission are consistent in attributing the killings of the passengers to the conduct of the IDF soldiers. The Turkish Commission acknowledged that upon the completion of the takeover operation of the Marmara, There were regrettably 9 deceased flotilla participants, although the Turkle Commission does not discuss the circumstances of these deaths. It never explicitly denies that these men were killed by IDF soldiers. The Israeli point of contact, the Palmer, later explained that the chaotic circumstances of the situation made it able to identify the specific incidents described by soldiers as related to specific casualty from among the 9 activists who died during the takeover. In order for the killings to constitute willful killing pursuant to Article 8.2a1, the 10 men must be qualified as protected persons that are one or more of the regime, find themselves in a case of conflict or occupation in the hands of the party. Regarding the term "in the hands of," it is not limited to physical capture. It would also mean the person is in the territory which is under the control of the power in question, according to ICRC commentary on Article 4, national occupied territories, including nationals of neutral states, although they were not in occupied territories since they were a border vessel intercepted the high sea. In this respect, it is noted, it is not specifically addressed. Okay, so this isn't going to make any statements about that either. Wait. Oh, this is from the Turkle Commission. Acknowledged that the participants in the flotilla, including those in the Mavi Mara, were predominantly civilians, consisting of activists whose primary goal appeared to be to bring publicity to the humanitarian situation in Gaza by breaching the blockade. However, the Commission concluded that among such passengers of the Mavi Mara, that there are a distinguishable group of passengers organized and controlled by or acting on behalf of the IHH, who appeared to have a different agenda than those, and were the ones who assembled on the upper decks in preparation to confront the Israeli forces during the interception. The Turkle Commission concluded that the captain of the Mavi Mara and this group of IHH, this is from the Turkle Commission, who participated in the violence against the other soldiers boarding the vessel were civilians directly participating in the hostilities and therefore subject to targeting. The Commission considered that the IHH activist resistance to the boarding of the Mara was planned and extremely violent, and their acts were directly connected to the international armed conflict between Israel and Hamas. Under international humanitarian law, a civilian taking an active or direct part in hostilities loses his civilian status and may be subject to lawful attack until such time that he ceases said participation. PTC 1 in the Abu Garda case, following the case law of the ICTY, considered that any determination as to whether a person is directly participating in hostilities must be carried out on a case-by-case basis. In the Kotanga case, TC2 noted that defines hostilities as acts of war by their nature or purpose and the personal material of enemy or armed forces. The 3 constitutive elements are required for an act qualified based on the information available. It does not appear that the passenger resistance to the idea of interception and boarding the vessels amounts to taking a direct part in hostility so as to deprive those particular passengers of their protected civilian status. On one hand, the passengers' efforts to breach the blockade and thereby render ineffective, including through violence used against IDF soldiers, may potentially have amounted to acts directly causing the required threshold of arm to Israel's military operations under capacity. However, explained by the ICRC, in order to amount to direct participation in hostilities, an act must not only be objectively likely to inflict harm, but it must also be specifically designed to do so in support of a party to an armed conflict and to the detriment of another. The information available does not indicate that the crew and passengers actually were specifically designed to support Hamas by arming Israel. Rather, as participants in the Gaza Freedom Flotilla, their actions would be designed to address and generate publicity about the serious humanitarian condition in Gaza and the blockade, which they considered inhumane and argued violent. Although the participants in the flotilla sought to contribute, conduct of respect appears not to have been designed to support Hamas, such as by making shipments of weapons more accessible to them, but instead appears to have been designed to assist the plight of the civilian population in Gaza. Information does not indicate that such conduct was specifically designed to support Hamas. Okay, I understand. Holy fucking international law. This conduct did so. Or intended to oppose Israel's enforcement of the blockade and furtherance of the flotilla's humanitarian and politically focused objectives as noted above.
You ever thought about hiring researchers?
No, I don't trust anybody to read anything for me anymore. I have to read it all myself. I'm sure there are some people I could trust. Irk I trust. He's the only one I trust.
No, I'm talking like, lawyers, fucking...
I definitely don't trust fucking lawyers, okay? These motherfuckers. As soon as they're 2 years out of law school, okay, they forget everything. Okay. The hospital relief fortunately used life-threatening situations. So this incident appears the board and took over the vessel would have been aware of the factual having even upon encountering violent resistance from passengers boarding the vessel in case of presumption of its derailed, especially taking into account the information. Some of the passengers' protective experiences did not preclude in the possibility for the lawful use of force by such an individual self-defense. Jesus, self-defense is recognized. My God. In any case, with respect to the lands, the information available suggests the level of force used in some instances during the instance appears to have been excessive. In particular, there is no information that any deceased were armed with lethal weapons when they were shot by the IDF soldiers. Findings of the post-mortem medical examination carried out by both Israeli and Turkish pathologists indicate that most of the deceased were shot multiple times, including the head, neck, trunk, and limbs. The Turkish autopsy reports also indicate that 5 of the deceased men were shot in the head at close range. Additionally, there's information indicating that one of the deceased was shot on the forehead while taking photos, and that another was filming with a small video camera when he was first hit with live fire. Not to simp or whatever, but like pointing a camera at somebody with a gun at 4:30 a.m. It sounds like literally the most fucking retarded thing you could ever fucking do.
But these
Holy
are also
shit.
commandos, the highest trained special forces. Like that, I don't know about them, but I know when you go through recon, like there's shooting drills where you can't fucking drop a shot. Like
Okay,
they're very specific about the level of accuracy.
Hold on. No, these are fantasy stories, right? I'm pretty sure that like we've learned there were 2 huge incidents. One, they made the movie about it, Black Hawk Down. Special forces are good, but they're not superhuman. They're not like there's no trained soldier on the planet that there's no trained soldier on the planet. You said they're special forces, right? That these guys are like super good. Where is this guy? Hold on. This dude literally gets thrown off the fucking ship. Okay, you can say they're special forces, but no, these are all. Yeah, sorry, go ahead.
I said target determination is all I said. I made
Target determination while they're on a ship in the middle of the night with people that are. You think they can tell instantly? Like, oh, that's a camera. No shot. In this situation, also remember, according to the ICC report, some of these soldiers were literally carried down below deck. There's no shot that people are making.
My only claim is just about whether or not they can differentiate between a gun and a camera.
Okay. Well, yeah, I don't think a reasonable person would expect anybody to in these circumstances. That'd be my take, but autopsy. Okay, there's also information we'll hear that another man was killed, was engaged in helping to bring injured passengers inside the ship to be treated around the time. Okay, there's information available that another man killed was engaged in helping to bring injured passengers inside the ship to be treated around the time he was shot. Additionally, one witness claims that even after he and others waved white flags to indicate their surrender, IDF soldiers continued shooting, and subsequently at least 2 men were shot and killed. Similarly, oh my god, did I just go somewhere? Similarly, wait, white flag. Oh, okay. According to other witness statements, IDF soldiers kept shooting even after attempts were made to surrender, and individuals were already wounded. In summary, the information available indicates that all passengers of the matter qualified as protected persons. We're back in here again. While bearing in mind that self-defense is a possible ground for excluding criminal responsibility, the information available at this stage provides a reasonable split of the killing of passengers on the primary amount of the war crime of willful killing pursuant to Article 82A1, inhumane treatment pursuant to 82A2, and committing outrages upon person's dignity, particularly humiliating. The perpetrator inflicted severe physical and mental pain. After the, okay. For example, the recommendation included that reasonable treatment was providing a passenger throughout the journey to Ashdod. By contrast, on the basis of statements from passengers, the Turkish Commission found that during this period, passengers were subjected to severe physical, verbal, and psychological abuses by the IDF soldiers. By the collecting accounts and balancing information available, it's a reasonable place to believe that some passengers were subjected to mistreatment by IDF soldiers at the initial takeover while being detained aboard the Mavi Marmara. Yes. Such mistreatment included overly tight handcuffing for extended periods, in some cases causing swelling, discoloration, and numbing in their hands, and causing lingering problems after the incident, being beaten, that's a bad one, being denied access to toilet, facilities, and medications, such as for diabetes, asthma, and heart conditions, being given only limited access to food and drink, being forced to remain kneeling on the decks, exposed to sun, reportedly resulting in 13 passengers receiving first-degree burns, as well as continuous seawater spray and wind gusts from helicopters hovering nearby for a period of several hours, being subjected to various physical and verbal harassment such as pushing, shoving, kicking, and threats and intimidation, including from dogs, which reportedly also bit a few passengers, being blindfolded or having hoods put over their heads. It's all to the dogs. Okay, this is just making that for 828B2, I guess. Okay, what is the final... Jesus. Okay, sorry guys, we're almost done. Okay. A vessel breaching or attempting to breach a blockade is subject to attack if, having received prior warning, it intentionally and clearly refuses to stop or resist visit, search, or capture. Humanitarian vessels are also subject to this regime if, inter alia, they are not innocently employed in their normal role or fail to immediately submit to identification and inspection. Applying this law, if it is assumed that Israel's blockade of Gaza was legal, Israel was entitled to enforce the blockade by these means, subject to the issue of prior warning and clear and intentional failure by the vessels to stop or other forms of resistance. Israel could lawfully direct an attack against relevant vessels of the flotilla. For the relevant period, those vessels would lose the protection of which they would otherwise entitled as merchant or similar vessels. Equally, if it is assumed that Israel's blockade was unlawful, then Israel could not lawfully direct an attack against relevant vessels of the flotilla. It is considered that an attack for the purpose of this discussion must include a forcible boarding operation. By analogy with other areas of international material, anticipated harm to the must therefore be taken into account to determine if the attack was proportionate in the sense of the anticipated harm to basic information of vessels were headed Gaza and intended to breach the blockade. Vessels of the flotilla ignored repeated warnings from Israel to desist or other space measures to enforce the blockade. Some vessels resisted initial attempts to board them by sea. They clearly and intentionally refused to stop. Both vessels were forcibly boarded by Israel. These two forcible boarding incidents may be characterized as an attack. As noted previously, the Rachel Corrie approached the blockade at a later date. Israel warned the Rachel Corrie that it was approaching a blockade and notified them of the intention to board. Although the captain of the Rachel Corrie informed Israel that he disputed Israel's right to board, it was stated that no resistance would be offered. The Rachel Corrie were like cutter engines. The IDF soldiers boarded and detained the vessel peacefully. This boarding is therefore not characterized as an attack and need not be considered further. From these facts, the blockade was lawful. Then the conduct of the IDF with respect to does not constitute the war crime of intentionally directing an attack against civilian objects. That is, objects which are not military objectives pursuant to Article 82b2 of the statute. If the blockade, but this doesn't undo 82a1, which is about protected persons, I think, right? If the blockade was unlawful, however, then it was constantly reasonable based on committed by soldiers or intentionally directing attacks against civilians, directing against individuals, civilians not to guard hostility. Three criteria must be met. It does not appear the passengers of the Mavi Marmara can be considered to have been taking direct part in hostilities, rather they qualify as protected civilians. Additionally, as noted above, the forcible boarding of the vessel by the an attack. However, none of the information available suggests the intended object of the attack was civilian passengers on board these vessels, rather viewed in the context of interception, such as since the attack was directed as opposed to the civilian passengers, the office does not consider relevant with respect to the war crime of intentionally directing attack against civilians under Article 82b2. Intentional launching attack, knowing attack was okay, Jesus. Occurred in the unfortunately, they have a blockade. Prior to the interception, 4 warnings were issued to the vessel with respect to the conduct during the boarding. The IDF forces were met with violent resistance from a group of passengers that responded with varying levels of force, both lethal and non-lethal. Based on IDF soldiers' own accounts, they were unprepared for, did not anticipate, and were surprised by the level of resistance and violence engaged in by the passengers of the vessel. Their statements indicate that during the preparations, they were briefed to anticipate resistance to the boarding of the vessels from peace activists and thus expected at most a verbal harassment. The Commission noted that faced by unanticipated situation, IDF soldiers made difficult split-second decisions. Okay. Consistent with the accounts of IDF soldiers, it appears the planners of the IDF operation intercepted did not believe the use of substantial force to be necessary and that they considered any of the violence encountered would be low level at most. So noted that the UN HRC fact-finding mission concluded that the level of force in the end employed by the IDF was not only disproportionate to the occasion, but demonstrated levels of totally unnecessary and incredible violence. The Palmer-Uribe panel similarly concluded that the manner in which Israel conducted the enforcement blockade with respect to the Mavi Marmara was excessively unreasonable and that operations should have been better planned and differently executed. Consistent with the okay, hold on. In this respect, the available information suggests that during the planning and development of the operation, the Israeli authorities did not have information indicating that the passengers intended to respond to any boarding attempts with organized violent resistance. The available information also indicates that the Israeli Navy had previously been successful in stopping ships by taking control of them through similar means as those planned for the flotilla interception. Okay, the UNHRC disagrees, and then the Palmer-Uribe panel disagrees. While the force ultimately used during the course of the boarding operation may have been disproportionate as concluded by the UN commissions and their ex post facto evaluations, the relevant test under Article 82b4 is whether the Israeli authorities and IDF forces could have reasonably foreseen that it would be disproportionate at the relevant time, namely at the time the operation was launched. The available information suggests that in the lead-up to the incident, the Israeli authorities and the IDF forces may have anticipated the passengers of the flotilla would react with hostility and opposition to their intervention, therefore would have expected some degree of civilian casualties or damage to result from the non-consensual interception boarding the vessels by force. However, the information is insufficient to conclude they anticipated the operation would result in notably intense civilian deaths of the Mavi Marmara, and therefore that the anticipated civilian impact would have been clearly excessive in relation to the anticipated military advantage of enforcement. And the information available at this stage, therefore, does not provide a reasonable basis to believe IDF forces committed the war crime of intentional launching attack. The knowledge of such an attack will cause incidental loss of life or injury. Okay, even assuming that the attack is unlawful, the elements of harm are still not met. Okay, we don't need to go into this then. Management assistance should be Gaza Frida flotilla was organized by members of the NGL. It's time to create an awareness among this. Okay, hold on. Sorry, we're almost done, guys. Okay, we're there. We're getting there. Okay. panel also questioned the number of passengers on board, the quality and value of the humanitarian goods on board, the necessity of using so many ships if the supplies themselves were largely carried on only 3 of them, and the organizers' refusal to offload the supplies at other ports or have them delivered by land. Based on these considerations, the panel thus concluded that the primary objective of flotilla organizers was to generate publicity by attempting to breach the blockade. It also noted that in the press release issued after the events of the 31st of May 2010, the ICRC referred to those on board the flotilla as civilians and activists, but did not mention humanitarian assistance or relief work. Based on the available information and taking into account the foregoing, the flotilla does not appear to reasonably fall within the humanitarian assistance paradigm envisioned under Article 82b3 due to its apparent lack of neutrality and partiality as evidenced by the flotilla's explicit and primary political objectives. Nexus between the alleged... Okay, I don't think we can about this. Crimes against humanity. The contextual elements of crimes against humanity, including the following: an attack against the population, state organizational policy. 3, on the basis of the information available, it does not appear that the conduct of the IDF during the flotilla incident was committed as part of a widespread or systematic attack, or constituted in itself a widespread or systematic attack directed against the population. In the absence of the required contextual elements, there is no reasonable basis to believe that crimes against humanity under Article 7 of the statute were committed during the flotilla incident. Conclusion. The information available indicates that there is a reasonable basis to believe that war crimes have been committed in the context of the interception of the Mavi Marmara by the 80 soldiers of the regime, including namely willful killing pursuant to Article A2A1, willfully causing serious injury, A2A3, and committing outrages upon personal dignity pursuant to A2B 21. If the blockade was unlawful, an issue which the office not taking a position, there is consequently also okay, admissible. Okay. As said on the Article 17.1, admissibility requires an assessment of the complementary and gravity pursuant to although the crime falling within the jurisdiction court is serious. Article 17.1d requires the court to assess an admissibility threshold. An evaluation of gravity includes whether individuals or groups of persons may likely be an object of investigation. Okay, the assessment of gravity of crimes. Additionally, it's worth calling. Okay, sorry, we're almost there. Okay. Interesting. It sounds like with the way that this article works, that it's considered it's okay. This is if I'm to understand. Jesus fuck. If I'm to understand. If you are enforcing the blockade legally, and then you board a ship, and through boarding that ship, you have every right to defend yourself, and you end up killing people on that ship, even though you might not have committed a crime per se, or done anything, I don't know if I would say wrong per se, for international law, if you as a military are killing people that aren't party to a current military conflict, that would always be considered a war crime. But the war crime has nothing to do with like the justifications on board that aren't applicable to international law, right? So international law application would be if the civilians on the ship were taking actions to assist Hamas. If that wasn't happening, then if my understanding is correct, then it would always be considered a war crime. So for instance, if the IDF landed on the ship and somebody pulled out like an assault rifle to shoot and kill an IDF soldier, and the soldier turned and shot that person with the assault rifle, it seems like that would still be considered a war crime under international law. It'd be the crime of willful killing, since the person wasn't party to either of the conflicting militaries, in this case being Hamas and the IDF. Oh, Jesus. Okay. If I'm understanding this correctly. Jesus Christ. The deaths and injuries to passengers occurred during the course of the IDF's efforts to board and take control of the Marmara and enforcement of overall the means and extent of force used by the IDF forces against the passengers on board the vessel appear to have been excessive in a number of instances, as noted by the Palmer Arrive panel. No adequate explanations were provided for the 9 deaths or why force was used to the extent that it produced such high levels of injury. However, the information available does not suggest that the alleged crimes were systematic or resulted from a deliberate plan or policy to attack, kill, or injure civilians with any particular cruelty. Even in the context of the overall interception of the flotilla, the information available indicates that the commission of serious crimes was confined to 1 vessel out of 7 of the flotilla. Okay, impact that impact on victims. Ultimately, considering the skill impact on obviously this view does not fall within the intended and envisioned scope of the court's mandate. It should be noted that even when considering that the IDF might have also committed the war crime of intentionally directing an attack against the Marmara, the case of an unlawful blockade such as finding would not significantly alter the gravity of the assessment of ways. The limited nature of the referred situation. Jesus. Sorry, saying single event could warrant investigation. In this regard, it is noted that the case brought against Marmara concerned a single attack of gravity, however, extinguishable in relation to. This included intentionally direct. This was a different thing. Okay. Conclusion. The last four. The information available provides a reasonable basis to believe that war crimes under the court's jurisdiction have been committed in the context of the interception to take over the Mavi Marmara by IDF soldiers on 31st of May, including, namely, willful killing pursuant to Article 82A1, and willfully causing serious injury or body, blah, 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 and committing outrages upon personal dignity pursuant to 82B21. If the blockade was unlawful, an issue in which the office has not taken a position, there is consequently also a reasonable basis to believe that IDF committed the crime of intentionally directing an attack against two civilian objects. Okay. The office emphasizes that these conclusions are solely based on the assessment of the information available at this stage and in accordance with the reasonable basis standard. Not having collected evidence itself, the office's analysis of the report must therefore not be considered. However, on the basis of information available, the office considers that the potential cases that would likely arise from an investigation into the situation would not be of sufficient gravity to justify further action by the court and would therefore be inadmissible pursuant to Articles 17.1d and 53.1b of the statute. Accordingly, the office has determined there is no reasonable basis to proceed with an investigation, decided to close this preliminary examination. Referral number that can also be maintained. Okay. Holy Jesus fucking Christ. What is this report? What is this? The ICC Situation on Register, Article 53. Okay. Are we done for today? August has to split the VOD? I mean, I'm about to be done probably. International Criminal Court. Bro, I need to learn international law or like just get like a rough grasp on it. All the competing bodies and all the I actually don't know. I just don't know all the time like who's making determinations or declarations of like, Jesus fucking Christ. Okay. What is what is this? This has to be, I have to, oh God, I didn't even go through these. We have to do these. I want to talk to Norm tomorrow. I'd like to. It's so much. It takes so much to go through all of these individually, but it's like, it's so important, but it's so much work. Because like all of this was for like 5 chapters of his book. But like now I feel like reading like the 5 chapters of his book, it's like, I feel like he super misrepresents everything that's happened here. But it's like so much work. What is the Human Rights Council? Why do I always feel like these guys are saying some wild shit? What do these guys do? Like who like comprises the UN HRC? Jesus. What was the name of the, was it Sheed? I'm good. I'm happy, satisfied. What was the name of the people that are martyrs? What do they call themselves? A Sheed or something? What is it? Shaheed. How do you spell it?
Shaheed.
Oh wait, this is the UN's report. They don't mention this. It was in the Turkle Commission. Fuck me. Did I close it? No shot. Am I that retarded? What's up? What else? Do you have any final closing thoughts for us or whatever?
No, I mean, so I apologize for hijacking with this one issue. I really just wanted to like give you a bunch of different issues for you to look into.
Sure, you can spitball me a few more if you want. Go for it. I don't want to argue with anyone. Just tell me what you...
Yeah, okay. One of his main contentions is that between 2008 and 2014, there were times where Hamas was maintaining the ceasefires, working to try to quell other factions of Hamas and other like disparate Islamist groups. And then he makes the point that on multiple occasions, Israel tries to foment conflict. One is like an illegal assassination. There's a dude that Forthout once brought up, this dude that was kidnapped. He's actually the guy who helped coordinate the release of that prisoner. And then Israel assassinated him, not because Hamas was doing attacks, but because other groups were. Even though he wasn't responsible for them, he was a Hamas member. 2014, you can talk to Finkelstein about, he makes the argument that Hamas made a unity government with the Fatah, and for the first time didn't contest the acknowledgement of Israel. Renouncing violence and agreeing to abide by all previous agreements between Israel and Palestine. And that was right before the three brothers were kidnapped, and then the Operation Protective Edge. So his big contention is that Israel foments conflict, stands in the way of the peace process, and has contributed to this continuing to be an issue. Now, my knowledge doesn't really extend far beyond 2014, so I can't give you anything between then and now.
Okay. All right. I'll keep it in mind.
You have any questions for me, buddy?
No, I think I'm good for now.
Do you think I'm a Hamas sympathizer?
Not yet.
Okay. Do you think I acted in mostly intentional good faith?
Also, I'm reading and learning, okay? That's all that matters. At the end of the day, it's we read and we learn.
Sorry to disappoint, chap, but the bridge is rock fucking solid.
For now. No, I'm just kidding. I love you. Be careful. Okay. Okay, just real quick, okay? Israel is citing something here, saying that these guys were saying they wanted to be martyrs or something, okay? It's citing an ICC report, September 26, 2010. Oh, fuck, it's not this one. What the fuck are they citing here? ICC. Is it supposed to be IICC or is it ICC?
ICC, International Criminal Court.
Okay. This is the last thing I just want to look up real quick. Was that a typo?
Can I shout out my shit real quick?
Can you what?
Can I shout out my shit real quick?
Yeah, knock us out.
Hey, you guys want to see me stop talking about politics? Then go fucking follow LycanCooks on every platform. TikTok, Instagram, Twitter, LycanCooks, Lycan Cooks. And you get my videos to start doing really well. And I won't have to fucking do this shit anymore. Also on Kick, YouTube, and Twitch. Love you guys.
I love you. Super means it was cited above. Oh, super means... Fuck.
Hey, do you use the blanket on your bed or just the comforter?
I don't know why.
Because it wasn't on there, so I just wanted to know if you wanted that on there before you go to sleep.
I can put it on, it's fine. Is it in the dry right now, or?
Yeah, it's dry for the most part, just a small damp spot.
Okay.
I'll finish up the towels tomorrow.
Okay. I love you, be careful. Can somebody just give me this? I just want this one report. I'm just curious where Israel is citing these, like, martyr comments from. FN 83. Oh my god. On page 37. What, this? FN 83 it says. Next page, note 83. I don't know what you're saying. I don't know what this means. Next page, note 83. Is there not a link to a separate report? Oh, fuck me. It is footnote 83 on page 37 that gives you the source. Oh. Okay. Footnote 83. Should also be noted in the period from February 2009 to January 2010, a number of land convoys... Wait, am I on the right thing? Turple Commission. Footnote 83 on page 37. Is this it, or this doesn't seem like... There's nobody... Fuck. Where are my people? Defines the IICC report. It's the report at the bottom, Destiny. Report at the bottom of what? Like, I want the source for these statements. The statements of the medical caregivers indicate that some of those injured resisted receiving medical treatment. The doctor stated, during this event, there were incidents of resistance to medical treatment in the middle of treatment, which I had never encountered during any other event. While performing a chest drain, thoracostomy, the wounded pulled the drain out of himself and tells me, I want to die like a shaheed. NB, the term shaheed, is a word in Arabic whose literal meaning is witness, but it is also used to refer to a martyr. Explanation added, nonetheless, we insisted on treating him and hoisting him up to the helicopter for treatment. There were many other incidents like that, including pulling out intravenous infusions, etc. What is the source for this? See, the doctor's testimony, inquiry expansion. Oh, and this is a whole other thing. Oh! am I getting lost in the sauce? I feel like, I guess my annoyance is that, so here's like my annoyance, okay? Bro, I don't understand what the fuck I don't understand what the fuck any of this is, okay? I don't understand what's happening with any of this, okay? What was the name of the book reader thing I had? What was it called? I just want to like give you my thought process. And Urk, you can tell me if I'm getting like too, because like maybe I'm getting like too pedantic, or I'm getting like too like I'm on like some confirmation bias where maybe I'm looking for errors that aren't really as big as I'm making them out to be. And then I'm blowing those errors up to try to make these claims of like academic fraudulence or whatever, and I'm overstating my case a lot, and then it's like leading me down other like other bad paths. Maybe I'm like mind fucking myself. But like here's so let me just like read this, okay? Let me just read this, okay? Let's just from where we came from, okay? Let me just read this and then give my issues with it, okay? This is chapter 4 of Method and Madness, okay? Dangerous and reckless act. The massive destruction that Israel inflicted during Operation Cast Lead was designed in part to exacerbate the effects of its illegal and inhuman blockade. Quote, I fully expected to see serious damage, but I have to say I was really shocked when I saw the extent and precision of the destruction, end quote, the World Food Program Director for the Gaza Strip observed after the assault. Quote, it was precisely the strategic economic areas that Gaza depends on to relieve its dependency on aid that were wiped out, end quote. Israel targeted critical civilian infrastructure, such as the only operative flour mill and nearly all of the cement factories, so that Gaza would be ever more dependent on Israel with an Israeli whim for staples and would not be able to rebuild after ceasefire went into effect. That was we didn't even read that part. I don't know if any of that's true or not. Okay, at this point, I don't fucking know. Okay, but okay. On the 31st of May, 2010. Okay, wipe your mind, and then let's just go on a journey. Okay. On the 31st of May, 2010, a humanitarian flotilla en route to Gaza. So, okay, I'll read the whole thing first, okay? A humanitarian flotilla and can I highlight on this thing? Do I have a highlighter? Highlights. Oh my God, just let me. Oh, I can highlight. I'm so sorry. Hold on. On the 31st of May, 2010, a humanitarian flotilla en route to Gaza, carrying some 10,000 tons of supplies and 700 passengers, came under attack in international waters by Israeli commandos. By the end of the nighttime Israeli assault, 9 passengers aboard the flagship Mavi Marmara had been shot dead. 8 were Turkish citizens. 1 was a dual U.S. Turkish citizen. The details of the massacre are in an important respect beside the point. The consensus among human rights and humanitarian organizations was and remains that the Israeli blockade of Gaza constitutes a form of collective punishment in flagrant violation of human law. Israel, accordingly, had no right to use force to enforce an illegal blockade. Israel's concomitant claim that its attack on the Mavi Marmara was an act of self-defense also does not pass legal muster. A tenet of law establishes that no legal benefit or right can be derived from an illegal act. Ex injuria non oritur jus. Consequently, Israel cannot claim a right of self-defense that arises because of its illegal blockade. On the other hand, the passengers aboard a convoy in international waters carrying humanitarian relief to a beleaguered population had every right to use force in self-defense against what was, in effect, a pirate raid. Still, it bears notice that Israel's explanation for the deaths has been refuted by authoritative accounts of what transpired. The official Israeli account would have it that peaceful commandos, armed only with paintball rifles, were ambushed and lynched by a phalanx of radical anti-Western, machete-wielding, bloodthirsty jihadists, and that the Israelis used armed force only as a last resort in self-defense. In fact, Israeli combatants in inflatable boats abutting the Mavi Marmara opened fire with tear gas, smoke, and stun grenades, and perhaps plastic bullets, and helicopters hovering above them opened fire with live ammunition before any commandos had rappelled on deck. The passengers, none of whom were linked with a terrorist organization at the time of the attack, did not even prepare for injuries, and neither possessed firearms nor discharged ones they seized. Captured Israeli commandos were given medical care and then escorted for release. And far from firing with restraint and only in self-defense, the Israeli commandos killed the 9 passengers by shooting all but one of them multiple times. 5 were shot in the head, and at least 6 were killed in a manner consistent with an extra-legal, arbitrary, and summary execution. Wait, I'm sorry, I didn't even check this out. Captured Israeli commandos were given medical care and then escorted for release. What's that about? 125 to 26. Wait, we didn't even read that part. 125 and 126. During the initial fighting on the top deck, 3 Israeli soldiers were taken under control and brought inside the ship. While some passengers wished to harm the soldiers, other passengers ensured that they were protected and able to receive rudimentary medical treatment from doctors on board. 2 of the soldiers had received wounds to the abdomen. 1 of the soldiers had a superficial wound to the abdomen caused by a sharp object, which penetrated to the subcutaneous tissue. None of the 3 soldiers had received gunshot injuries. According to doctors who examined them, all 3 soldiers were in a state of shock and were suffering from cuts, bruises, and blunt force trauma. As the seriousness of incidents on the outer decks became apparent, there was growing concern among some of the flotilla organizers that holding the captured Israeli soldiers may have serious implications for the security of all passengers on board. Okay, hold up, because I'm having a little bit of a brain blast. Okay, a little bit. Now, this part of this report, okay, which seems to side quite a bit with the humanitarian people, okay, this seems to be consistent with the Israeli report, and it might have been, I don't remember, it might have been on this ICC report that it actually was the case that the majority of the passengers on the ship were actually just there because they thought they were doing like publicity shit. They wanted to sit here. They were Lawrence Southern in the Mediterranean. They just wanted to fucking like protest the blockade. But there was a group of people, 50 or so people from the IHH that were planning to fuck shit up. But it wasn't the majority of the passengers that were. So when they were brought, these Israeli soldiers, they legitimately were like, bro, whoa, what the fuck are we doing right now, right? It was decided that the soldiers should be released and that they were taken to the bow of the lower deck. Once on the bow deck, 2 of the soldiers jumped into the sea and were picked up by Israeli boats. The 3rd soldier did not jump and was rapidly joined by Israeli soldiers who came down from the top deck. Okay. Captured Israeli commanders were given medical care and then escorted for release. Okay, sorry. I'm sorry, bro. I don't even want to read the rest of this. I'm sorry. So, his the summary of this is insane. Okay? The summary of this was insane. He says first of all, he says humanitarian flotilla. The International Criminal Court did not decide that this was a humanitarian mission, and it probably wasn't, okay? It was a fucking publicity stunt. At least in the eyes of the ICC, it was a publicity stunt. It was so much a publicity stunt that was the explicit reason given. It was the explicit reason given why the attacking of the vessel itself didn't count as a humanitarian, why it didn't count as a war crime under that, under section... Fuck, I'm not going to be able to find this. Humanitarian assistance missions should be impartial, non-discriminatory, and should receive the consent of the parties to the conflict, and that no party to the conflict or other group should be given undue advantage. Basically, they say, we read this, I'm not going to reread this whole thing. Although the flotilla carried several tons of humanitarian construction supplies, these materials were primarily carried by only 3 of the 6 vessels. The supplies contained on these 3 vessels included such items as wheelchairs, medical equipment, sanitary items, blah, 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 blah. Based on the information available, it appears that the Mavi Marmara, which was a passenger ship, was not carrying humanitarian supplies to be delivered to Gaza, other than any limited foodstuffs and toys carried on passengers' personal baggage. The contract that each participant had to sign declared that the journey's purpose was to create an awareness amongst world public and international organizations on the inhumane and unjust embargo on Palestine and to contribute to end this embargo, which clearly violates human rights, and delivering humanitarian aid relief to Palestinians. It also contained a statement that blah, blah, blah. Yeah, so like the ICC even says that like this is that the ICC doesn't consider this a humanitarian mission. So he says humanitarian flotilla. He said it came under attack in international waters by Israeli commandos. Why doesn't he mention the fact that they were violating a blockade? Why doesn't he mention the fact that they were given warnings by the IDF? Why doesn't he mention the fact that ships came to intercept? He doesn't mention any of that. He just makes it sound like Israeli commandos just flew in and attacked. By the end of the nighttime Israeli assault, 9 passengers aboard the flagship had been shot. Why not mention any of the fighting? Why not mention any of the passengers above deck with the chairs and the knives and the crowbars and the throwing of the soldier overboard? Why not mention that they tried to tie the rope of one of the helicopters to the fucking railing? I don't know. Would that bring a helicopter down? I have no idea. Maybe they can cut the rope. Maybe it's not that big of a deal. The consensus among human rights and humanitarian organizations was and remains that the Israeli blockade of Gaza constitutes a form of collective punishment. This is not a consensus at all. There was no consensus at all. I don't know where the consensus comes from. It was violated by another UN general report by a 4-panel commission in 2 months. They called it a pirate raid. It bears to notice that Israel's explanation for the deaths have been refuted by authoritative accounts. What are the authoritative accounts? The open fire with live ammunition, that's a contested claim. That is, there is no authoritative account of that. And the idea that they didn't even prepare for injuries, despite the fact that all of them ran to the top deck and prepared to fucking fight. What are you talking about? Yeah, okay, I'm sorry. Okay, we're closing this. Let me relax my brain. Okay, let me just, bro. It feels like he's, where's Eric? Do you think I'm being like too critical? Do you think that like a general summary of history like tends to be like this? Do you think that I'm like getting lost in the plot of like too much, this is something that I've ran into a lot, and I'm starting to second guess myself, okay? As I'm reading through a lot of Finkelstein's stuff, I would argue that almost none of his footnotes so far have been good. Like that I would be marked off for every single footnote almost every single footnote that I've investigated, I would be marked off for. Destiny, there's very obviously a proxy. One thing that might help is looking at who publishes his books, because a lot of them aren't academic presses. Like the Holocaust Industry is Verso Press, which I like, but it isn't like Rootleg or something. Gaza and Inquest is Universal, but Method and Madness is an alternative press called OR Press, and it's basically just a bunch of informative polemics, so that might matter. Sure. I guess what I'm asking is, do you think, am I digging too much into this, or is like the initial phrasing that Finkelstein gave, is it like a fair summary of what happened? I'm just like getting autistically irritated that he's not mentioning like maybe too many facts that need to be mentioned. I think this is the IICC report things. Found 20 results for IICC. Okay, I don't know. Oh, if you Control F Shahid. Oh, f me, dude. It's too much. The problem is that like this wasn't even like that huge of a thing. Like it was kind of a big, but like in the grand scheme of Israel-Palestine, this was like one blip. And like even on this one event, what did it take me? What did we spend like 4 hours? And I like, even still, like I could have read through these more. It's not like I even read the totality of any of these 3 reports, but like, It can't be that footnotes are this bad. That can't be the case. There's no way. There's no way. Oh, this is another report also that says that Israel complied with the naval blockade was imposed as a legitimate security measure in order to prevent weapons from entering Gaza by sea, and its implementation complied with the requirements of international law. Also, to be clear, I wouldn't even expect this. Even this is not like a good enough well, unless they do a more detailed thing inside. The flotilla acted recklessly in attempting... Maybe I'll just talk to Norm about this one thing, but I feel so lame. But like, I should be able to get my point. I'm like, bro, Norm, if I can't trust you to summarize this one circumstance adequately well, like how can I read anything in your books? You're the one that stands your footnotes. Maybe we should just talk about these like 4 paragraphs.